finished, and we saw those in games. And, we think we fell short of what we really wanted to do, but, again, we had a good season and got better.
And then, Coach, obviously talked about finish being kind of a key point for you. So how was this spring? Let's go there real quick right before we get to the season. How was the spring for you? Did you guys end up having a spring game? And kind of how did that go?
We didn't do a spring game. Weather kind of hit us. We always do a red and white game. But the biggest thing in our spring, we saw that our leaders really took over what you see behind us. They really practiced really hard. They took leadership. They go hard every single moment. And so we thought we had a really good spring, a really physical spring that we wanted to hit on. And so we were very happy with how our spring went.
And then if you can give us some intel, Coach, what kind of makes this Warner Robins program just so great? I mean, you're there every day. You're with these kids. I know these kids make it possible. But if you had to say what makes it such a tradition and a story program?
I think the biggest thing is, obviously, we talk about community. Community support is always there, and we got one of the best communities, so we're always excited about that. But the biggest thing is our kids. I think we got some of the best kids in the state, not just by playing ability. That's the easy thing to say, right? But it's also about their attitude, their behavior. I mean, they show up every single day. They practice hard. They get after it. They lead. They had fun. And that's the biggest thing. I mean, they were on the field today at 5:15 a.m. ready to practice and get after it. When most people are sleeping, they don't sit there and complain. They actually want to practice in the morning, and the kids. That's the biggest thing I'll tell you.
And, Coach, you're a Warner Robins alum. Is that correct?
That's it. Yes, sir.
All right. So talk about just coming back for this second stint. You were on the staff during that run with all the finals, but being able to take the opportunity last year and then just how you feel this year heading into your second season.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a special moment, especially when you're an alum from the school and coming back, I guess, for the second stint, like you said. But, coming in for the second year, I think the biggest thing is, we got a better understanding of the kids and what to expect from them. And the same thing, they understand the expectations as well of what we want to do, how we want to practice, how we want to tempo everything and move around. And so I think it's just more everyone's a little bit together.
And in terms of the staff, is it the same as last season? You guys have kind of gelled together?
I think we got a couple of changes, but I think its biggest thing is gel together. You see a more unified staff, and that's what we wanted. The common language, we talk about all the time. What we say throughout the staff meetings, we want to see on our field and to our kids, and that's what we see a lot of. So we're very excited about that.
And what position group has given the coaching staff a lot of excitement, where you have the guys that are ready this year, but also kind of preparing for that future, guys that have shown that they're going to be potentially next man up?
I think the biggest thing is, that some of the kids behind me will look at me, but the lines of scrimmages, we're very excited about our lines of scrimmages. We were young and inexperienced last year. That was one thing that we talked about. And then we feel our lines of scrimmage are very experienced this year coming in. But all the way at the top of all our positions and all the way across the board, very excited about, just because, like we talked about, the buy-in and the work ethic that we got right now.
Coach, you guys recently were at a padded camp. You guys had great programs there like Grayson. What was that like? What did you kind of take away from that camp, being able to learn more about your team at kind of a physical setting and with some really great programs?
Oh, yeah, that's the biggest thing. When we go into the offseason, the first thing we look for is we want what we call elite OTA. We're going to try to find what we think is the best teams in the state. And obviously we know Grayson's top ranked up there, and Gainesville does a great job. Kennesaw Mountain, same thing, and you obviously know about Rockmart and what they bring to the table and what they can do. And so we want to do that and test our kids out at those abilities because it's a physical warfare. And we thought our kids, matched them. We got physical. We went back and forth. All those OTAs are always going to get heated. They always do. But that's what we want to see our kids get after, and we were very happy about that.
And then, Coach, looking ahead a little bit to will you guys have a fall scrimmage before obviously get ready for that first game?
Yeah, we'll have a scrimmage next week against Peach County.
Okay, gotcha, Coach. And then, how excited are you to kind of open the season going up against Lee County? Obviously, we know how great Fabrizio is there. And obviously, they got a great running back in Usmani Kroma. That's one of the best in the state. But how excited are you for that matchup to kind of open the season?
Like you talked about earlier, when you got a great program like Warner Robins and you got a great program like Lee, you want to find the elite teams. You want to find the best teams to go against all the time when you schedule that. And that's what we did. We're very excited about it. Like you talked about, Dean Fabrizio does a tremendous job down there at Lee County, always a well-coached team. And so it's something physical. We want a physical game. That's what we want to be. So going down there is a very exciting moment for us.
Certainly. Well, Coach, I know you got some players behind you, so we're going to shed a little bit of light on them. So just tell us a little about the guys you brought with you today.
Yeah, we got a bunch of our leaders right here. These are our seniors that lead every single day. They come here and they work hard, so we're very excited about them. The first one that will come up, we'll bring up number 9, Isaiah Gibson, up and let him talk.
What's good?
What's going on, Isaiah, man? You were obviously, you're one of the best in the state, let alone the country, at what you do. Just from your perspective, how have you been able to get to this level of where you are today?
I would really say just being around my teammates, putting all my faith in God. That's really what led me to get to the point I'm at now.
And then just if you can share a little bit about kind of your training regimen. I mean, I know that you go hard. I know you work out a lot, but what does that kind of look like on a day-to-day?
Well, recently we just started having practice this week at 5:30 in the morning. You know, we all would rather have practice in the morning, so we'll really do that. But on a day-to-day basis, we'll have practice at about 7 a.m. till about 10:30. We'll leave at about 11. So, I mean, just that, it's just the grind that we have to do every day to get better and better.
And then for you, Isaiah, obviously, you know, you're a dominant player. Who are some guys you kind of look up to or you like to idolize kind of your game after?
I would say T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, folks of that nature, for sure.
And then I want to ask you, so Warner Robins, you guys have made all these deep playoff runs. That's a program where you can look at the record halfway through the season. Doesn't matter. People have that expectation. But what are you looking forward to just early in the season, just in terms of the defensive side of the ball just coming out hot?
I feel like the defense that we have this year is tremendous. Like, I feel like we're way better than last year, just on the chemistry base wise. Like we all fit. We check every box, in my opinion. So I feel like we'll come out strong this year. And our plan, not just my plan, but our plan is to go 15-0 this year.
Isaiah, give us some guys. We know about you. We know about Rashawn Dinkins, the Georgia Tech commit. But give us some guys that we should watch for on this defensive side of the ball this upcoming season.
I would say, it's a lot, actually. Honestly, I can't even name, honestly. I'm going to be honest. I'll say the whole defense, honestly. I feel like we're all going to have our come-out year. So I feel like we're going to be one of the best defenses in the country, not just the state.
And then last one for you, Isaiah. Give us what it's like going up against, obviously, the offensive line, just, you know, every day, just as you fine-tune kind of your craft and get it to where you want to be at before you go off to school.
I would say our O-line has gotten tremendously better. You know what I'm saying? We get better and better every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at it as, like, me losing reps, like, that's making them better. So I feel like when I beat them, it's still making them better, even though, you know what I'm saying, the spot that I'm at or, you know what I'm saying, the spot that they're at, I feel like everybody's getting better day by day just by us going against each other. Like, it's just, yeah.
Do you face a lot of double teams in practice?
Yes, sir, of course.
Without revealing your secrets, what's the best way to beat a double team in your eyes?
I would say you got to take one at a time, really. You just got to – the person that's your main key, I would say just take them up first and then get them off. The double team is based by them being on the same level and trying to get you out of your spot. So you knock one of them off the level, then you're good.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Isaiah. We're going to pass it to a couple other seniors just to get them up here. Anyone else you wanted to get, Coach?
Yep. Come on, Skyler. Then Nick will be next.
All right.
Nice to meet y'all.
Nice to meet you, man. Give us a little bit of insight. What position do you play? I know your name is Skyler, but what position do you play?
I play quarterback.
Quarterback.
Yes,
so, how excited are you this season? What are some of your best attributes do you think on the football field?
I mean, I'm a dual threat. I can run the ball, but I mean, my main thing is always passing. I'm a pass-first guy. I believe once you get me out the pocket, I'm not just looking to run. I'm looking to extend the play. I can extend play at any time. I mean, anytime the ball's in my hand, I believe we can get a touchdown. Just extend the chains and keep moving.
So improvisation is kind of your best quality. So what did you work on this offseason? Other parts of your game, was throwing mechanics, reading the field. What have you worked on the most this offseason?
I mean, just getting used to the speed of the game, being in 5A, and then just moving around in the pocket, getting better, and just having better pocket presence, and not really like looking to run so fast. Always looking to pass the ball, get out my hand early and often.
And then give us a little bit of intel on kind of how you guys are looking offensively. I feel like that's a part that's a little underrated for Warner Robins that a lot of people don't talk about. But offensively, beside yourself, who should we watch for?
Man, we got a great running back core with 3 running backs with D-Lab, Trap, and Kelsey. I mean, we got a good running back core. Our O-line, of course, I mean, very experienced, very strong. I believe that our line of scrimmage is probably our best spot right now. And then the receiving core, we got good tight ends with Damian Batts and Addy, and then with our receiving core with Ezra Goins and Jacoby Parsons and Jordan Perkins. I mean, I believe we have a pretty well-rounded offense. Just keep improving day by day with our young receiving core and everything.
And then obviously your coach talked about finish, kind of being one of those core principles. But any other things you guys or mottos you guys like to kind of go by?
Main thing, just moving fast, having a high tempo offense, just moving the ball and not just limiting mistakes mainly, always getting the ball out early.
And then I want anyone watching to get to know Middle Georgia football, Central Georgia. Kaylee said there's a difference yesterday, but from Atlanta, obviously last year was hugely successful. Teams like Perry, the run you guys have had. What kind of defines to you Middle Georgia football?
I mean, Middle Georgia football is just physical, bunch of athletes all over the place. I mean, we just move fast, and I believe like Middle Georgia football is just the most well-rounded football in Georgia. I mean, everybody from the O-line to D-line to the DB, secondary, skill players, everybody just are hungry and everybody's just fast and everybody's ready to go to the next level.
Exactly. And you guys get a little bit of both each season, some Atlanta teams, some South Georgia. What are your thoughts, though, just looking at this year's schedule, just how excited you are for these premier matchups week after week?
I mean, I'm excited, ready to just get it going. I mean, we've been waiting since winter just to get out here and get ready to play. And now season coming up against Peach County this next week and then getting ready for Lee County. And then we got a real tough region that I'm just excited to go against and get ready for the playoffs.
I think it's the toughest region in the entire state. Najeh and I have talked about it. In terms of just the overall playbook, how have you enjoyed it this summer, just adding new pieces, getting new guys involved?
I mean, the playbook this summer has been a lot different. Just we have a lot of different type of ways we get the ball to players' hands. I mean, we can do a lot of different things. We're very multiple set. I mean, Coach Hazard does a great job at just not being one-dimensional and not being very reliant on a tendency. He tries to adjust his tendencies every week, work on what he struggles on, and always tries to find a way to get better.
Certainly. Well, guys, that's all the time that we have now. We appreciate you guys so much for coming out to High School Media Day here in Macon. We know you guys are a powerhouse. Good luck this season, Coach Sham, and go Red Demons.
Thank you all very much.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here in Macon at Westside High School in the auditorium. So we are joined by Rutland Flag. Excited to talk a little bit about their program. But, Coach, just give us your name, give us a little bit about what you do and how excited you are to kick off 2024.
I'm Coach Moore at Rutland High School, head flag football coach. I'm excited about this year. We have a very competitive group of young ladies. They have came out this summer and worked very, very hard. And I am definitely ready to get the season started.
What are some things you've been working on with them? Obviously, I know it's summer workouts and things like that, but what are some things you've been working on with the ladies to kind of get them, ready for when the time comes?
Definitely been working on catching the ball and definitely flag pulling and working flag moves because pulling the flag is not easy, especially going at full speed. It's not as easy as they make it look.
Talk a little bit about that, Coach. I mean, obviously, we're still learning about the flag football sport, but what are some techniques you can use, Coach, potentially, or things that you got to have in order to kind of be better at pulling the flag?
You gotta find a point that you want to find, like a hip. I typically tell my girls, put two hands on the hip, grab, rake down. That's the best way to pull a flag. If you're just going just for the bottom part of the flag, it moves so much. So it's very unpredictable.
And, Coach, talk about some of the drills at practice to work on that. Is it more footwork oriented, staying in front, the point of it? How are you coaching them up just in practice?
The start of practice, we always do a ladder drill because I always tell them dead feet don't eat. So they're always working on keeping their feet buzzed and always trying to stay in front. Try to stay in front, keep your hips in front of you, and you should be able to pull it.
And the ladder drills, who's the best on the team at that drill?
This young lady right here to my left is definitely one of my best players when it comes to the ladder.
Certainly, Coach. And then, what's just your thoughts? We asked it a little bit yesterday, but just the proliferation of the sport. And for you, I want to ask you this question too. Just, is it easier coaching, girls as compared to maybe boys?
Honestly, it's about the same.
Okay.
Believe it or not, it really is about the same. Once they buy in, once they understand this is what you want, it becomes easy for them.
Certainly.
It definitely. I'm not gonna lie. I tend to like the girls a little more because they get a little more tenacious. They really get after it. When they understand and know what they want to do, they really go for it, and that's what I love.
Would you say, Coach? A coach brought this up as well. Like, girls are probably maybe a little bit more skilled because they can't depend on their athleticism necessarily as much as maybe guys can. They have to depend on certain techniques and have to be really technically sound as compared to maybe the boys.
Yeah, in some aspects, yes. But a lot of girls that I have are more technical sound than speed-wise. So.
Gotcha, Coach. And then I know obviously this is a newer team here in the GHSA. So what has it been like trying to build the culture of this program and turn this into, maybe a playoff contender or somebody that can go deep in the playoffs?
Yeah, we're in our third season. So when it comes to the culture, I want them to have a sister's keeper. I want them to not only love each other on the field, but also off the field. Have a friendship on and off the field. Have bonds, because that's what makes great teams. Because when you care about someone off the field, you play even harder for them on the field.
And then for you, Coach, have you seen? Obviously, you said it's third season. Have you seen, maybe more girls coming out, trying out, or trying to be a part of the team? Obviously with the growth of the sport.
Yes, we definitely saw an uptick in tryouts participants last year, and expect even more next year.
And then girls that are interested in playing flag football that, let's say they maybe can't catch or they're new to the sport itself, what advice you give them just to maybe come out there and give it a shot?
Just like you said, just try it out. You never know. You may actually be a natural at it. And flag football isn't all about just catching. If you can pull a flag, that's great, even if you can block. So, yeah.
And, Coach, what I think is so exciting about flag right now, statewide with football, the entire state has competitive teams throughout the classifications, but it's like all these teams are starting at once, and then you really have an opportunity at each school, no matter where you are, you do things right, you get the right girls, have a special talent on each side of the ball, you can kind of be that initial team to make some noise in this sport. So what do you think of that, just the overall competitiveness throughout the state with all the teams kind of starting at the same time?
Yeah, we all starting evenly, and it really depends on player development. If you develop your players, then you will see it later on. Because if you're senior heavy and next year, you won't have all those seniors. So if you develop your JV team, get a JV team, because not a lot of teams have JV teams. So get you a JV team and develop those ladies, and you'll see the benefits in games next year.
And how hard was the initial process of finding the positions for the girls? Because I assume they didn't come out with a position in mind. You kind of had to look at their skill sets and put them in the right place.
Yeah, you got to figure out who can catch, who can't catch, who can throw, who can kick. Basically, you have to find what they're good at and really, really maximize what they're good at.
Well, could you please introduce your player, just talk about the position and kind of what stood out when she first came out and what she's meant to the program?
Well, this is Miss Azari Lane. I consider her as an athlete on my team. I can put her anywhere, and she will exceed my expectations. One of the biggest things that stood out to me with her speed. She is a track demon. She can go. She can go. She can go. She can go. Also, she's very smart. Flag football, even though I think she's her third year playing. So for her to be played this game of flag for only 3 years, for it to be as complex as it is, she is so smart. And that's one of the things I loved about her. And she can catch as well.
Does she play a little bit of quarterback for you, Coach?
We're working on that right now.
Got you. Well, Azra, I do want to ask you a little bit about, so your coach talked about how fast you are in track. So I want to get you from your perspective, what's it like being out there on that field? Is Is it similar? Have you noticed like hey, maybe I'm a little bit faster than these girls are here since I run track? Just talk a little bit about that.
Okay, so yes, I feel like personally doing flag, it makes me faster, and it helps me at track. So it's really the same.
Oh, that's the opposite. Usually, because we interview a lot of football players, and they say the track helps them on the football field, but you said the football field helps you in track. What event do you run?
I do the 200 and long jump.
Got you. And then for you, obviously I know your coach said you're working on you a little bit at quarterback, but being the athlete, how many different maybe formations or reads and things that you have to know because your coach moves you kind of all around the field?
Okay, so sometimes it do be a little hard remembering everything, but I'm a visual learner, so once I see it, I got it. I know I can do it.
And then, obviously, you're one of the staples in the program. So what are you telling maybe some of the young girls that could potentially be on this team this year? What are you kind of advising for them so you guys can kind of, take that jump and be where you guys want to be?
Yes. Make sure the team has a bond, no matter what. You and your teammates have a bond. Flag, once you have a teammate that can educate you and help you with the things, it'll get really easy.
And then, for you, I know obviously you play offense, you play a little bit of defense as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what position you play on defense?
Defense, I am at safety and corner.
Safety and corner. Do you have a preference which side of the ball you play?
Not really.
No, doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, let's pick your brain a little bit because I know sometimes the safety they're like the second signal call when linebackers usually first, safety's next. So what do you have to do kind of on a day-to-day or even in gameplay to make sure that, hey, okay, you're supposed to be here, like we need to check this? Like what's some of your reads you have to do with your girls?
Okay, sometimes I'll tell them, you got this corner to this corner. And, if you fall back on that, I got your back. I make sure I always tell them, I got you. If you mess up, I got you. I'm right there.
What has been your most enjoyable thing about playing the sport of flag football that you're, fairly new to?
I don't really know.
Really? No favorite thing?
Is there going to be a highlight tape we can check out?
No, it got to be highlights.
It's coming this year.
Got you.
I think that's going to be one of the future aspects of flag football because we saw it probably last month. We had a tournament, and the plays were incredible. And if you make a spectacular play, which some of them were, that one like Hail Mary at the end of that game, that should have made SportsCenter top 10. So I think we're going to start seeing the film breakdowns really start to come out, and that's where the college opportunities are going to come, and they see someone that can play multiple positions. I think that says a lot also.
Coach, when do you guys open the season, the kind of the date, and who's going to be kind of that first matchup for you?
We start the season September 30th against Northeast at 84 at 5:30.
Got you. Do you guys do any maybe like inter squad or any scrimmages with maybe another team before the season starts?
Yeah, we did a summer scrimmage this year against Northside, and it went pretty well. I have a lot of young players, so it was their first live action. So I'm very pleased with what we have.
And then, Coach, I want to ask you a little bit about maybe the conditioning with the sport. I know, obviously, you do the footwork drills with the ladder, but maybe a girl that's coming out that's, trying to be in shape because, like I said, you're doing so much movement. So what would be the best way you say to be conditioned maybe to play flag football?
Run around your neighborhood. Just keep running. In flag football, you don't have as much time to just stand around. Plays can happen just like that. As soon as that ref blows that whistle, you can snap the ball. So while you're running, give yourself about a 2-minute break, then get right back running again.
Got you. And then for you, Azariah, how has being a multi-sport athlete helped you? We know you also run track, you play flag football, but how has that just helped you maybe in other sports, being so versatile and being able to just do so many things?
I'm very coachable, which makes it easy for the coaches. So, yeah, it's really nothing.
Okay.
Do you feel like there's still room to grow with your game?
Of course, there's always room to grow and make improvements on everything to be better.
And so what are some individual goals for this season?
A touchdown. We'll do more touchdowns. 10 flag pulls every game. Every game, that's what I want.
Final couple questions, Coach. One, what can we expect from this group this upcoming year for Rutland Flag?
You can expect these girls to compete. That's one thing I love about this team is they compete, they get after it, and they won't back down from anyone. And I love it.
And then obviously we know about Azariah, but we want to highlight just a couple other players as the final question. Just who else should we watch for besides Azariah this upcoming season for your group?
Look out for Miss Kishley Wimberly. Look out for Miss Kyra Burnett. I call her Nana. So little girl, young lady named Nana. And also look out for a freshman, with the last name of Ivy. She's getting me very excited about coming years.
Certainly, Coach. Well, we want to say thank you guys so much for coming up, just giving a little bit of shine to kind of your program, the Rutland flag football program, Coach. And good luck this season. We'll be watching and hope it all goes well.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here in Macon at Westside High School. So we're joined by Carver Columbus, had a really good year last year, went 10-4. But before we talk about the season, I want to talk a little bit about the show you guys put on. I was very impressed with what you were able to do, Coach, at the 707 at Georgia Tech. Got to know a lot of your players, obviously Matthew, who's here behind us. But just talk about that and building on that, Coach, and going further this upcoming season.
Absolutely. So during the summer, we kind of use that time to really get out and compete. Kind of see what our team is made of. You know, we try to go and play in those big-time 7-on-7 tournaments, and I was very pleased. I think we lost in the semifinals there. We just kind of ran out of gas at the end, but we had a great showing. I think Matthew and Kobe Castlin and Kimari Miles, you know, those guys on the offensive side of the ball, they had a tremendous day. And even defensively, some of those guys in the secondary. And Braylon Jakes, one of the receivers behind me, you know, he kind of anchors all that. So I think we had a really good day there. And that's just something we do during the summer. We're gonna go and compete.
How special do you think this wide receiver group could possibly be? You mentioned obviously your receiver right behind us. You mentioned obviously Miles. How special do you think they could be this year?
Oh, I think they could be really good. I think they have elite potential. Braylon is a returning starter. I think he had over 600 yards receiving last year. Kobe Castlin, he was as far as all-purpose yards, he was one of our top guys on the team last year. And then Kimari, he's emerging to be, you know, one of those guys that Matthew's finding a lot. So I think this group could be really good.
And then in terms of this, Matthew, we'll obviously ask some questions here in a second, but what do you feel like his game progressed? I feel like he didn't really miss any throws when he was at the 707. Looked real pristine, Kristen, and where he wanted to go, and was making the read, and then boom, getting it there. So talk a little about him.
Absolutely. One thing I've noticed about him, he has great touch on his ball. He's done a really good job in the offseason just kind of figuring out coverages and how to attack coverages, learning our offensive playbook, you know, pretty much almost with the same mindset as a coach. And he's done a really good job of being a manager. And what makes him, I think, really, really special is the fact that he put great touch on his balls, and he's very good at ball placement. So, and that's something that I've seen a lot of growth in the last year with. So we're really excited about his junior year.
Certainly. And then let's move to the defensive side of the ball. I know you got a great player on the edge in Tristan Gibbons, but who else should we watch out for on that side of the ball?
Tristan Gibbons. Then we have Anthony Wilson. He's right here behind me. He's verbal to Central Michigan. He's a guy that led our defense last year in tackles. I think he had 103 tackles at middle linebacker. We have a nose guard, Zamar McGee. We're really excited about him. He's a rising junior. Played offensive line last year, but we switched him over to the defensive side of the ball. In the secondary, we have Antavius Watts. He's a returning starter. Ja'Cory West, he's a returning starter. And on the edges, we have Zathan Billingsley and Colin Hodge. Those guys are returning starters for us as well. So, and they had tremendous years last year, all region players. So we're excited about those guys.
And then for you, Coach, what's kind of the standard at Carver Columbus? I feel like it's a great program, but just give us a little bit. What are some of the principles you kind of hold these players too?
Well, one thing about us, we're going to embrace the process. We pride ourselves on being hard workers, blue collar, and a commitment to excellence. And that's on the football field, that's in the weight room, that's in the classroom, that's in the community. That's just kind of what we're about. And that's been a culture and a tradition that started, well before these guys. We're talking about going back into the, to the 80s, and it's just been something that every year, if you come to Carver High School, that's going to be the expectation for you to be a hard worker and a, blue collar guy.
And then talk a little about just the community and how much community support you get from your administration, them coming out to the games to support the boys.
Absolutely. Our administration, they're diehard football. They're great in regards to supporting the football team and all of athletics. We have a, very rich lineage and tradition of, guys coming out of Carver High School and playing big-time college football and going on to the league. And so a lot of those guys, they come back and they pour into the program. And so, we're extremely blessed to have that aspect to our football program.
Certainly.
Coach, I want to go back to that 7-on-7. I live streamed the quarterfinal matchup against Blessed Trinity, and what I just saw was no breathing room for those receivers.
Right.
I mean, it was 7-on-7, but it was so physical, just pushing those guys off the ball, great technique. Just talk about that in your secondary and the effort you saw all summer, but just how that's going to play a role this season, just the physicality.
I think we just kind of blessed with all those guys returning. I think out of last year's secondary unit, we lost one guy, and that was Jeremiah Branscombe. He's at Lenore Ryan now. He does he shows a good and where we shift over because he's a good but they work the run. And I said, just
Guys, talk about this today. I experiment with that. He's going to take you guys. So just
all along between most of the ball. He really worked to find it and to make and play something. He's just regular because I was a man. You got keys that you that you got to we going back Greene and just find eyes, just did there for what done good trying to find people.
Looks like skill position set now. About position was in this offseason.
Matthew's been phenomenal. He's just a student of the game. One thing I tell him, and I preach to him all the time, is that I need him to be the coach on the field. I need him to be me out there on the field. And so he does an amazing job of understanding formations, understanding our offense for schematically. He does an amazing job of being able to read defenses, recognizing blitz. I give him the autonomy to set out protections and all that type of stuff. So he's done an amazing job going into his junior year. He can get on the board and draw up plays and stuff like a coach. So, and that's something we've been working on all summer long. But this past week, he's been kind of in the offensive room showing the other guys, how to get on the board and do the X's and O's in the scheme part of it. So, he's a very cerebral guy, and so he does an amazing job of just leading us offensively.
And then Warner Robbins was talking about how they've been practicing early at 5 a.m. to avoid the heat. What's your practice schedule been like during acclimation, just gearing up?
Right, so our guys are a little different. We come in at 6 o'clock. So we come in at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We go to the film rooms. We're going to have time in our film sessions. We're going to have our defensive meetings, our offensive meetings, our position group meetings. And then after that, we go hit the weight rooms from 7 to 8. And at 8 o'clock, we get on the field. So we go from 8 at night to about 10. So yeah, that's been our acclimation week. We actually on the end of the day.
That's different.
Yeah.
Certainly. Well, Coach, as we toss it to the players, just tell us some of the guys you brought with you today.
All right. So behind me to my right, I have quarterback Matthew Munchin. Directly behind me in number 11, I got Tristan Givens, edge. In the middle right here, number 44, that's our starting middle linebacker, Mike linebacker, A.J. Wilson. And over here on the left, this is our receiver, Mr. Braylon Jakes.
All right, so Coach, you can stay on the mic.
Okay.
We're going to give them this one. We'll start with Matthew first. So, Matthew, obviously I got a chance to see you. Like I said, I was very impressed. But another thing that I kind of take away from your coach is how cerebral he said you are. So, I mean, for you, how have you been able to take that next step? Are you just watching a lot of film? You communicate with your QB coach, your head coach? Like, how have you been able to just to get to that next point?
Of course, watching a lot of film, but also building a bond with the wide receivers to make sure we got that chemistry and that connection. But when the season do get here, make sure we're on point so we can move the ball down the field.
Do you guys do a lot of reps maybe after practice or before practice, just building that chemistry, like going through different route combinations and things like that?
Yes, sir. Before practice, make sure we got a lot of timing because, I mean, we got a lot of different wide receivers, a lot of different play styles. So we got to get the timing right and making sure that I know, like, the way that each wide receiver plays.
Is there anybody that you like to watch, on the collegiate level or the NFL that you like to kind of model, take some different things from, add to your game?
I like Shedeur Sanders a little bit. I like how he can manage the game. Like, he got a lot of eyes on him. He know how, to deal with it.
And then for you, Matthew, before we talk to Tristan, just what is your favorite throw on the football field to make?
Probably a deep ball.
Okay, why you like the deep ball?
I just like scoring.
Quick and fast. I'll ask Tristan a couple. So you had a big season last year, right? 10 sacks, and you got over 20-plus offers. So for you being an edge, what do you feel like is the best part of your game?
My speed. How fast I can get off the ball.
And then for you, I know I've talked to a lot of edges. They say the first step is so important because you can get right past the tackle. So for you, what's the best way to maybe work on that so your first step is super quick?
Just go out on the field, get in the stands, and work on get off.
Got you. Do you do a lot of agility drills or ladder drills to kind of, focus on that footwork?
Yes, sir.
And then for you, what is your favorite part about playing the sport of football?
Just hitting somebody.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You rather hit than get hit?
Yes, sir.
Got you. And then what can we expect from just Carver Columbus this upcoming year?
Some big things. Some real big things.
Got you. No, you're correct.
And then when you're on defense, obviously you got to watch out for the RPOs, the fakes. How do you stay honest but also bring that aggressive, disruptive presence?
If the quarterback keep it, you hit him too. It don't matter who got the ball, you hit him.
So you're hitting regardless. It don't matter. That's funny. We talked to your teammate. All right, so for you, what are you most excited about this being kind of your final season, just being able to, go to war with some of your guys here and being able to just continue to elevate and continue to put that Carver Columbus, brand on the platform?
The most thing, having fun, last season, having fun with my teammates, making sure we all have a better season than last year, trying to excel, trying to leave everything on the field.
If you don't mind sharing, who's been kind of the weight room warrior so far this offseason?
The weight room warrior?
Yeah.
Can you explain that a little bit for me?
So, who's been the guy that's just, been coming in, just been putting in work, maxing out, just been, doing anything in the weight room?
I say Tristan Givens.
Yeah?
That's what
Okay. And then for you, what is your favorite thing about the sport of football?
Being with my brothers, and being my brothers. I ain't gonna lie, being my brothers, playing the sport with them. I mean, I hang around them more than I hang around my own family. So, yeah.
Got you. I asked him a couple as we kind of conclude. So you're a wide receiver. We know you play, obviously, a big position. So what's your relationship kind of been like with Matthew?
My relationship with you, it's been great. We done got closer every year that we done been together. So, yeah.
What on the football field, what is your favorite route to run?
Favorite route to run, probably a post.
Why you like the post?
Because every time you throw me a post, I score.
I thought you were correct.
And then, you mentioned the post, so obviously the safety's going to be involved in that too. So how have you worked on just your overall speed to where you can get past both of them?
Every year that I've been at Carver, I've been forced to run track, so running track helps a lot.
And then what kind of routes can you break off on that post? Once you get that post going, do you feel like it opens up the other routes? And how have you worked on yards after catch on some of the shorter ones?
My coaches pick with me a lot and saying that I got to get my motor going. So when I catch the ball, I just know I get my knees up, I can start moving. So, yeah.
Do you like kind of the deception of the post? Because, like, obviously you can go inside, but there's so many things you can work off that. You can go outside, you can curl. Do you kind of like the deception that you can have against maybe a DB?
Yeah.
Got you. And then last kind of question for you guys. What do you want your senior year to kind of be remembered for?
For us going all the way and finishing the job. Like, we've gotten far before, but it all don't mean nothing if we don't finish the job. We got to win state.
For those watching, Coach, last question. Who do you guys open the season with? Kind of, outlook us a little bit on your schedule. What does that kind of look like?
So we scrimmage. The last couple of years, we scrimmage Lee County. So we open up with the scrimmage with Lee County in Columbus, and then from that we have Whitewater out of Fayetteville. That's our season opener. From Whitewater we have the Heritage Bowl, which is versus Spencer. It's a big classic in Columbus where we play Spencer High School, and then after that I think our other non-region games are Harris County and Northside, and then we get into region play. And our region consists of Hardaway, Spencer, Jordan, Columbus, Sumter County, Kendrick, and I think Shaw. So that's our region.
And then the goals for the season state championship?
That's the goal. That's the goal every year.
100%. Well, Coach, thank you so much for your time and getting to know the Carver's Columbus Tigers this upcoming year. Good luck, and hope to see you guys soon.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School in the auditorium in Macon. So we are joined by Greene County, who had a fantastic season last year. They went 10-2, 4-1 in their region. So, Coach, how do you just build off a great year last year and continue to kind of get to where you want to be?
Just trying to get the boys to understand that you got to go back and continue to go 1-0. I think for our kids, the biggest thing is just having success and understanding what it looks like, because that's the biggest thing you're trying to get over a hump, is getting them to understand what success looks like and what it takes. And I think that's the thing that they understand from last year.
Certainly. And then how has this spring and summer kind of been for you? What were those workouts kind of like as you guys building this summer?
Well, I think the most important thing for us is last year for a single A Division II school, we had 17 seniors. So you lose 17 seniors on a team of 45, and so you got a lot of young kids that you got to count on. And I think for them, it's just been working and understanding that this is the amount of work that it takes to get back to hopefully where we were last year and hopefully beyond that.
And then how many seniors do you have going into this year?
I think we have 9 seniors going into this year.
Okay, so a smaller class. And then, Coach, do you have to take a different approach when you have, maybe like last year, a senior-laden class compared to having a lot of young guys that are trying to get that experience?
Most definitely. Last year, even for a Division II team in the state, we were a lot of, 2 platoon, and we could rest guys. This year, it's going to be a lot of guys that's going to have to play more than that normal 65 snaps. A lot of our players are going to have to play 100, 110, and we're going to have to count on some young guys early as freshmen that we didn't have to worry about last year. Some 10th graders, too, that don't have a ton of experience. But the good news is we got 6 non-region games and then plus the scrimmage that we're going to make sure that we put them in adverse situations fast as possible to see how they respond and grow.
And tell us a little bit about that. You're just talking about the schedule, but who is the scrimmage you're going to have and those non-region opponents?
We have to come back down here to scrimmage Northeast Macon, and then non-region games we have Putnam County, Twiggs County, Harrison County, Laney, Miller Grove, and Morgan County. So the one thing that I think our non-region schedule does is not a lot of single A Division II schools on our non-region schedule. Everybody's kind of, a little bit bigger than us, and so we get to find out a lot faster what we're made of because we don't get to play small schools. We got to play schools that have a little bit more, so that's going to require a little bit more from us.
For you, Coach, has that always kind of been your approach to play those bigger schools so you kind of see what you got, and then, when you go to region play, you feel more comfortable?
Well, I think I try to get our kids to understand that competition is competition. And I think the biggest thing I understand and I want them to understand is that's how you get better. Too many people, worry about being undefeated. But that's not really a concern to ours. We want to be battle tested when we get to that point. Because once you get the game 11, 12 plus, everybody's good. So have you experienced anything that helps you get along that? And so for me, that's the biggest thing. For my community, for example, we start with Putnam. If we lose to Putnam, I'm sure that it'll be a lot of nice things said about me on Facebook. But, of course we want to beat them. But at the end of the day, the Putnam County game doesn't make our schedule. It is those last 4 games. And we want to be ready, like you said, when we get to game 7, because that's the most important thing. And then, Coach, what was the community kind of like, after having such a great season? What was those stands like, them coming out to support you and your boys? It's a lot of expectations. Because we have some pretty nice players that will be leaving us to go play big-time ball. It is a lot of excitement and a lot of expectations that come with that.
And then, Coach, what are your ties to the Greene County community? Because you were at Meadow Creek, Newton, then you came back.
So, when I left Newton and kind of went back towards the city, that's kind of where I thought, I would kind of stay. And the people that I work with in Newton County, you find out that a lot of people that worked in that Newton area had ties to Greene County. So the current principal of Greene County High School is the principal that helped hire me at Newton. The principal before him that did bring me back, brought me to Greene County, we worked together at Duluth High School when we were assistant coaches. So just having ties to people that knew about Greene County. Obviously, I had been a fan of Greene County back, since the Josh Nesbitt before days and seeing it, and you knew that they had talent rich, and, here we are and trying to continue to mine and get kids to be better.
And, Coach, you're talking about guys playing both sides of the ball, upwards of 100 snaps maybe. Who are some guys that you have confidence can handle that, just never coming off the field?
Well, you're going to see 4 names kind of come to mind. Obviously, for us, Kevin Wynn will have to play. And he's been begging for it because for him it's a badge of honor. He will remind me all the time that Justice Terry plays both ways for Manchester, and he feels like, that he's just as good as Justice, so he wants to be on the field the same. Stephen Miller, our quarterback, who will be going to play, he's moving to wide receiver, but he'll be going to play DB at Florida State. And also our linebacker, H-back Rodriguez Mumford Jr., and one of our linemen, Junior Ezekiel Frederick. He'll be on the field. They'll be on the field a ton, and they won't get a lot of rest this year except for on the weekends.
Coach, you're probably pleased with the schedule you've put together, but, how difficult was that, just being in a smaller region, finding all those opponents, and then being able to have the Miller Groves, Harrison County, kind of 2 different styles of opponents to prepare you guys?
Yeah, so I think, it's when not that we're isolated, but it's not very many schools our size in our area. And almost a lot of schools in our area are in bigger regions. So we had to go find games. And I think the one thing I learned, because almost all of my experience before I came to Greene County was at the 7 and 6A level. So the one thing that you get that you need to see quickly is when I got back to Greene, I don't think I understood football is different, i.e., when I was at 786, we're all spread, we're all 10 personnel, we're all a quick tempo, nonstop. You get back here and we see, like our rivals Putnam County, they're going to line up in a single wing. And I'm talking, those who know football know they ain't box single wing. And you don't know which guy's the quarterback, which guy's getting the snap. And for us to win region, we're going to have to beat Lincoln County, which is, Delaware wing team. We see the eye and the pro sets. And so we need to see teams that do different things, like you said. We're going to see the spread in that region, so we need to see a Miller Grove or a Laney. But we're going to also see smash mouth football, so we need to see Putnam, Harrison County, because those are the things that you see in smaller ball. It's not that it is that, coaches do what they know they can do year in and year out. And it's more about the system and how we train our kids from the young age as opposed to, hey, we got these amazing skill guys. Let's put them out in the spread and try to do some of those things. Teams do that, but you see a lot more of the things that are tried and true in a sense.
Well, Coach, tell us a little bit about the guys you got behind you that you brought up here today with you, and a little bit about them.
Quick synopsis, we got our rising junior quarterback, Landon Garrison, who will be with us this year. Senior offensive lineman, Terrence Wright. One of those young men right here, Ezekiel Frederick, who I said will play on both sides of the ball for us. We have our rising junior running back, Trevez Gibson, who has rushed for now over 1,600 yards the last 2 years, 1,000 yards. He was our leading rusher last year. Our middle linebacker, Rodriguez Mumford, who has some Division I offers from UAB, Alabama A&M, and North Carolina Central. Senior DB, the Remus, and wide receiver, the Remus Alexander. Rising junior safety, 2-year starter for us, Jalen Ruff. D-tackle, Tavares Turner in the back. And then rising junior linebacker, H-back, Gunny Armstrong. The thing I, as a high school coach, I think we're adapting to is, FBS colleges, I do love y'all. I love that. But can y'all stop asking for that one last trip before school starts? So some of the big guys had to go hang out with their next school right before school starts. So, but, that's one thing for me. We had a great FCA camp last week, and so though it's acclimation period, we had a chance to get away from FCA camp in Bunn and put on the pass for 3 days, and so we kind of know where we are. So it's not like the world is falling if we don't put on pads as a collective next Monday. And also, I felt to mention one of my assistant coaches here, James Miller, who Coach Miller probably getting ready to retire on me. He's a Greene County legend, played at South Carolina State, played in the NFL, and this might be his last ride with us, so I want to make sure he enjoys it with his hometown and takes in every festivity that we go to. So, he's coached kids at Greene County now for the last 25 years. So, a large part of who we are as a community program is due to him.
Certainly, Coach. Well, we're going to toss it to the players. Anyone that wants to come talk or you want to pick, Coach, just to ask him a couple questions about that.
I guess, RJ, you can start off.
All right, RJ. So your coach talked about kind of your recruiting's kind of going up and you playing both sides. So just talk about just what you're most excited for this season.
Really looking forward to playing with my brothers, man. 'Cause every day I see them getting better. So I feel like we gonna be good this season.
What have you worked on the most this off season?
Really speed and screen. So I need to move faster, sideline to sideline, basically.
Now, do you train more so with your team, or do you when you did your speed and strength training, were you working with a trainer? Kind of talk about that.
With my team, yeah.
Okay. What has the workouts kind of been like for you guys?
It's been a little tough.
Yeah.
Yeah. We get through it though.
If you don't mind sharing, what time did Coach have you guys practicing?
8 to 12.
Yeah, 8 to 12.
So it's not bad.
Not bad.
What's been the toughest part of the off season? Do you guys is it more strength oriented at this part, or is the toughest part perhaps coming up with camp?
Well, the toughest part always, because of numbers, I think for us, it is we want to, I think we have good team speed. I think one of the things that has been synonymous with, my career, whether it was Newton and then even here, is we have good speed at Greene County. A few years, like last year, Coach Miller, 4x1 team finished second, and they're disappointed because the year before they won the state championship in the 4x1. So we've had good speed, and because for us, it's been a lot of that. We're gonna have to play kids both ways. So it's been a ton of you got to get in this heat, you got to run, you got to run, and you got to run. Not that we're running miles, but it's hey. Give us 6 second burst, wait 30 seconds, do it again, and repeat as often as much as possible. Obviously, getting stronger is definitely important, but for us, it's just been that mentality of mental toughness, because I think that's a large part of what it is. Our kids know our expectation of being physical, but if you don't have that mental toughness to go through it and endure, then that's where a lot of teams tap out, and we don't want to tap out, third, fourth quarter because, man, Coach, I'm tired.
What game are you guys looking most forward to this season?
That game 15, that championship.
Certainly. And then for you guys, what has been the most rewarding thing you think just this offseason? As we kind of get the acclimation week, it's kind of coming to a head now that you're going to have practices. So what's been most rewarding this offseason for you guys?
Somebody answer. Picks one. I guess we did nothing this offseason.
They're just ready for kickoff.
Yeah, I think they're just ready for kickoff. For us, I think, I'm surprised they don't have an answer because they know me. So we went to FCA camp, and if anybody can tell you about Terrence Banks, I love FCA camp for what it does for our kids, but, man, you have 40 kids. You worry how they're going to get through it. And every year I've said we ain't doing no more overnight camps. And yet, again, we have done another overnight camp. So I think that's always an interesting experience to see how we get there the first day and then how we leave the third day. So. And
then final questions, we let you guys go. What can we expect from this Greene County team this year?
Our main thing is always is to go 1-0 every day. And if you go 1-0 every day, you see where the chips lie. I mean, obviously, for the kids that were on this team last year and played a lot, you lose to the team that wins the state championship on the last play of the game on the 1-inch line. And I think, that isn't something that we've forgotten that, we were one of the teams that had Bowden on the rope, and we got tackled on the 1-inch line with no timeouts and 4 seconds left. Mm-hmm. So, but what I try to tell them is you don't start at game 12 back at Bowden. You start from scratch with Putnam County game 1, and so we just got to get back to the mission of going 1-0 every day, and we'll look up and see what happens.
Certainly. Well, Coach, thank you guys so much for your time and sharing a little bit about Greene County. Good luck this season. We'll definitely be watching, and go Tigers.
Thank you.
Sir.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Macon in the auditorium. So we're here joined by Scout Smart CEO and founder Diane Bloodworth. So I kind of want to start. We talked to you a little bit yesterday, but I do want to kind of share a little bit. I don't know if the audience can see, so I'm going to hold it up. But you got these wristbands. I hope the players got a chance to see them. They're pretty cool. So this one obviously says Beast. And they have other ones, obviously, Dog, Disruptor. So I just want to get your kind of intel on just the idea of that, because I think, players love wristbands and they love putting them on, for games. We see guys like, Joe Burrow having wristbands from college. Just what kind of went behind the thought process of that?
Well, fortunately, I have some good interns because I'm not sure I would have thought of wristbands, but that's what they told me was very popular. And then, of course, they came up with the most popular saying for them, which is "he's him." And I wasn't quite sure what that was, but I got educated, and now that is definitely our most popular one. We have a lot of fun with them, and it is something they really appreciate and enjoy.
Certainly. We got to know your story a little bit with the analytics and everything from, yesterday, but let's kind of dive into your relationship with colleges because you're trying to find them a match as well. We talked about the players yesterday, but let's talk about colleges. What's that relationship kind of like?
Yeah, so what we want to do, college coaches, there's a lot of data. It's not that there's not any data. It's just that there's so much data to try to go through a database of 70,000 recruits. That's just overwhelming. Or, what they told me is to try to respond to every DM they get on X, right? Every kid with a huddle link is messaging me, and that it's a lot. So what we try to do is make it more efficient by providing a number of ways for them to look at the data and give them some analytics to have insights into those players. And we do a fit score because they're really looking for guys that fit their program.
Certainly.
And talk about the fit score because is that dependent on what they're looking for, or is that kind of separate and then that will just apply to any potential school?
Yes, so the coaches can go in and customize what's important to them, and they can do it at several levels. One would be, I think I may have mentioned this yesterday, am I looking for more higher academic players? But the other is they can go in and customize the skills that they're looking for by position based on their scheme and style of play. So it does allow them to do that as well. They can, whatever is most important to their program, they can put heavier weight on that. And find players that have that fit score that works for them.
And then what was your background just with data and analytics to kind of understand the importance of it and know that this was kind of a missing bridge to put the score on them?
Yeah, it's been a journey. My background is in tech. My whole career worked for IBM, then went out and started my first business in the D.C. area, which was acquired. We did a lot of work with air traffic control and DoD systems, so knew a lot about expert systems, artificial intelligence, and that type of thing. I did an MBA at the U and got paired with a star running back in a class on entrepreneurship. And we came up with a business plan, which was to predict the opponent's strategy using technology. And people laughed at us because this was like in the early 90s. And so, kind of crazy. So it has been a journey in that I took that idea from so long ago, just never let me go. And then I said, I'm going to do this someday. And then started going out and talking to coaches. I went out in, 2006, 2007, and they just weren't ready for that. And you know what really helped us get them to talk about data is the wearables. They started looking at more performance data from the wearables, and then they were more receptive to looking at data for recruiting.
That's so true because there are, let's be honest, a lot of old school coaches where it's about how hard they get after it in the weight room. But once they see like their own players being measured, they understand it. So you're saying that was a process in the 90s. You came up with the idea. What does it feel to sort of be vindicated seeing how much it's been a part of it?
Yeah, I know. I was like, I was in sports tech before sports tech was cool, or even, we didn't even call it analytics, and we just called it data, So it's definitely, it feels great. But you learn a lot on the journey, too, I think. You take a journey for a reason. You don't always just go from point A to point B quickly, and the journey teaches you a lot. And I got to know these coaches and learn a lot from them, because obviously I didn't play or coach. So I've had to really surround myself with people that did to be credible with them.
Do you feel like this can help some players that might not be at a school that has had a ton of recruits coming through, just being able to shine on their own?
Exactly. I remember one player told me if one of my teammates wasn't being recruited, that college coach would have never come and looked at me, because that's the only reason he ended up playing in the NFL too. And so I know there's a lot of guys out there that, just aren't being seen. And some of it is just, a smaller school, an area that's a little bit out of the way. I grew up in a rural part of Georgia. There weren't a lot of college scouts, college coaches coming by, my high school. It just wasn't on the way to anything. So I think this gives us more of a level playing field, and that's what we're all about. And that's why we make it free for all recruits. We also don't want them to not be able to be in our database because their family may not have the budget to do that. We want to make sure every kid is out there. And we think, you know, if they're playing on a varsity team in high school, they probably can play at some level. You know, we work with a range of coaches. I think sometimes these guys are a little unrealistic about where they're going to end up. So, you know, we try to say, hey, think about playing at a D2 or D3 school. You might get an academic scholarship. You know, with the transfer portal today, you know, some of these schools are just farm systems for these other schools. You know, people just keep moving up. So, you know, don't think that you're going to get right now a Power 4 offer. There's just not a lot of those around.
Certainly. This is a little bit outside of Scout Smart, but I do want to pick your brain. You were kind of at the forefront of what we see in today, right? With obviously data analytics, the science of it all and everything. Where do you think we're headed next? Like, we see teams are tracking everything. They're tracking the workouts, right? Nutrition plans, all that good stuff. Where do you think we're headed next in terms of this analytics for the sport of football, or even other sports?
Yeah. I think it's going to affect all aspects of the game. You know, I recently invested in a company that actually pulls all the trends out of how well the game plan is working. You can even do it real time. Devices are not allowed right now, you know, on the sideline, but you can even do it real time and say, this play worked and this is why, and that type of thing. So the way I see it, you know, the coaches will always be in charge and the players will always have to have great athletic ability. But I think analytics from recruiting to game planning to training, I think, you know, it's going to be, I think if we can bring all of that together, and the teams that can really leverage that effectively are the ones that are going to have the best winning record.
Certainly. And then I know you are partnered with Georgia High School Football Daily. I believe, you know, you sponsor their, you know, High School Player of the Week. So talk a little about that partnership with them.
Yeah, we do the Student Athlete of the Week every Friday in Georgia High School Football Daily. So love to get those nominations of the players who are strong on the field and in the classroom. So I'm amazed, you know, in our database last year, we had over 3,000 players with a 3.7 GPA or higher, which is very impressive, I think. So we're looking for those guys, and we want to give them a shout out and some recognition every Friday during the season.
And then what would you tell maybe some people that want to, you know, work with Scout Smart, not necessarily a company, but maybe a young student that wants to come work for your company and wants to get into the analytics space? Yeah,
we do hire interns. So I would say, you know, reach out, follow us on Twitter at ScoutSmart_, or email us scoutsmart@scoutsmartrecruiting.com. Right now I have 2 interns. One is really kind of post-intern, but he was a defensive lineman at Morehouse, and he is working on his master's in analytics at Wake Forest, but does some things with us, still doing some marketing efforts with us. And then we have a flag football player, since we launched Flag, out of Florida, who is doing an internship with us as well. But we're big on using interns. When I first started this, there really weren't a lot of experts in the space. So I'm like, what the heck? They're inexpensive and they're knowledgeable and they're hungry for experience. Let's use some interns. So we continue to have that commitment.
And then final question for you, like you just said, you're getting into flag football. So in terms of your team, do you have a big team maybe, you know, towards the flag football part? As we said, you're kind of a pioneer. You already knew what was going to happen before it did. You got vindicated. So now you're on the forefront of another big trend that's happening in girls sports. So just talk a little about that and the team you have for that.
Yeah, so we tend to stay kind of small and scrappy, but as the market for flag football data grows, our team will grow. But right now we have a database analyst and a developer who really helped us implement of what we needed to do for flag. And then we have, she's with me today, Veronica, who does our social media, and she has a real heart for these girls playing flag football too, so she loves to give them some recognition. We've added Instagram, you know, for tackle football, Twitter, X, that's the place you want to be. But for flag football, Instagram's really important too. So kind of small and scrappy, but, you know, big plans for growth as this develops. You know, in tech too, you want to scale and grow without adding too many people. That's kind of the goal of a technology company, is to be able to be really successful with a smaller staff. So we've practiced that a lot, so hopefully she'll be good at that.
Certainly. Well, guys, all the time we have. But Ms. Bloodworth, thank you so much. I feel like every time I talk to you, I learn something new, especially in this space. And we appreciate you taking the time and being one of our sponsors here at Georgia High School Media Days.
Thank you. Enjoyed it.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here in Macon at Westside High School. Blessed to be here. So, Craig, we got a little bit of time, so let's go ahead and preview some of these Corky Kell matchups. I'm going to let you kick it off. What matchup do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about the first day, Wednesday, August 14th, the first football game played in the entire state, LaGrange against Douglas, Atlanta. Both these teams, if you look at them in the last several seasons, they are all trending completely up. Douglas, when they were in that region with Sandy Creek and Cedar Grove, took their lumps at first. Now, I mean, they can compete with them. They can compete with anyone. And then LaGrange, same sort of thing. The offensive resurgence with Matt Napier taking over. I think last year they had some injuries. We're working in a new quarterback, but they're always solid up front. Their skill players have gotten a lot better. They used to kind of be disadvantaged in terms of the speed, but he's got them running a very sophisticated offense, and I also think that's a team that's been prepared week one. So I think LaGrange, Douglas, Atlanta, that will be a great first game to the season. And then Kell and North Atlanta. Kell has a lot of different playmakers stepping up. North Atlanta is coming off their best ever season. I think that day one doubleheader is going to be very exciting.
I certainly agree. We got to talk to Douglas Atlanta, obviously, yesterday. We talked to John Tay. We talked to Xavier Canales. Obviously, we know about Casey Barner, who's their young freshman coming up. So they should have a really good team this year. And obviously, LaGrange, we're going to talk to them a little bit later with Coach Napier. They went 9-3 last year. But I think that's the best way to kick it off. I mean, those two playing early on to see that physicality and those two great teams that weren't in the Corky Kell last year, we get to see. So I can't wait for that. And then with North Atlanta, I just want to see the step forward that Ian Reynolds can take. I love Coach All and what he does for that group. We know they lost Demetrius Barnes. We obviously know they lost some of their talent from last year and Zayden Benson as well. But what were they going to look like against Kale, who has, as you said, so many playmakers? Jaden George, Kentarius Mooney Gibson coming in, good quarterback in Caleb Narkeezy. So it's going to be a really interesting test to see for both, and I think even better matchups to kind of kick us off. But I do want to ask you, Craig, moving kind of on a little bit, what do you think about the Prince Ave West Forsyth matchup?
You were saying it. With Prince Ave, they're going to have the receivers, they're going to have the talent, but all right, my perspective, I think it's West Forsyth's game to lose. They're at home, they're a bigger classification. Even though you have a two-time defending champ, I feel like there's a lot of pride on the line. West Forsyth's trying to be the best program in Forsyth, be that gold standard. They're not going to want to lose to Prince Ave, and really only one team's beaten Prince Ave the last few seasons. That was Mary Persons, and then we saw how they responded to that. So a lot of pride on the line for West Forsyth. I think it is, though, their game to lose.
That's an interesting take from you, Craig. I would go Prince Ave early with the win on that one. I just think they're too talented. When you look at Andrew Beard, 2027 running back, who's probably going to be one of the best in the country, coming out of the backfield, and then obviously you have Ben Muser or Bobo's son potentially being the quarterback, still battling that part out. But then you got C.J. Dockery, Hudson Hill on the opposite side of each other, and how they run their game so schematically well. I think that's going to be tough to stop. Now, obviously, West Forsyth has some good weapons as well. Obviously, quarterback Maxwell Ravens is expecting to have a breakout season this year, along with James McCallum, their linebacker. But I think just Prince Ave and then what they can bring up front. Then you look at defensively with Christian Garrett off the edge, the Georgia commit. I mean, they have so many guys that can come at you. Definitely don't want to lose at home for West Forsyth, but I think Prince Ave, it's the reason why they've won so many state championships in the last couple of years. And I think, they're going to be ready.
Yeah, and this might be a little different team for Prince Ave. They might have more balance offensively. I think defensively they'll be improved. West Forsyth, they don't really have that one star player on defense, but they are very solid, well coached. They go deep in that linebacker core. They tackle well. And we saw last year when they played Cherokee Bluff, they had such a size advantage just on their overall roster. They ran away with it. They're playing another smaller classification school, but I do think you're right. Prince Ave is going to be able to throw it deep, make them work all over the field. I do think it's going to be close, though. I would not some people might look at that matchup, but do not count West Forsyth out. That is a tough defense. They're going to be well coached. They're going to watch so much film on this Prince Avenue team and know exactly what they're going up against.
And then let's jump ahead a little bit to Saturday. So we didn't get a chance to see them, unfortunately, yesterday. Had bus problems, but Walton. I do want to kind of talk about their program. You are a Walton alum. They're going to have some new pieces in there. Lucas Ferriton coming over from Woodward. Obviously, they're going to have Christian Ward. Alex Ward as well. Jude Cascone. The quarterback is pretty good. Wofford commit. Hitting draft.
Great to him. A four-sport athlete. Jeremy Hecklinski was outstanding, but you look at him, he's probably the most athletic quarterback Walton's ever had, just in terms of his ability to shine in all these different sports. I think his athleticism will impress people week one.
Certainly, I think it's probably one of the better dual-threat guys they've probably had come through the program. And Jeremy's probably the best pure passer that we've seen in their program and how far they went last year. So I think it's going to be intriguing. I think we got maybe one more we can hit before we bring on our next team. But McEachern, North Gwinnett, that seems like that's kind of a budding rivalry. I mean, we talked to both of those teams yesterday. McEachern said they want to go in there and get that win. They won the region and ended up winning after kind of having a rough start to the season. North Gwinnett, that's your sleeper. You're going to have them highly ranked. Obviously, this upcoming season in the rankings and with so many pieces they got, at the running back spot with Tommy Lafayette, the quarterback Ryan Hall, Eric Ronning, and then obviously Nicholas Bookman. They got every player on every level on the defensive side of the ball. Chandler Jordan, we talked to Malachi a little bit yesterday. Jake Godfrey, who's the coach's son, and then Cole Funderburg. They're loaded.
That North Gwinnett defense is outstanding. McEachern is going to play with a chip on their shoulder. We've seen it pretty much all offseason. And then the way they responded last year, they had a slow start. They could have ended up folding, but they rallied back and ended up winning the region and making the playoffs. So I think last year them losing to Brookwood the way they did, a game that slipped through their fingers. They're playing a really tough North Gwinnett team. They're going to come out with that chip on their shoulder, but I think North Gwinnett is just too talented across the board. They have the depth and then so much experience, having 5 starters last season, and now, I guess, 14 or what's the math, 17? Yeah, sorry, guys. But no, they pretty much return everyone, and you add another piece with Tommy Lafayette. That's basically 18 starters returning. They're going to be outstanding. Special teams advantage, I also think North Gwinnett has. And I just think they are a top 10 team, top 5.
What is your biggest storyline heading into the season?
Cass, Brody McWhorter. He has gotten a lot of hype. We saw the deep playoff run he did last year. And you were talking about it a little bit yesterday with JR and Central Carroll. Is he going to emerge as that top quarterback in that class? He's a great opportunity, too. You also have some guys like Darnell Kelly in the mix, but this is a big season for Brody. He has the chance to really blow up.
Yeah, he does. It's going to be interesting to see. They're going to open up, obviously, against Callaway. We talked to them yesterday. We know how great Coach Gates is. Going to have a different offense, not just Sokovie or obviously their outstanding player last year, their safety, but they're going to have, kind of a by-committee thing. But we can't wait. We'll have more storylines and more as the season kind of wears on. It's right around the corner. Acclimation Week is here, and obviously we kick it off next week at McEachern for our Sheriff's Cup Invitational. But that's all we got for right now. We're going to feature our next team who is here, and that's going to be Perry Panthers. So we'll be back after the break. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day here in Macon at Westside High School. So we're joined by Jeff Gable of Georgia High School Football Daily. So you guys do obviously a fantastic job, all throughout the year, updating us with the stats, the best performances of the week. Just talk a little bit about just the great company that you have.
It is led by Todd Holcomb and Chip Say, our editors. They do so much work. They know so many people in the state of Georgia in high school football because they've covered it for such a long time. Ted Langford as well works for us. They have been part of the media for 30-plus years, and they've built some great contacts and great relationships with high school football coaches and communities all over Georgia. And I think what makes it unique is they collect things from all different classifications, all corners of the state. It's truly a state publication, and we've had many coaches say, y'all are a great resource because when we want to know the latest information, we go to you guys because they're able to collect it and they have so many contacts from all over the state. And it's really a great resource, I think, for anything you need to know about coaching changes, big games, playoff races, anything like that. They collect it, and Todd and Chip do amazing work putting all that together.
Certainly, and then just tell us a little about your job and your role and what you do for Georgia High School Football Daily.
I actually work with Ted, and we do the presentations for the Team of the Week, Player of the Week, and Offensive Line of the Week. We have 3 awards. We have some great sponsors for those I want to mention. We have BSN Sports and Georgia Construction Careers sponsor our Team of the Week awards. Sports Turf sponsors the Player of the Week award, and Alpha Insurance sponsors the Offensive Line of the Week award. And what makes it unique is they don't focus on just Atlanta-centric. They don't just focus on big schools. They really honestly have a blank slate every week, and they look at it and say, what was the best offensive line performance of the week? Who was the very best player? Who was the best team? And it's been some very small independent schools that have won it, and it's been some Class 7A schools that have won it. And the interesting thing is for Ted and I, we don't know till after the weekend when they bunker down and pick the winners who it's going to be. So we find out on Monday where we're going to be driving that week. So it could be 10 minutes from our house. It could be 5 hours away. So I got to have all kind of road trips last year. I went to Jenkins County, never been there. Wow. Went to Schley County, never been there. And practically drove to Florida a few times. I was at Thomas County Central, Camden County, and Coffee. So there were some long trips, but they really want to make sure it is a statewide award. And if your team or you have a player, you have an offensive line that is the best, they want to make sure and mention that and award them for it. So
certainly. And then, obviously for you, how excited you are. We got some new awards coming up. So how excited for you to just be able to honor these players with a Mr. Georgia football? Obviously, we're going to reveal our watch list here pretty soon in the next couple of weeks. But how excited are you for that?
I think it's great. I think these teams and these players, these coaches, I think they put in so much work. I think it's great that Georgia does such a good job of recognizing them, all these different media organizations and different groups rewarding them and recognizing what they do. I think it's a standard that a lot of other states don't have. I bet they would look at this and go, wow, y'all have an actual media day for high school football. That's pretty impressive because it's so big in the state of Georgia, and it has just grown even bigger over the last few years. And I think we see the quality of players and teams that we have coming in for media day that we see at these games every week. Colleges know if you're going to find good talent, Georgia is a hotbed for high school talent. And you can just look at rosters all over the country from Division I schools down to smaller colleges. There's a lot of players from Georgia that go to play college ball. So the high school football programs here in the state are amazing and definitely one of the best states in the whole country.
No doubt. And there's been changes with 7A being added, the multiplier with school enrollment. But when I look at the landscape right now and the changes, it is pretty incredible. We're going to have the Class A through 3A also. So what's your take just on the new overall landscape and regions?
I think it's tough. I think Georgia High School Association is probably put in an almost impossible position because it's hard to make 400-plus members happy with everything. So every time you realign or make a change or something like that, somebody might not be too happy, but they really, I think, try to do the best they can with how the landscape is changing because, as you know, there's new schools that come into the state. Every few years there seems to be a new school built. So you can't keep the regions or the classes exactly like they were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, something like that. So they try to tweak it and make as many people happy as they can. Can't make everybody happy, but I think it's interesting to see, every class in the state of Georgia, no matter from Class A all the way up to 6A or 7A, they're all so competitive. And when you get to those championship games and you watch those last few semifinals and final games at the end of the year, they're all great games. Whether it's the smallest schools in the state or the biggest schools in the state, you get some really great competitive games.
Well, Mr. Gable, that's all the time we have. We want to say thank you so much for coming up here, and we love what you guys do for Georgia high school football, and keep doing what you're doing. We'll definitely be tuned into the newsletter.
Thank you. We're glad to be a part of it. This is a great event, and remember, you can sign up for the newsletter. It's free to subscribe. Just send in your email address, and they drop something every day in your box, and it's great information.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School in Macon. We're joined by the state champion program, Perry Panthers. Excited to have Coach here. I know he's been a regular on Craig's show that he has Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So, Coach, how you feeling today? How excited are you for this upcoming season?
Man, we're just very, very thankful and very gracious that it's another football season. We love this game. This game teaches us a lot about life. Man, it just seems like the years are flying by, and we're super excited about the upcoming football season.
For those that don't know about Perry football and such great football that you guys have, in your town, just tell them a little bit about what it's like in the community coming to some of your games.
Oh, man, our community, when we played in the state championship game this past year, I don't think there was anybody left in Perry. And throughout the playoffs, it was that way. And even the home games building up the last 3 or 4 years, our community's gotten our crowds have just been super. And there's a lot of excitement. Perry hadn't had a lot of success in football until the last 4 or 5 years, and the people in Perry were starving for that because, you get it everywhere else in the county. And so the people in Perry are super excited about Perry Panther football.
How have you been able to build this program to where you have it, where people, like you said, were starving, but now it's like they're getting the moment. You relish it last year. How have you been able to get it to that point?
Just a lot of hard work, a lot of consistency, persistence. It ain't always been easy. The motto that I think that really got us here was, water in the root. You got to water, and then to get to the fruit, and the fruit's way down the line. And for example, this is a new season, and we started in January. We started over. This team hadn't done anything. We're trying to get better at today's practice is what we're trying to get better at, getting better each day, because we know that if we do that at the end of the season, we're going to get some fruit.
Certainly. And then, obviously, you said turn over the new year, so brand new team. So recap a little bit. How was the spring and summer as we get kind of to acclimation period been for you?
Yeah, the spring was great. We got a lot of guys back that played last year, but we did graduate some key positions. But, our guys came out in the spring, and they were excited about getting back out on the field. And we had a good spring. Then the summer came around, and, we reevaluated the spring, and the month of June, we got better. And then, we had the week of the 4th off. And then we come back the last 2 weeks or 2 weeks in July or the summer, and we got better each day. And then, obviously this week started acclimation week, and we know that it's getting close now.
Yes, sir.
Certainly is. Coach, I want to just ask you about this region you guys are going to be competing in. I've been saying it, and you guys are a part of it. It is the toughest, deepest region in the state, hands down, if anyone wants to go look at it. How is that going to change your approach to the season, maybe knowing that you guys have been competing for region titles, but this year it's really going to take that focus effort game one?
Well, we preach to our guys, control the things that you can control. And, we can't control what region we're in. We can't control where they tell us we got to play and all that. All we can control is the next play. And so right now, like I was telling, our main focus is the next practice. And then we'll get to our scrimmage game next week, and then we'll worry about that. And then the next week we're open. We'll worry about us getting better again. Then we'll worry about our open opponent. We don't do anything any different. Every game is the most important game on this because it's the next game on the schedule. It doesn't have any thing to do with what the team's name is. The most important game is the next game on the schedule.
And, Coach, I want to ask you about Ahmad Gordon, a guy that poised for a huge season. He's already made such a big impact. What do you expect from him heading into this year? I expect
more. He's one of our leaders on offense, and Ahmad, his nickname's Good, and he's sort of one of the leaders, and he is outstanding with the ball in his hand in space or in a closed space, making people, and then he catches the ball well out of the backfield, and he sort of gets our guys going sometimes. When you can't throw and complete sometimes, or you're missing blocks sometimes, when you turn around and hand it sometimes, he can make somebody miss. And he can make a big play out of nothing. So, we're expecting big things out of Ahmad this year.
How are you kind of looking at the quarterback position this year, Coach? I know you graduated Coach Jen, who's now at Georgia, but how does that look? Is it an open competition? You kind of know who the guy is going to be for you. Yeah,
we've still got, it's always competition. But Cullen McDaniel, who came in last year when Coulter got hurt, it wouldn't have been for Cullen McDaniels, I don't know that we would have won a state championship. Man, he came in at crucial spots in some big games, and we were able to win. He come out, it was a battle through the month of spring, and then we got in June, and then he sort of emerged as our starter. And he is sort of taken the leadership role. I can tell at practice he's more confident. He's more, hey, this is my offense, and he does a good job of spreading that ball around, and we're looking for big things out of Cullen McDaniels this year.
And then obviously we hit on the region schedule, but tell us who are going to be some of your non-region opponents this year, Coach.
Yeah, some of our non-region, we always try to play some tough non-regions to get us ready for region. We'll open up with Baldwin, then we play Peach County, then we play Houston County, then we play Veterans, and then we play East Coweta, which is a bigger school than us. And we play we could be 5-0 or we could be 0-5. But we really believe that you got to play the best or play the best competition that you can to get you ready to go into region play. Once we get into region play, and I failed to mention this a while ago, there's 5 teams in our region that's won a state championship within the last 2 or 3 years. You got Benedictine, Warner Robins, us, and Ware County. That's 4. And then you got Wayne County, who's been a playoff team, second round, third round playoff team. And then you got New Hampstead, who's been a second round playoff team. So, to get in to state playoffs, you got to get in that top 4. And I really believe that, coming out of that top 4, we're going to be battle tested, and it's going to help us in the playoffs.
Certainly. Coach, tell us a little about the guys you got up here with you.
Yeah, I got number 7 here is Corey Pettigrew. Corey made a lot of big plays for us last year, and he's sort of that guy this year. Dakari Anderson, who's at Cincinnati now, but he's sort of the big threat guy, and we got several threat guys sitting back there too. I just don't want to tell everybody about all of them, but Corey playing wide receiver is committed to South Florida. And then I got Jordan Donald here with me. He's our linebacker, and he gets his hands on a lot of balls, and he's going to be good. He's committed to Western Kentucky. I say that right? And he's a big leader on our defense, plays linebacker for us. And then this is Ahmad Gordon, our running back, who is we talked about just a few minutes ago. And then this is Cullen McDaniels, our starting quarterback, who I just got through talking about. These guys right here are high-quality guys, work hard, and they want to do it like Coach wants it done.
Love it, Coach. Well, we're going to toss it to the players now just to ask them a few questions. Whoever wants to go first. All right, Ahmad. So you're probably one of the most, underrated running backs here in the state, but it just seems like every year, your number speaks for itself. So just talk about what has been the most rewarding thing, just playing running back and being kind of the guy, featured on this team.
Stepping up last year, it's been amazing, and then just playing with the guys. And I really don't know how to feel for real. So I really had fun last year. Then going to state, we never did that. So then having fun out there in the state game, was amazing.
When you win a state championship, I want to get it from the player's perspective. How is that next year for you? Are you hungrier? What are you telling your teammates? Hey, man, we want to go back. What's kind of that message just in terms of players?
I tell them all the time, that's last year, so we got to run it back. So last year's state game, it mattered to the community, but us, we trying to win another.
When your coach calls a run play for you, obviously don't reveal the play, but what is your favorite run play that he'll call? Is it the counter, the toss, the sweep? What is one of your favorite running plays?
Counter.
Counter?
I love the inside.
Why the inside?
Because I'm a short, stocky running back, so being inside is easier for me, and then just trusting my O-line, knowing they gonna block this guy, and having holes open up for me and just running through them.
Certainly. I'm tossing to your quarterback. So your coach talked about, without you don't win a state championship, right? So just talk about being ready for when coach had to call you in when, Coulter was dealing with, injuries last year. What was that moment like for you stepping in?
So every week you always prepare as a starter, and when my number got called, I was ready.
And then for you, what's kind of your preparation, from a week-to-week basis, just preparing for a game? I know you watch a lot of film, but what are some other things you try to do?
So we watch a lot of film, and then every rep at practice, you just got to treat it like the game. So when you go out there against, even if it's just a scout team, just everything, you got to treat it like the game.
Got you. What's it like throwing to guys like this? Obviously, Pettigrew, last year, Dakari Anderson, just being able to get them the ball, let them do the thing.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You just got to get it to them. And they make you look real good if you just get it to them. Give them a chance.
Certainly. Last one for you before I toss it to your linebacker. What's your favorite throw to make on the field?
I like the skinny post.
I've heard post a lot.
Yeah.
Why the post?
It's just, you got a lot of space to work with, and if you just get it out there, you let them look good.
Certainly, I'm gonna talk to you Jordan right here. So you're the leader on defense, right? I'm sure coach depends on you a lot for the signals, the calls, and things like that. Talk about the communication with everybody, making sure everybody do what they're supposed to do.
I'll say on defense, you got to be on one page on defense and just trust your teammates that they're gonna do their job. And like I'll say on the defense, everybody out there, we like brothers. Like we talk on and off the field, we constantly communicating. So like communicating on the field should always be easy.
If you don't mind sharing, how important is it? You just talked about the communication, but how important is it to have that relationship off the field? Maybe even be stronger than potentially even on the field.
It's real important because, like, if I can't trust you off the field, how can I trust you on the field? And then a key part is, like, in the weight room, we really get after it. So I see the guys, like, slacking off in the weight room. You know you can't trust them on the field. And I'll say everybody in the weight room, we really get after it, and then it translates to the field.
What does football mean to you?
I'll say football to me, or when I first moved to Georgia, I played a little bit of baseball, and then I got into football, and now it's, like, all I know.
Gotcha. I'm going to ask him the last couple before we conclude. So I got to ask you, obviously, your coach said you're a deep threat. So are you more of a yak guy? Are you more of a down the field? Like, what do you like to run, if you had to say?
So usually I'm a deep threat, so I kick the ball down the field. But I'm trying to get more of yak play. So I want to get yards after the catch. So I want to be more of like make a move, make a man miss. But I'm usually more of a catch the ball. I'm in the end zone already. So, yeah.
We saw that sideline work last year in that state title game.
Yeah.
In terms of that, how do you kind of, work on that in the offseason, if you had to say, just as far as, being able, because sometimes, like I said, you got to make a move. Sometimes you got to break a tackle. You got different things coming at you. So how's the best working? Is that footwork? Just give us a little bit of intel.
So really it's just when I'm in practice, I really got to concentrate on when I catch the ball, like look in front of me, see what I got to do, stuff like that. Because usually I used to have tunnel vision, so I would just run, but now I really focus and, make a man miss.
So you're the guy on this year offensively. Obviously, Ahmad is too. But what did you learn most from Dakari last year, who's obviously at Cincinnati now? What was some things he kind of taught you?
So first thing, never take a play off. That man, he never took a play off. Everything he did was full effort and stuff like that. And then you really just got to, he worked harder than anybody I knew. So you really got to put all your effort into your craft and stuff like that and really try and be the best you can be.
Certainly. Do you have any final question, Craig?
I'd say, what I noticed about your team last year, guys like Dakari, but it seemed like every single player was ready to make a big play. Mm-hmm. And it was all 11 guys each side of the ball. And some games, you guys would run the ball more. Others, you guys are getting open the passing game. What is it about Perry, though, where every single snap, you guys are just all dialed in and giving that maximum effort?
Well, I just think we got players everywhere. Like, whoever we get the ball to, we trust them to make a play. So it's like, we enjoy seeing the players make plays, and it's just like anybody we get to, we think we can make a play.
Well, Coach, that's all the time we got. We just want to say we appreciate you guys so much in your state championship program. You guys are, obviously one of the standards here in our state, and we just appreciate you guys coming out and give us a little bit of your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and we really appreciate what y'all do for not only football but high school athletics in the state of Georgia. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Coach.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here in Macon at Westside High School in the auditorium. So we are happy to be here with LaGrange, a phenomenal program in Georgia. Head Coach Napier right here to my left, 9-3, really good record this past year in the region. Lost a couple guys. Parker Shattuck's obviously no longer there. But, Coach, how excited are you for this upcoming season? What are some things you've been harping on these guys?
Yeah, so we'll have several new faces on our team. We're losing 9 on offense and 8 on defense. So a lot of returning starters not there that we've had in the past. So if you look at our team that we had a lot of experience coming back in the past year, especially last year. So there'll be new faces to our program. We got several seniors that are coming back that we're really excited about, that have the experience that we're looking for. But we also have new faces. So some guys have been waiting their turn. So some veterans we lost with Parker. We lost a lot of really, really good players. But we're excited about the group that we have coming in. Our feeder system, I talk about Coach Blandenberg, our middle school coach, has been extremely successful at that level. And then our ninth grade JV team has been great. We've had a lot of success. So these guys have been kind of waiting their turn in our program, and I think that's kind of how good programs are set up. Your feeder programs bring you up, and then it's your turn, your next step for you to take over as a varsity starter for a team. That's kind of where we're at here as my fifth year as the head coach. Our guys are ready to play. I'm excited. The energy's been great at practice, at the camps. We've been all over the place, 7-on-7s, padded camps, and the energy's great, the effort's great, the attention to detail, the work. Really excited to get on the field with this group of young men.
And then how are you feeling at the quarterback position going into this year, Coach Napier? Just, I'm not sure if you have a returning starter, but just enlighten a little bit. How are you looking there?
Yeah, Malik Kemp had a phenomenal year. I think he had 27 touchdowns last year, rushing and passing combined. So we're losing a veteran player that was a really good leader for our team. But we have Dylan Barbers coming back this year, and excited about him. He has just progressed. We made it to the semis at Georgia, the 7-on-7, the semis at Florida, 7-on-7, and went 4-1 at Georgia State. So his development has been great throughout the season, and so we're excited about him and what he brings to the table. He finished in the top 3 in the Ironman for our team, so he's an athlete with speed and strength. So we're excited about him, excited about where he can take our offense and our team.
Certainly. How excited are you to kind of kick it off this season in the Corky Kell, being featured obviously on TV against game that we're really excited about when you guys play Douglas in Atlanta?
Yeah, so opening season, being the first team in the state of Georgia to play is going to be really cool and be broadcast live on TV. Is something that our players and our community is excited about. Obviously we've got a great opponent to play. Douglas with Atlanta has some extremely talented players, and they've been successful the last several years. And our coach does a great job there. So we know we got our hands full. So we're preparing each day for that battle, and really sets us up to go into a tough region playing a great opponent like that to open the season.
Now, obviously, we're going to talk about these gentlemen here in just a second, but I want to get your thoughts. You said you lost, I believe, 9 offensively, 8 on defense. So what underrated player or maybe a young player you think can have a breakout this year, or a couple players you think have a breakout?
Yeah, so he's a kid that played a lot as a young player for us, but Noah Outland's a special player. He's a extremely talented player. His effort is really what separates him from the average high school football player. He runs the ball and he plays the game really, really physical. He played defensive tackle last year for us. He's transitioned to linebacker. So really expecting big things out of him. And then Javier Easter's a young player that's athletically talented that we're excited about. But it's yet to be determined with a lot of those guys. They're gonna have a lot of things thrown on their plate early, and we're excited about seeing what they do with that opportunity.
Certainly.
And then, Coach, I know LaGrange hit a milestone. I think it was last season in terms of all-time wins. Was that 700?
That's right. That's right.
And so that puts you guys, second all-time?
That's right. So, LaGrange High School is one of the winningest programs in the state, second winningest program. So when we put that star on and we go out on the field on Friday night, it means something special. 11 state championships, 1 national championship is something that separates this program from a lot of programs around the state. The tradition, the men that walk around in our community with a sense of pride. There's several guys, obviously, around our community that were part of those state championship teams. We've had the honor of celebrating those championship teams from the early 2000s. The last couple of years, the 10-year anniversary came up on those, or 20-year anniversary came up on some of those games. So we're excited about where the program is, and we're excited about representing what LaGrange High football stands for.
And then what's the spot going to be like to be playing the first game
is a congratulation to this guys in this program, what they've been able to do to get an honor to play in a game like that to start the season. So, it's going to be really cool. It'll be our first opportunity to kind of be on TV and let these guys, family from outside of LaGrange that may not have the opportunity to see the game, be able to see it. And it's going to be really cool for our community. Obviously, our band, our cheerleaders are excited about the opportunity to be on live TV and all the things that go along with those things. And we're excited about playing it. At the end of the day, it's just the game that we've always played. So, we got to keep that, got to keep level and look forward to growing through that opportunity.
And then you're heading into year 5 now. The offensive turnaround's been pretty remarkable. But just overall with the program, I'm assuming you guys have the boosters in place, the fan support's already there, the history. But, I mean, how just pleased are you just overall with the current state of LaGrange?
Yeah, so we've got great administration. Our athletic program is very, very competitive in everything we do, in every sport that we have. And so everything's in line to where you can be successful. We knew when we took the job a few years ago that it hadn't been kind of the way that LaGrange High School had been in the past, but we knew things were in place to get it to be successful. So, the support that we have is second to none. Jonathan Arrington is our Booster Club president, doesn't have a young man in the program. He just consistently pours into LaGrange High football just out of his own pure will and love for these young men and love for our community. So we're blessed to have people like that. There's so many people I could list and name that make the thing go around, to make this thing special and to make LaGrange High football separated from the average program. And so we're blessed. I'm blessed, and that's for sure.
All right, well, let's get to know some of these players that are going to be kicking off this season. Coach, go ahead and introduce them.
Okay, we'll start this side. I got Harris Grace as one of those returning starters on defense. He plays out our Fox, our field outside linebacker, but he can play anything. He can play inside linebacker. He can play H-back on offense. He can do multiple things. He's been on special teams since his sophomore year. He's actually one of the few guys that is a 3-year starter at his position. So we're excited about him. You'll see number 4 on the field a ton. So we're excited about him and his leadership. He'll be a captain for our football team, and his energy is great. So excited about Harris. Next, Caden Sutton is another guy who's played our bandit safety and has done a tremendous job. Started last year, started some games as a sophomore as well. So great experience. Caden is a phenomenal baseball player on our championship contending baseball team. He's just a really, really good player. He's been a pitcher and an outfielder for us. And Spencer Stroud is a defensive end and tight end for us. Is a guy that's played a ton of ball last year and is ready to step into that starting role at defensive end. And we'll have a hard time keeping him off the field offensively as well. So excited about him and his work ethic and where he's gotten to the point to where he's a big contributor to our football team. Jay Mitchell is a guy that we're extremely excited about. Plays both DB and wide receiver for us. He's going to do a great job. Has been waiting his turn to be a big contributor to our team. Has had unbelievable all season, 7-on-7s, and has been a playmaker for us. So excited about him. Drake Williams is another guy that's been waiting his turn to play. He's a will linebacker for us. Will knock your head off. And just plays the game that it's the way it's supposed to be played. His physicality, his effort to the ball, his leadership, his energy is great. Clanton Rice-Singer's offensive lineman, a guard for us, has played some center for us, has played a good bit last year, and we had a veteran group of offensive linemen, and he's an undersized guy, but we couldn't keep him off the field. His edge, his physicality is different. Grayson Cockrell is an explosive player with the ball in his hands, played safety for us. He was just written up as one of the sleeper players in the state of Georgia. Was a safety for us last year, had 3 interceptions, was our punt returner, kickoff returner, and he's going to play a ton of wide out for us this year. So really excited about this group, excited about these young men.
All right, Coach, so we're going to let you could choose or a player that wants to just talk to us.
Yeah, that'd be great. Harris Grace, come on up here. It's Captain Harris.
I'm Harris Grace. Nice to meet you.
You too. So your coach said a lot of raving comments about you. You're the captain. You kind of, do it all. He said you can play inside, outside. So Talk about that versatility part of your game, how you able to be able to play so many spots.
Well, I've always been an outside linebacker since I got here. Coach Drew Eady, he brought me in and he worked me to the man I am today. And then Coach Thomas and Coach Nape told me that I might be playing a little bit of middle linebacker this year. So I started going to the morning workouts every morning at 6 in the morning? Every morning, got to know all the plays for middle linebacker. And we got Noah Outland stepping in at middle linebacker too, so he's going to help me out there. And, being able to play everywhere really helps you understand the defense, like what's happening, the D-line, the middle linebackers, what the corners are doing, what the safeties are doing, all that stuff.
In terms of that, it says like you can know all of what they do. So do you have a lot of communication with them? Like,
Yes,
hey,
sir.
like you're supposed to be here, you're supposed to be there.
Yes, sir, I do.
So talk about what's it like for you in the meeting room. I feel like we don't talk about that enough. Are you leading some of these meetings? Obviously, we know what your head coach is, but are you telling guys, hey, you're supposed to be here. Hey, this is what we're responsible for.
Right. So in the team room, when we watch film like practice film, if somebody does something wrong, I'll let them know that you got to correct this, what you're doing wrong, what you could do to do this better, and kind of just correcting the little things.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
What does the black and blue mean to you?
The black and blue means everything to me, man. The last interview I was in, I let them know that I'd die on that field with this jersey on, man, and I wasn't lying. I mean, obviously that's just passion, but you know, I worked so hard to get where I am today, and I had a little injury, and you don't realize how important it is to you until you're there, and I'm just so happy to be back, man.
I can tell you're passionate.
Yes, sir.
What drives you, man?
Sir?
What drives you?
What drives me?
Yeah, what motivates
playing
you?
for my teammates, playing for the town. It's a legacy thing, man. I want everybody to remember who we are. I want everybody to remember who Class 25 is. Yes, sir.
That's the leader right there.
For sure.
So what excites you most just about this defensive group, to be able to get out on the field with them, but just looking around that secondary up front, that's going to make you guys really tough?
The Granger defense is known for stroking everybody on every play, so 11 hats to the ball at all times. We want other teams to watch film on us and know that we're coming to play 4 quarters. We want to see if y'all can be physical for 4 quarters with us, man. We want to know if you can keep up with us. We want to know if you can get hit in the face, if you're going to stay down, or if you're going to get back up. And we just want to bring the fear into people.
And then at middle linebacker, what are you excited about just playing that role this year?
Oh, just being able to bust through A gap, B gap, and C gap, man. Straight on, head first. If a fullback comes, you just take them on and let them know you'll be here all game.
Coach Napier, do you have to hold him back at practice at all?
We got a few guys we got to hold back. The energy and the passion. I mean, that's why when you put him in the role as a leader for us, and he exudes that. And he brings it every day. There's no off days, and that's kind of what separated. We've had that great leadership in the past, and he's just carrying on that tradition. I think Parker Shattuck held that role last year. Would come in every day. I tell you, Noah Outland's going to bring that next year as a senior leader too. So we've had that, and I know that we've got a lot of players. There's going to be a lot of players with the same mentality, and I think that's how you ask Coach Thomas, our defensive coordinator. That's how you play good defense, was with that mentality.
Coach, talk a little bit about, just real quick, your non-region schedule. We know you obviously kick off in the Corky Kell up against I lost my train of thought.
Douglas of Atlanta.
Yes.
So we open with Douglas of Atlanta and the Corky Kell, and then we play Early County. So that's our 2. We've got a big, very competitive region schedule, and so those are our 2 non-region schedules. Obviously, Early County brings a perennial South Georgia power that brings that physical edge that I've had the honor of coaching against for several years, and so we know they'll bring a great challenge to us. They've been deep in the playoffs year in and year out, so those will be competitive physical football games against talented players that will prepare us and get us ready to play in that region play.
As we close, the final question, what can we expect from the LaGrange Grangers this season?
Oh, just excitement and energy. We expect some growing early for all these new guys that are going to be in new roles. And so the passion, the energy, you won't see a Granger team that steps on the field that would ever give up. I think you get that energy from these young men every day. The passion, the fight, the work that they put in is uncommon. And so I think you'll see a group that the town will be proud of, that our school will be proud of, and these young men are excited about representing that star and representing LaGrange High School. And so we're excited. Look, new faces, but we've got plenty of guys that can make plays, and looking forward to the new faces making those plays this year. And as a coach, it's exciting and looking forward to big things out of this group.
Certainly. Well, guys, we can't wait to watch them up close in action against Douglas Atlanta to kick off our Coca-Cola Dave Hunter Classic this year. That's all the time we got. Thank you so much, Coach Napier, for coming out and sharing a little bit about your program.
Yes, sir. Go Grangers.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here in Westside High School in Macon. So we're joined by Westside Macon, who went 14-5 last year, 16-0 in the region before losing East Coweta in the playoffs. So, Coach, how excited are you for this upcoming season?
Very excited. We'll be starting our third season here at Westside for flag football. And when we started the program, we didn't really know what to expect. We got a lot of attention from girls that wanted to come play and try out. And 2 years later, we've won 2 area championships, won 27 games, won 3 playoff games, and we're young. That's the best thing about it is we've only had 4 seniors in 2 years. So Taylor Towton started as a freshman at receiver, led us with 9 touchdowns, turned into our quarterback last year. She ended up being offensive player of the year in the area. So we're young, and they're all back. So very excited about the season.
If you can, Coach, I don't feel like we've asked this question on the telecast yesterday or today. What is it like going through that as a coach when tryouts are happening? You got all these girls trying out. What's your roster size usually like that you kind of have to cut down to? And what do you usually look for if you're going to say, okay, you made the team? Okay, you did make the team.
Yeah, in an ideal world, I wish we usually keep around 20.
Okay.
And I'd like to keep 30 and have enough to do a JV team because we have plenty of girls come out. But having more help would help out. But the fact that you got to cut girls is a good thing. I mean, when you have that many girls that are interested in coming out. But we've been blessed. Like I said, we started the program 2 years ago when we were real young, and they're all juniors and seniors now. So we're really excited about this season and seeing what we can do.
And then in terms of depth, you obviously talked about potentially in the future building a JV freshman team. How do you look in terms of that? I know you're really young, but we have like a lot of players platooning, switching in and out. How did that kind of look for you?
Well, fortunately, we've been in some situations the last couple of years where we were able to get girls in the game, so they got varsity game experience because we were winning, well enough where we could get other girls in. But it's tough because you got to get those young girls reps because you want them to be ready to play when it's their turn. So it's a tough balancing act.
Certainly. And we know about Taylor. We're going to talk to her in just a second. But what other players should we watch for Westside Macon this upcoming season?
Oh, my goodness, man. Where do I start? We had 6 girls last year that made all area. Sade Reed returns, our starting running back. She had almost 700 yards rushing last year. Our center, leading receiver, Destiny Spencer returns. I think she caught 50-something passes, and we don't throw it a whole lot. So 50 catches, that's a lot of catches for us. Kayla Lucas has been playing this will be her 3rd year starting. Zylia Dinkins. I mean, we've got so many returners that we're excited about the opportunity this year.
And then what does the schedule kind of look like for you guys? When you guys start your opening game, I know everyone's different. Some are September 3rd, some are in October. But when does the first game kind of start for you guys?
I can't remember exactly when it is. It's in October. I have to back it up a little bit because our girls play other sports, and it's difficult. I'm actually the head basketball coach here, too. Taylor plays basketball. Half the girls are on the basketball team, too. So it's extremely difficult putting a schedule together, start dates, because some of them are playing volleyball. Some of them are. It's tough, you know. And then I'm coaching basketball as well. So I think we start in October, and we usually play about 2 games a week. We're just excited.
Have you seen any parallels, Coach? Like, as you said, you coach both, coach the basketball team and football. A lot of coaches have said kind of footwork. Is that kind of similar parallel? Like, would you say you see any differences in the games?
I don't. I think it all translates. I think the biggest thing is just when I got the job, I was a little apprehensive because I've always coached boys, and now I'm coaching girls. And I'm not a quiet person at all. I'm a loud, fiery, energetic person, and I was nervous I didn't know how the girls would respond to that, but they have actually responded very well. And once again, we're excited for year 3.
Sir.
And then you were mentioning the area championships. Have you looked at it at all? Is it going to be similar teams, or have you guys been placed kind of in a new classification?
Yeah, we did change. We dropped down to Division I, I believe it is, and we get to have Southeast Bulloch in there, who has never lost a game since they've started. But our region is pretty similar. Still a lot of the Macon schools. I think we got Mary Persons, who's a good program, Jackson, Pike County. So we're in a little different region. But the expectations and the standard won't change. We expect to win. We're going to work hard, and once again, we're excited.
So you'll get Southeast in area play?
No, they'll be in. That will be playoffs. No, yeah, we don't need them in no area play.
And then obviously, we're going to talk about your outstanding player right here, Taylor. So I'll direct the question to her. So your coach talked about you being a receiver, and then I think you know moving positions. So how were you able to do that? What was that transition like, moving from to 2 different positions?
It was very different. Like I had to, you know, get comfortable with being a quarterback because like you leading the team or your back. So yeah.
Certainly. And then for you, Taylor, how are you able to be so dominant on the football field? I feel like you can just do so many things well. So how you've been able to just, whenever coach asks you to do something, you're able to do it and be able to do it at a high level?
I just try to do my best, try to do what he says, and work hard.
Certainly.
For my team.
Do you enjoy a sport more? I know you play basketball as well. Do you enjoy basketball more than flag football, or kind of the same?
It's kind of the same. But probably basketball.
Basketball?
Yeah.
What position you play? I think you play guard, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you're on the court, what is your favorite move to do?
In and out crossover.
In and out crossover. Love that. And then on the football field, let's say, I know coaches don't move you around, but let's say, what's your favorite route to run? If you're running a route.
She scored a lot of her touchdowns on the go route.
On the go route?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now she's throwing the go route, so.
And, yeah, I mean, that had to have been tough going to the quarterback, but what do you think about your receivers this year?
I feel like they're going to be very good, but we're going to remain humble.
And then have you noticed opponents have tried to put pressure on you, rush? How do you handle that?
As my coach said, he always, tell me, get deep, so.
Because she's so athletic. Yeah. Girls sometimes they don't know how to take the right angle.
Yeah.
So if you just get deep, she's so athletic and so fast that she can just run around. I mean, she ran for 1,000 yards this year and passed for 1,200 yards. I mean, in 19 games? I mean, it was impressive in her first year. I mean, because playing quarterback is not easy. I don't care if it's little league, rec ball, middle school. Playing quarterback is not easy. And I'm very demanding, and she did really well in her first season.
Certainly.
She's got 2 more to go.
And then for you, have you noticed, more, obviously your coach talked about more girls have you been trying to encourage more girls to kind of come on the team and play with you?
Yes, sir, I have. Like at school, some girls, they'll be scared to come out and play, but I was like, you always got to have confidence in yourself.
For sure. And then if you say maybe a girl that's kind of apprehensive on maybe coming out and playing with you guys, what would you tell her, that why flag football is a cool sport to play?
I mean, we be going so far, so you should come out and play.
Got you. Does she play defense as well?
She did her freshman year. She played cornerback for us, so she played receiver and cornerback. But I'm old school.
Okay.
When you play quarterback, to me, that's the only position you play because I'm so old school. And so I didn't play her much at all on defense until towards the end of the season. I put her defensive end one time and just go rush the passer. Don't let the passer get outside of you. She did it perfect. But I'm just so old school. I don't want my quarterback getting hurt because she's so valuable to our team that I don't want her to get hurt playing the other side of the ball. But she could play anywhere. I mean, I think one game we played Mary Persons early in the year because they throw it all over the place. Our free safety struggled, and we put her back there and said, just get 20 yards deep and don't let nobody behind you. And she did outstanding.
Certainly.
She can do it all.
And obviously, she's the speedster on the team, but have you guys been able to implement any pitches? Can anyone keep up with her on the outside?
We don't really pitch it a whole lot because in flag, when that ball hits the ground, it's down right there. So we run the buck and the waggle, and that's old school. And I learned that from Clint Sanders at Dodge County when I was trying to figure out what are we going to run when I started the program 2 years ago. And we snap it to our quarterback. We bring the running back across, and we let our quarterback read the backside in. If they go chasing the ball, you keep it. Then we've actually put an RPO in as well. So we don't do a whole lot. We got about 15 plays, but we run them plays over and over and over and over, and it's been really successful for 2 years.
Certainly. Well, Coach, we want to say thank you so much for coming up and sharing a little bit about your team. Obviously, Taylor's a phenomenal player for you and just featuring the Westside Macon program.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, sir. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School in Macon in the auditorium. So, Craig, we've seen a lot of flag football teams over the past couple of days. So let's talk just a little bit about that. I mean, we just had a great team in Westside Macon, got to learn a little bit about them. But what do you think overall of just the sport and what we've been able to see?
I think what the last coach said about his play calls, how he's running 15 different ones, they're kind of trading it with other coaches. Hey, what works? A lot of these coaches have never coached flag before, so I think we're going to see these playbooks really evolve. Once girls start to understand it and you have multi-year starters and you can see what works, I think they're going to become a lot more sophisticated, hard to defend, and we saw it already at the Corky 7-on-7. Some teams like to pitch it. Some teams have that mobile quarterback. Others have the big arm. And so we're going to see a lot of different variations, and I think it's going to continue to kind of get more complex as the seasons go on.
Yeah, I think when I watched the state championship, I really enjoyed the creativeness and how, innovative these play callers were, like just running just so many different plays, like, one having the running back come over and then having the receiver do an out route, or just how many different combinations you can run. So like you said, to your point, I think that's what flag football is going to eventually evolve into, just a phenomenal program or phenomenal just plays and just, programs that you're going to want to see. I think for me is the parity. Obviously, Class A, 4A, Southeast Bulloch has been dominating. But I think 7A, it's been a new champion every year. West Forsyth, Hillgrove, Blessed Trinity, Pope. So there's so much parity in the higher classifications and teams that are getting hot in the right time. So I think that's what's so cool right now is some of the parity in the sport, and also you got a little bit of the dominance as well.
Yeah, and I think BT decided to play up. Some of these new schools that wanted to stay local in the region decided, hey, we're just going to play and travel less. So I think that has actually benefited them. But with the new classifications, you're right. More programs are getting into it for the first year. And I'm interested, some of these schools that are basketball powerhouses, can they get those athletes out? And I think if that happens, it's going to be very tough because we haven't really seen those big mismatches, the dominant receivers. And then where do you put your best athlete? There's a huge advantage of putting them at the quarterback position when you have only one rusher to be able to flush outside, beat one person, and then take off. So there's a lot of strategy involved, but I think it comes down to where you're going to put your best athlete.
And then other teams we saw, which one are you most excited to see maybe this upcoming season? We got to see McEachern, Milton, so many teams that are 7-on-7 invitational tournaments. So what are you most excited to see this year?
I really liked McEachern and also Columbus, but I think, was that more of an all-star version of that team?
I think so.
Yeah, I think they had players from all around. I was really impressed with that coaching staff and what that group had. I don't know how good Columbus will be individually, but they're always good at softball, a lot of softball players, a lot of volleyball as well. But with McEachern, their quarterback, I don't remember her name, but she was so polished and comfortable with the ball, the decision-making. I think she has a chance to really make a run this year, and we have that Mrs. Georgia Football Award as well, and I think she is definitely a girl that can earn that.
That is Chelsea and Joku. Got her yesterday. But, yeah, I 100% agree. I think just athletically, you don't really see that every day, just somebody that can just dominate like that in her improvisation, everything she was able to do. I think in kind of the last point, obviously before we go to break, I think I'm most excited to see some of these rivalries. We've seen Pace Academy talking about, how great Calvary Day is. We've seen Pope talking about the rivalry potential with Blessed Trinity. So I think what I'm most excited to see in the underrated part of the sport is the rivalries that are starting to kind of brew now in flag football.
Yeah, for sure, because that is something that hasn't existed yet. And then who's going to be the first team to knock off Southeast Bulloch? And that is quite a run to go that many seasons undefeated. They're the team. I heard it here. They have that target on their back. They are the gold standard right now.
Certainly. Well, that's all the time we got for now on flag football. We will send it to break and be back on the other side with the National Guard.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. Gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need the path that we take it. But it's what you do.
All right, welcome back. So we're joined by the National Guard, Staff Sergeant Alex Dickey here. So I want to ask you a little bit about what are some opportunities that you have for some of these students that are considering the National Guard and, want to maybe make that their next option?
Okay. Some of the opportunities we have for high school juniors is our split option program, which allows you to go to basic training during the summer of your junior year, and then allows you to do your job training during the summer of your senior year. And for high school seniors that are thinking about joining, you could also join earlier on in the year and join our RSP program, which is the Recruit Sustainment Program. In that program, you learn about the Army National Guard while also receiving a paycheck while you're in high school. So that's one of the big benefits of it, in my opinion.
That sounds pretty cool. And then, talk about that part of kind of starting a little bit earlier. Sometimes, I feel like in the past we maybe seen a senior year coming to schools, being present, but starting, like you said, your junior year and being able to kind of know, okay, hey, this might be an option for me.
Yeah. So starting in the junior year, you enlist in one of the months of your junior year. And, you start getting paid right away through our RSP program. So you go to RSP, you do drill, you learn about the Army National Guard. And then in that summer, you ship off, you go to basic training, and you're getting paid full-time. So you come back from basic training as a rising senior, and you come back with a full paycheck in your pocket, which most high schoolers don't have. You don't have that full-time job. And then throughout your senior year, you continue in the RSP, which is the Recruit Sustainment Program, and you do that throughout the whole year while still receiving the paycheck. Learn about the Army National Guard. You graduate high school, you go to your job training, and now by the time September comes, you're already done basic training, you've done your job training, and now you're ready to start life and start your civilian career.
Tell us a little bit about your journey, your story. How did you kind of get started with Georgia National Guard, just being here, and what has it meant to you?
Okay. So being in the Georgia Army National Guard means a lot to me because I'm from the state of Georgia, originally from Fort Valley, Georgia. So it means a lot to come back and serve the community that I'm from. It feels good to be a part of that, and especially being a recruiter because I have a direct influence on the youth. So I go into the high schools, talk to them, and that's the most rewarding part of my job is giving back to the community and giving these young people some opportunities and a way to make a living for yourself.
And then in terms of recruiting, is there anything specifically that you kind of look for that, maybe some boxes you got to check off or
yeah,
about that?
So we're looking for college-bound athletes, people who young, fit, intelligent people. And, you want to have a self-driven individual. You want to be self-driven. You got to be motivated. And you just got to be wanting to make a change in your community, want to do something positive for your community, to be a positive influence for the local community in the state of Georgia.
Certainly.
And you're recruiting now, but going back to when you were deciding to go this path, how did you kind of decide to make this decision?
I knew I wanted something better for myself, and as we all hear, we know the military is a great sacrifice, but it's also something to be proud of. So I wanted something to be proud of. I wanted to continue my family history of serving. My dad and my brother both served, so I wanted to continue on to that, and I wanted to do something positive and be a role model for my kids, my nephews, nieces, and I feel like this is the way to do that.
And you mentioned your family. Anyone else in your family, have they gone this route?
Yes, I have a long history of family serving in the military. Not necessarily the National Guard, but just service in general. And that stuck out to me, and the National Guard fit my need and what I wanted to do locally and stay in the state of Georgia. And so I continued on to that service and tradition.
How has the National Guard just, helped you, mature, just helped you just as a person in general?
Well, right now I'm speaking to doing an interview, and normally when I first joined, I wouldn't have been able to do this, but it taught me that leadership, public speaking, just getting over your fears and just jumping out there and doing it. So that's something that the Army National Guard can definitely provide for you, and it can change your whole mindset. My mindset from when I first joined to now is totally different, and I'm a very successful young individual.
You talked about your mindset. What has been just your favorite thing so far?
My favorite thing so far, like I said, it's recruiting for me. I enjoy doing what I do, just seeing the lives that change. You can see the impact. You put a person in, and they go through basic training, AIT, come back, and they come to your office and meet you, and they're a different person. They're changed. They have goals. They're driven. And just seeing them complete their goals is rewarding for me. That's what I enjoy.
Those that are interested in joining, where can they go potentially to sign up, or who can they get in contact with in order to join the National Guard?
So to just contact and join the National Guard, or if you're interested and want to hear more about the National Guard, you can go to the Go Army Guard website, or you also can reach out 1-800-GO-GUARD.
Certainly. Well, that's all the time that we have for now. Thank you so much for joining us, Staff Sergeant Alex Dickey. We really appreciate it, and that's all the time we got for now. welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days. We're joined by Central Macon. So, Coach, I want to talk a little bit about your first year with the program last year. So, what were some takeaways? I know you obviously had growing pains. You're building a program. Just talk a little bit about that.
It was a lot of culture change. We had good kids, and there was a good foundation administratively there, but there were some factors, outside factors of getting our guys to understand how to focus on primary details every day, getting to practice on time, practice organization, being able to work well with others, doing things from an advanced standpoint, all the way breaking down to even learning the game. So one thing I can say is I'm almost grateful for the struggles that we had last year, because it made me have to go back and become a teacher of the game again. A lot of times when you take over programs, kids have a big foundational knowledge of how to play and some different terms. But with me,
Today is Thursday, July 25th. I'm Tim Darnell, bringing you this latest political update from Atlanta News First, from our Midtown Atlanta breaking news desk, and a presidential election that looked completely different just a week ago has now taken, over the past 7 to 10 days, some of the most unprecedented turns in American political history. Here's a look at all of the breaking political headlines that we're following for you at this hour right now. Last night, President Joe Biden, in a nationally televised address, told the nation that he is officially not running for re-election in 2024, and that has paved the way and opened the door for Vice President Kamala Harris to announce her presidential candidacy, and she is already in the process of securing enough Democratic National Convention delegates to secure the nomination in just a couple of weeks. All this happened at the same time Donald Trump held a rally in Charlotte, North Carolina on Wednesday night. In the wake of former President Trump's attempted assassination attempt, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle has resigned, and we are continuing to follow all of the latest polls in the 2024 election, an election that is shaping up to be a contest between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
That's a group that we're projecting that before that group graduates, they're going to do something really significant at Central. And what we're trying to do is just get our senior class right now to get a leadership role with them and pull them along, so where we don't have to wait 365 days to see the results of some of this. We can kind of get into it now. And the kids are having fun because we're finally starting to see some progress. They can actually look at practice film and see ourselves getting better from where we were 365 days ago. So it's making practice go a little bit better.
And then for you, did you guys participate in any 707s, any camps, patty camps, anything like that? How's the summer kind of been for you?
It's been good. It was something that was somewhat unfamiliar to them. They didn't do much of it before I got there. And this summer, we just went on a world tour. We did a contact camp. We went to a couple of 7-on-7s. I partnered up with some programs that I'm friends with, and we just did some private throwing sessions with each other. And at least once or twice a week, we were putting them on the bus, taking them someplace so they can get into competitive situations without necessarily having their hands held. And you could see the progress from 1 week to the next week to the next week, whereas in week 1, we're having to do a lot of explaining on paper. The last one we went to, the kids are making corrections amongst themselves, and we're just starting to see the slow progress that you want to see when you're going into a season where you want to make that next step. And you couple that with a region that we're playing in this year that's got some of the best coaching in the state of Georgia. That's critical that our guys have those self-propelling skills that are going to make us be able to be competitive from night to night.
Certainly.
Coach, you were talking about how last year really made you look inward as a coach, but you got the opportunity to kind of shape your schedule in the non-region. So what was your thought process behind these opponents and just using it as a kind of stepping stone for you guys heading into this tough region?
Well, we are conscious that every night that we're playing in our region, it's going to be tough. I was talking with one media member, and he was calling it, I almost want to call it the baby SEC, Coach, because you have a lot to deal with. So from a non-region standpoint, we wanted to make sure that we challenged our kids, so that it's not a shock. When you stand in front of someone and they're demonstrably better as far as their physical capabilities and some of the history they have in their programs, you're not going to be shocked, because from a non-region standpoint, you've already had a chance to get into a fist fight. So now when we show up and we're playing some of these traditionally good programs, our kids are not going to go into it with their eyes closed. They'll know what to expect. And, when it comes time to put pen to paper, they're going to be ready to go.
And then in terms of the staff, year two, any changes with this, or how are you guys rolling?
Yeah, we went through a bit of a change. We had a longtime defensive coordinator, Jonathan Skip Williams, that accepted the defensive coordinator's position back home in Clinch County, where he's from. And so I went and found a defensive coordinator that was a defensive backs coach at Howard High School. But the thing I liked about him is that he was young. Me going into my 26th year, I love young coaches because they've got that spirit about them. And he's anxious to get with the kids, and they've been working together. They understand, socially they understand each other, not just on the field, but off the field they can kind of relate to each other. So they've had a lot of success. And one of the guys that has been on staff, Derek Evans, one of the better athletes that's ever played at Central. Now I'm elevating him up into an offensive coordinator's role, and I'm just sort of, framing what he needs to do to be an effective offensive leader. And I've got another coach that was doing some club football at Central Georgia Tech, Bobby Cumby. He's a longtime trainer in the area, had done some good work in the Middle Georgia area, was a great player at Northside, Warner Robins. We were fortunate to get Patrick Ray to take over our offensive line. He was the head coach at Twiggs County last year, and so he brings not only a skill of being able to teach the game, but he's got head coaching experience. You can't create that. We've got a couple other guys that we're working some things out. They try and get on staff, so we're putting together a pretty good group that's going to not just be good coaches and good men, but most importantly for me, they're going to be good everyday teachers, because it puts us in a position where we can make sure our kids know the game, because it doesn't matter how much we know, it's about them.
Speaking of knowing your kids, let's introduce them right now.
Okay, we've got some good guys with us today. Right here, this is one of my seniors. There's Rashawn Brantley. He's a senior that's going to be playing for us along the defensive line. This is another senior right here. This is Nike Walker. This is probably our bell cow on the defense. He's going to be our middle linebacker, and he's an all-region kid, and he's taken every snap he can at Central since he's been here. And then this is our returning junior quarterback, Justin Relaford. He was an all-region quarterback last year and is also a pretty good basketball and baseball player, and he's doing a good job elevating his game and getting ready to go this year.
Gotcha. Well, we're going to talk to the players, just ask them a couple of questions. We'll
Okay.
start with the quarterback. All right, so obviously, as your coach mentioned, you guys are building something here, and, you're going to be one of the guys talked about that junior class kind of getting up to speed with what the seniors can bring. So what has that kind of been like? Just walk us through what this offseason has been like for your program.
It's feeling like it's been good. I see us progressing, see us doing a lot of stuff better than last year. See a lot of players knowing what to do instead of asking the coach, should we do this or should we do that? I see a lot of good stuff going on this year. I feel like we're going to have a great season.
Gotcha. What do you feel like is your best qualities or traits on the field?
I think downfield.
Throwing it downfield?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then for you this offseason, what were some things you worked on, maybe with your coach or with your trainer, just to kind of improve your game?
My footwork and my speed and stuff like that.
Gotcha. So dual threat quarterback.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on the football field, what's your favorite throw to make?
Post.
Great. I got to be the fourth answer with
it
post.
is every time.
Why the post?
I like the I can throw it down there. I can put it over the. It's like a great throw to me. I don't know. It's just I like deep passes.
Gotcha. Because you kind of throw it over the linebacker right before the safety come. I got you. I'm gonna throw it to the linebacker right here. So you're important for all the calls. Your coach talked about everything that you're able to do on the football field. What do you think just makes you great?
Well, each and everything that goes on the field, I make sure I call and I correct the defense, and I'm pretty much like the quarterback of it. And I make sure everything goes in and out and nothing gets past me. And I just dominate.
And how you make sure your guys are where they're supposed to be? Because like I said, you got your job to do, but then you got to make sure everybody else is doing their job as well.
Well, one thing about our defense, communication is number one. I make sure that I emphasize on it each and every day. And one thing we like to do is we over-communicate. Each and everything that goes on
it gets passed throughout the entire defense, from me to the middle, to the outside linebackers, to the DBs. We all just play as a unit.
Tell me what it's like putting on that orange and blue every single Friday night and be in front of that crowd.
Man, each and every day I get an opportunity to just be great. And I wake up and I chase it each and every day, and I bleed it, man. You know, I wake up, I think about it each and every day, and we on the come up, man.
Certainly, toss it to defensive lineman right here. So for you, just talk a little bit about the things that you got to have and make sure you're ready to do to kind of help contribute on the defense side of the ball.
Communication, first off. Top of that, you know, shifting the ball, you know, getting on the ball, lining up right, making sure we got our calls down, you know, stuff like that.
Got you. And then obviously, I want to ask you, what does kind of Coach Lewis mean to you in your growth as not only in the football field but as a man as well?
Sort of like a father figure, you know. He come in, he teaches me stuff, you know, and I'm just grateful for him. He's an amazing man, you know. He does a lot for me.
Certainly. And then for you, obviously, I think the big word for you guys is build. You guys are building something to make sure the next classes that come after you guys know what the kind of standard is. So just talk about that, building with your quarterback, and obviously your senior leader right here as well.
Man, that is amazing, man. Like, it just feels great to build with these people, like, because, you know, these are like my brothers, you know, coming up with them and stuff.
Certainly.
And yeah, how familiar are you guys? Have you all grown up together? And I know you play multiple sports, but football, are most of you dual sport athletes, or when did you guys come out for football?
We came up for football, like, I came in my sophomore year, and then just started liking the sport, loving it.
And did you think you'd be playing quarterback?
Nah. At first, I thought I was going to move to wide receiver, but I had bleed in my arms, and I was like, I could do it. I could just try it.
Love it. Well, we want to thank you guys so much, Coach Law, for coming up and tell us a little about Central Macon. Hope it's a great season for you guys. I appreciate you coming up and talking a little about your program.
No problem. Appreciate the support that you give the high school sports. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day. We're here at Westside High School in Macon, so we're joined by Calvary Day. They won their first ever girls flag football championship, or the first one ever. Last year, guys went 17-3, lost to North Laconia. So, Coach, I'm not sure if you were coaching the program back then, but what was it like just to be one of the first inaugural schools to win it?
To be the first school to win it was a lot bigger than you can actually explain. First off, to win a state championship is something that a lot of people don't know how hard it can actually be. You got to have a group of girls behind you, or team, coaches, school, and to get all that stuff to go together is pretty amazing, and it's a huge feeling. And ever since then, the stuff that the Falcons have done for our team has made us feel even better. And to be able to coach that and be there, heck, as a coach, I felt like I was there just as a kid winning too. So it was a great feeling.
And then, Coach, let's just hit on last year just a little bit. Really great year for you guys again. What was that like with that group, winning so many games, getting so far in the playoffs?
Well, last year's group, every year since we won, we've done really well. Last year's group was a good group. It was the seniors that actually won the state championship their freshman year. And we had some injuries going into playoffs and had to make some moves. So when we got into the playoffs, as a coach, I had to decide to make a move and stick with a girl who got us there. And, we just made our miscues and didn't hit where we were supposed to hit, and that's how it kind of stopped. But the talent that I've been blessed with these girls I've been a lucky coach.
Certainly. Well, you guys got some good praise yesterday from the girls yesterday that we had on flag football. They talked about you guys being such a great program. I know it was Pace, I believe. I think Blessed Trinity. So talk about just going up, playing up against them the last couple of years.
Those are bigger programs. Up here in Atlanta, things are different than down in the South in Savannah. It's tough for us to get opponents. So a lot of the times we play a lot of first-year programs that don't put the time and effort in. So it makes it tough when we go a full year of playing, I don't want to say lower programs, but people who don't put the time in. And then you get up here and you play programs that have been, and it's a big change of pace. So it's hard to keep up with. Those teams, we came up to last year and played Blessed Trinity and McEachern in I think it was an invitational, but I mean, those teams, you can tell the time they put in, you can tell the facilities that they have must be better. They're great. And, we came in, we were down early by 2 or 3 touchdowns, and we fought back all the way to the end. And unfortunately, I remember the Blessed Trinity, we threw an interception to lose the game in the last seconds of the game. Just a quick pass, and it was over that quick. Pace Academy has pushed us and pushed us and pushed us every time we've been around them. Coach Ty, she's a flag football mind, just like myself, so she knows what she's doing. That's a good program. 2 years ago, they put us out in the third round of the playoffs. As soon as we stepped on the field, their defense was set up for what we had planned. They've been watching us, and as flag grows, you can see that people have the ability to watch tape. They can plan, they can prep. So just knowing flag football is not enough anymore. You got to actually coach it.
Certainly. And then, for you, Coach, just talk a little bit about what the support has been from the administration, the community for these girls, and coming out and really coming out and, giving them support.
So Calvary Day has done nothing but told me what you need, what do you want, you can have it. Whatever I've needed, whatever I've asked for, practice time, balls, field time, anything that they need. Buses, do we want to go out of town? We travel to Atlanta 2 to 3 times a year just to get some competitive games. So, and the same thing this year. We're going to, if we make the playoffs, which we plan on, we'll be in Atlanta 4 different times. So the support from the program is top notch. They haven't ever even questioned us. They've never said no. They've never even said anything but what can we do? So it's been great.
Certainly. And beside me, I have Max Warborski. He's making his first kind of debut on air, so I'm going to allow him to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
Coach, flag football hasn't been sanctioned in the GHSA for very long. What can you see from your perspective that makes this sport so special and has been growing for so long?
What I see personally, because I've coached Pee Wee middle school football ever since the day I graduated. This is my 23rd year of coaching football. And I've played flag football for 23 years myself. Watching the growth of this game, watching a female be able to embrace themselves in an aggressive sport where they can actually get downhill, read, and do the things that boys can do outside of the contact part has been one of the better things that I've seen. To be able to watch a girl go high point a ball, go what they'll call it head-topping girls, having fun. The highlights that you can get from a football field that you can't get in other sports, the athleticism that it takes for these girls to show off, I mean, it makes it better for all the other sports.
For sure.
I get girls that play flag football, that play other sports, that their flag football tape gets them shots and scholarships.
And what would you say about the talent level in Georgia over the past couple of years and how it's excelled?
Well, year one, knowing flag football was easy. That's all it took. Now it's, like I said, it's preparation. This game is turned around with the film. You've got to coach. We've got to execute. I tell these girls every day, if we don't put the time in, we're not going to get to where we want to go. Because if you don't start gelling and you don't keep working together as a team, then we're going to end up in the same place we are every single year, falling short.
For sure. And we were at the Corky Kell 7-on-7 this past year, and we were watching. We were very tuned in, and the plays, everything. It was a great show. I mean, it was awesome. It was a good event. Yeah.
I heard some good stuff about the Corky Kell. We were going to go, but again, it's hard to get participation. Being such an early sport, most of these girls behind me are they excel at other sports first. And that's a tough thing to share, but every single one of these girls behind me they have put the extra effort in to do more than just the one.
Speaking of the girls behind you, if you don't mind introducing them, just tell us a little bit about them.
All right, so over here this is Abby Walsh. She's a senior. She has started since she was a freshman. She just committed to Kennesaw State to play soccer. She is what most coaches would refer to as your Swiss Army knife. She's quarterback, running back, cornerback, linebacker. She can rush. She can play center. You name it, she does it. She's going to be our starting quarterback this year. So she's going to take the quarterback one spot. Gotcha. So I didn't know if she needed that or not.
No, we're going to ask your questions. Okay. I just wanted you to introduce them.
This is Sierra Lowry. Sierra's a senior as well. She's also started since she was a freshman. Sierra leads our team almost every single year in interceptions and receptions. She's got sure hands. And the second that a team watches her on tape, they put 2 people on her. Okay, and I've had to tell her many times that means somebody else is open, and that's an ultimate team player. This is Natalie Sanders. She actually was second in the state in sacks last year, so she is our sack machine. She's faster than anything. So she's her main sport's softball. So we fight the first couple weeks to get her out on the field, but that's her sport. This is Liz. Liz is a soccer player. Liz has been with us every year. She is a team captain. At the most, she likes to get us together. She likes to tell me when to shut up, but she cares. Okay, she's one of the girls that I can always lean on and ask questions to help me get the girls together. Now to my younger players. These are all my seniors. This is actually my daughter. This is Riley. She actually played on our JV last year as an 8th grader. She's had the ability to watch her dad play flag football for a long time, so she's got a lot of smarts. She knows what she's doing. And as a coach, you can rely on her. Over here's a sophomore. This is Reese Jenkins. Reese is so reliable when it comes to catching the football. She can play quarterback. She can play defensive back. She's tough. And I swear, every time a girl hits her, they bounce off of her for a mile. That's what us coaches love. Again, from a football guy.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Defense is super fun. I mean, I love defense. I love able to stop the ball, get the 4th down, like stop them on the 4th down. It's really good. But I kind of like all the positions.
Got you. Question for Sierra. So you get the most receptions. You play a lot of defense as well. So is there an art to just always being around the ball, being able to bring it in and things like that maybe you tell other girls?
Yeah, I remember. I think one of the reasons I love flag football so much is because I love football. Even as a little girl, I was watching it, but I could never play it. So me and my dad would be in the backyard. He'd be throwing me the ball. Then one of the first things he taught me was look the ball in. Have your hands up. A lot of times you'll see girls catching the ball with their chest or not focusing when they're running a route. You need to be running a route with your hands ready to catch the ball. And I think that because that was instilled in me so early, that when I came to Savannah, Georgia, and got the opportunity to play flag football, it clicked immediately. So,
did you have a favorite player or team growing up?
My dad is from North Carolina, so we're big Panthers fans. I love tight ends. It's my favorite position, and tackle. So I'd probably have to go with Gronk. He's probably the best tight end to ever play.
Yeah, that's choice. It's a good choice. Question for you. So is there an art, you got, the most sacks on the team. Is there an art to getting sacks in flag football? I mean, enlighten me a little bit.
Reading the quarterback, mostly where like their eyes are going or where they're moving. Kind of just always have to be ready and don't commit one way too soon or they're going to bypass you and it's embarrassing. But it's really just reading the quarterback and like what direction they're going to choose or if they're going to pitch it or it's mainly just reading the quarterback to your best ability.
And then for you, I'm sure you guys probably watch film. Do you have to kind of like pick up on their tendencies and know like, hey, they're going to probably keep it here. They may give it off. Do you guys like use kind of that to kind of help when you're reading the quarterback?
Yeah, they'll like switch girls around, and it's kind of like trial and error. If they do it the first time, you pick up on it the second time, and just learn along the way. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So from what Coach was saying earlier, most of you guys are dual sports athletes, and how does that go into your preparation and your workouts during the off season? How does that affect it? Preparing for both sports.
Yeah, that's a good time management, trying to balance them and not be at one sport more than the other because you can't make everybody happy, but you need to do your best to be with both sports and have commitment to both while staying in shape and doing what you can. And that's a big one, time management, because you got to be able to do both at the same time and be there when you can.
We tell our girls that if you're going to choose to play two sports, then you're making your mind up to take double the work. Mm-hmm. Because at Calvary, all of our sports are very competitive.
Yes.
Everybody takes it seriously. And when we set up a program, we expect you to put the time in. And that's exactly what, and Natalie, with softball's one of the toughest because you start our off season, they're already playing softball. Mm-hmm. So it makes it real hard for someone, especially at her caliber of a softball player, who also plays all summer long, which is wonderful for a coach like myself, to get them to be able to do both. Mm. It's very difficult, and I know that every school, that's a big problem and a big conversation piece about the time of year that the sport plays because of those crossover athletes. So we ask our girls that play both, if you're committed to play these two sports, then you have to commit. You're committing to do double the work and take care of your schoolwork at the same time.
Got you. Coach, would you prefer or do you have like maybe a certain like date you would potentially want the flag football season to kick off, you had to say?
We could probably shorten our season by 1 week to help with the softball, and then as it goes, it gets into a little bit of basketball. I personally think it's not bad as long as our dates, as most coaches can, they can schedule their games. I don't schedule any important games that mean something for our region or something like that while I won't have softball because they're in playoffs.
Gotcha.
And I'm not going to ask a coach to give me their girl when they're trying to make a playoff run. The same thing with basketball. They schedule games while we're in playoffs, but none of those games, if they were to lose them, it wouldn't hurt their overall schedule. So that's our goal at Calvary. But most of the time, at a school like ours that supports us, they help us with our schedule. Yeah. They help us make sure that we're not all double booking and doing stuff like that.
Got you. Question for the young girls. What has it been like learning from some of these outstanding seniors that you get to learn from and just, picking up the game from them and obviously from your dad, but just, learning from them in general?
It's great to know that, like, the girls that I'm looking up to have been here for a long time and they know how the game is, and just knowing from my dad, since I know that he's been playing for a while and getting all the criticism from him, and just being able to rely on the girls that are ahead of you is really good.
And last one, before we let you guys go, what's been your favorite thing about the sport of flag football?
I think that my favorite thing is it having to work together as a team. It's not really like a one-person sport. You can't move unless you have your blocker and your center and your quarterback and your receivers. So it's always like a sport. You have to have a team. You have to rely on each other, and you have to have a good work together.
Certainly. Well, Coach, we want to say thank you so much for the time and getting to feature your program, the Calvary Day. You guys do a great job. We know you're competitive in so many sports, and looking forward to seeing you guys this year.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank y'all for having us.
Yes, sir. Thanks,
sir. Thank you for coming.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days. Glad to be joined by Hayden Gilbert to my left, and obviously Max Roborski as well. We do a little bit of different things inside the office. Obviously, we have a new studio building as well, so we are excited for that. But they help us with underrated and overlooked. Max is our Alabama kind of insider, and then Hayden is obviously our Georgia insider. So it's super happy to have them up here with me and being on TV. So, fellas, I know you guys have played NCAA. We got to talk about it. So, what has been your favorite thing about the game?
It's probably, I would say, Road to Glory. I mean, it's been great so far. I've played a little bit of Dynasty. It's not one of my favorite things, but it's growing on me. But I think the Road to Glory and building that player from scratch, starting as maybe a 2 or 3 star recruit, and just growing into that is a lot of fun.
Gotcha. The dynasty mode for me, I guess. It's the recruiting. It's the everything. Every detail in there, it matters. It's so specific, and it's just they've spent a lot of time on it. And the dynasty mode in general is just really good.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I haven't gotten to Dynasty or the Road to Glory yet. Been super busy, but I've played a little bit of the Road to College Football Playoff. I've actually enjoyed that. It's been a lot of fun playing some sweats online. I mean, all I've played is Oregon or Alabama or, some of the top teams, Clemson. So that's been fun. But I've been having to kind of change the tier, tier 2, tier 3, because I'm using tier 2, tier 3 teams like Kansas and Georgia State. And I'm like, why am I playing Bama and Georgia State?
What's the point?
Yeah, what are we doing here? For sure. But you fellas have a really good feel, obviously, on the high school landscape. But just what are you guys most excited to kind of see this upcoming year? So many teams and so many classifications. We have Perry here early, LaGrange, so many great schools out here in Middle and South Georgia. What are you most excited to see?
I think this year it's really going to be the lines of scrimmage of the state. We have some of the best offensive linemen we've had in a long time in the state. Josh Petty's a 5-star coming out of Fellowship Christian. Cortez Smith, who just committed to the University of Georgia, is one of the best centers in the country and probably the best center in the state, and probably the best center we've had in a long time. Then on the defensive side, we have the 2 top defensive linemen and the top edge rusher in the country. We just saw Isaiah Gibson out of Raven County, and then outside of them, Justice Terry at Manchester is either the first or second best defensive tackle. And then Elijah Griffin at Savannah Christian at one point was the top player in the country. And just the level of play, then like Christian Garrett at Prince Ave, then there's just Greene County has some players. Just there's so many high-end defensive tackles that you forget that there's 4 or 5 guys that are going to be playing Power 5 football that, like Julius Columbus that we saw yesterday at Gainesville, is a guy that goes it's under the radar, but had 20 sacks last year and was first team All-State.
Lily was one of the top sack getters last year for them, and he's going to be a big reason why that defensive front is going to be so good. I think one of the best in football here in the state of Georgia for Gainesville, along with Xavier Griffin, the top 2026 player as well. But what about you, Max?
Like what Hayden said, kind of just building off of that. We've been talking about these teams and these players for so long, the past 6 months, and the season's finally here.
Yep.
And so I'm excited to watch the best players in the state actually do their thing. Like you said, the Justice Terrys, the Isaiah Gibsons, the Travis Smiths, those players just kind of excel and show why they're some of the top players in the country.
Got you. I think for me, I'm excited for this younger class. I don't know why. I just always get excited for seeing 27s and 28s. I think Grayson got some guys, London Goggins, obviously Riley Drew. The 2 quarterbacks I think in the state right now, Teddy Gerard and obviously J.R. Harris of Central Carrollton. Teddy Gerard is from North Cobb Christian. I'm excited to see them. It's just so much talent. Andrew Beard, who will obviously be featured in our Corky Kell Day Finder Classic when they play West Forsyth. I mean, wherever you look, the young talent just bursting, hey, I'm ready for my opportunity. They'll be sophomores this year. So I'm excited for that. I think a team, and me and Hayden's been talking about it on the ride here, I'm excited to see who comes out of 5A. I think we've been talking about it a little bit. We know it's going to be Milton there, but who is going to be the challenger for them this year? And I feel like that's Langston Hughes with their dominant offensive line with Tavares Dice, Auburn commit, Dontrell Glover is committed to Georgia. The way they can run the ball, the speed they have on Maurice Gleaton and also Carson Baker, and what they can do defensively with Cravion Pitts coming off the edge and their linebacking core. I think they're going to be a dominant team this year.
No, they may be Hughes may be the fastest team in the league or in the state. They have 3 or 4 guys that are running a sub 11-second 100-meter, which it means you're running 4 times, like true 4 times. And it's so rare to have that. I think Southwest DeKalb has had that in years past. But outside of that, I cannot think of a single team that's done that.
Certainly. Then for you, Max, I know some topics you want to hit on, so I'm going to throw it to you. What are some things you want to discuss today?
Today?
Yeah, or right now.
I mean, recruiting in general. Recruiting in Georgia has been so crazy the past couple weeks.
You're right.
I mean, it's been great. I mean, a couple weeks ago, I believe it was Isaiah Gibson, and then Georgia flipped. Who would they flip a couple weeks ago? Was it?
That's a couple players.
Yeah.
Flipped the out-of-state corner. I can't think of his name, from South Carolina. They flipped him. They also flipped, I think it was a skill position player as well.
Right.
But Georgia's like, they're right there. I mean, Kirby's smart. I mean, I wouldn't say he's on the status of a Nick Saban just yet, but I feel like he's the kind of guy, if he's in your living room, like, you have to definitely pay attention. So I feel like if it's a certain guy he wants, I feel like, you know, even when the college football season is going on and he's in the living room, he could potentially sway that guy to come.
For sure, and the talent's in his backyard. I mean, this whole state is filled with talent.
Exactly.
Littered with talent across the board, and all he has to do is just go get it right there.
That's what I'm saying. So for y'all, let's hit South Georgia just a little bit. I feel like it's part of the state we don't always get to talk about, but Valdosta, obviously Lowndes, you got Camden County, so many teams down south, Thomas County Central. What do you guys think about the South Georgia in our state right now?
It's going to be a really interesting season this year. Camden County had a surprise run to, I believe, the semifinals last year before losing to Walton, which was one of the best teams in the state, and one of the best teams in state history. They just ran into a buzzsaw in Milton in the state championship game. Then beside them, you have the powers of Colquitt County, who I don't think we know the players on that team this coming year, but there's always so many names on that team, and they're always better than what their star rankings say. And the other two teams in that region is the Wintersville Classic of Valdosta and Lowndes. Valdosta has one of the best athletes in the country in Todd Robinson.
Yes, they do.
He has exploded in recruiting from a low 3-star that nobody knew about at the turn of this year to now being a Georgia commit that's a certain places have a top 100 recruit.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you here. I think Valdosta is going to be a sleeper team this year. A lot of people are probably not going to, pay attention, but, I've talked to Jeremy Johnson, people that went down south, and also got a corner out there that's pretty good, top 2026 type player, and that's Jalen Copeland. He's going to be one to watch as well for them. So I think we have the best athlete, and then you got a top corner, and what head coach Sheldon Felton's doing with that program, I think they're going to be a team to definitely watch this year. And I would not be surprised if they make a run.
And then on the other side, that you have Lowndes, who in the second year of Adam Clark, a state championship head coach that was very successful at Grayson in his time there. He comes over. They struggle in year one, missed the playoffs for the first time in forever. But I really think they're going to grow this coming year, and I would not be surprised if they made the playoffs or even shock and have a home playoff game or make the second or third round.
Certainly. I want to get your thoughts too, Hayden. I want you to chime in here, Max. What's your thoughts on that 4A region? We've seen Perry here a little bit earlier, but Perry, New Hampstead, Benedictine, Wayne County, Ware County. I mean, so many great teams in that set region alone. Somebody good is not making the playoffs. So what is your thoughts on that?
I think it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be interesting all over the board because it's been years since we've seen regions like this. It's been since they expanded to 7A, and really since they expanded to 5A. I think coming out of that region is going to be really tough, but I think any team that comes out is going to be battle-hardened and has a chance, even the 4 seed, to make a deep playoff run. But then beside them, you also have teams like North Oconee, which over the past 3 years have been one of the top teams in 4A.
Yeah, it's true.
And it feels like they're going to take that next step forward with Roland Faulkner as their new QB. I believe Brooks is that edge rusher they have that also plays tight end. And it feels like this is the most talented team they've had, yet they've made no less than the quarterfinals the last 3 years and made 2 semifinals in that time.
Certainly.
I think it's just a testament to what we've been saying earlier about the talent that's all around the state. I mean, whether it's South Georgia, North Georgia, Middle Georgia, I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, it's teams that are either underrated, ones we haven't talked about, or whether it's players and teams that are just going underlooked. I mean, it's all over the state.
Certainly. Well, let's transition a little bit to college football. Obviously, I know we do high school, but let's just talk a little bit about it. Talk about the game as well. We both know you guys are Bama and obviously Georgia fans, so I mean, who wins when you guys face off in early September? I had to ask.
You have to ask. It's going to be a good game. It'll be interesting because that's, 4th game of the season?
I believe so.
That's like DeBoer's first big test in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's already slated as a 7 o'clock kick and ready to go. Under the lights in Bryant-Denny, but it'll be nice to see. It'll be great to see how DeBoer's going to adapt to the SEC, and I don't think there's any bigger challenge than Georgia coming to your house to play you, but I'm excited for that game. It'll be a good one.
I think it's going to be really interesting. Georgia starts week 1 off against Clemson, and Clemson may not be the team that they were 4 or 5 years ago when they were winning national titles, but they're still a top 20 program in college football.
For sure.
So I think Georgia's going to be more battle tested, where Alabama might be a little more. They're going to have more questions from a media and a what we know about them perspective. But also, Kalen DeBoer is one of the best offensive coaches in the league, going up against probably the best defensive mind in college football. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that shapes out, because the only people that have been able to really challenge Kirby Smart over this run have been teams with dynamic offenses.
100%. I think the most impressive thing about DeBoer has just been the recruiting class for 25. You got number one on a lot of people's rankings, rivals and others, as a top recruiting class. Keelan Russell being in there, getting the top receiver, Caleb Cunningham. I mean, Ty Haywood. I mean, you can go on and on and on. I mean, they're doing an outstanding job. But again, I think that's going to be the first true test for that Bama program, and it's going to be interesting because Georgia, they're going to pack it, they're going to bring it, but you playing in the home of Nick Saban. And I think you guys are about to rename your stadium, or that might be the night.
So on September 7th against USF, excuse me, they're renaming it Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
See, I knew that something like that was
coming.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, just to throw it to what we usually talk about, which is high school football, I can't wait to see KJ Bolden. Like, what kind of playing time will he get? We know how great Malachi Starks is, the top safety in the country. But I can't wait to see some of these young guys, Justin Williams. What kind of playing time can they get early on for Georgia, and what kind of impact will they have with Carson Beck being kind of universally recognized along with Shadur Sanders as the top quarterback in the country?
It's really interesting. Well, KJ already has all kinds of praise from Kirby. At SEC Media Day, Kirby said that KJ was ahead of where Malachi Starks was in his freshman season at this point, which is a guy that started week 1 against Oregon and had a highlight reel interception that is still the highlight of his career.
Yeah.
And another player that was kind of an under the radar get for them from the state of Georgia from Cass was Sokovie White.
Yep.
And he's in the spring game, I think he scored a touchdown. But multiple times, Kirby Smart's come out and really sung his praises for a freshman wide receiver of a guy. He was a high 3-star guy, but when you're recruiting the top class in the country, he kind of goes under the radar, but he's already kind of proven himself to be one of the more impactful young players on that team.
Certainly. Well, Hayden, you asked a lot of great questions, so I'm going to throw it to you. What are some things you want to find out, or you have questions for us that you want us to answer?
God, that's a hard one. I hadn't come up here with questions. I just had answers. So when it comes to 4A, if you had to pick the best teams in that ungodly hard region, who would you pick as of right now?
I don't know. I really like Perry, just getting a chance to talk to them. I think Wayne County is going to have something to say. New Hampstead has a really good quarterback, I'm hearing, from coming out. But I like what Coach said. He said, we're not just going based off of, this team has this name. We're going by game. So when you have that approach and you disseminate that amongst your team, I think that resonates very well. And then, you got Pettigrew, who learned, up under Dakari Anderson, a quarterback who, like you said, without him, they don't win the state championship last year against Stockbridge. And they, for the most part, dominated that game. So I think when you return in that and you have some young guys step up big and you got a lot of leaders that, can lead the group, I feel like Perry has a good chance to win that region. And I think they're battle tested.
I think they are. Wayne County is the biggest question mark, in my opinion, though. Wayne County, Jabo Shaw, after a few years there, left. He led them to a quarterfinals his first year. They were good last year. They weren't as good as they were in his first year. Yep. But now he's up at Greenville in South Carolina. And there's just – they could be great if this coaching decision works out, which I believe it will.
Yep.
They probably have the best player in the league at linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
But they're a question mark because they're just untested. Their coach is untested with that team and how that team – they could win the region, or because that region is so hard, you could fall out of the playoffs. I mean, we saw it with that region up in Northwest Georgia where Calhoun got left holding the bag last year. Is probably a top 15 team.
First time missing the playoffs since 1999.
Yeah, because Dalton had a surprisingly great season. Cass had a run for the ages to the quarterfinals. Yep. Cartersville's a traditional power, and Hiram had a great season. And so it's just really hard to say moving forward.
Let me ask you guys this. Obviously, our big event is coming up, so I got to get you guys' take. What game are you guys most excited for in the Corky Kell Day Funding Class? I'm starting with you, Max.
Start with me?
Throwing it to you?
Don't start with me. Start with Hayden. Start with Hayden.
I'm always really excited to kick it off. I mean, that first game, sometimes those games have been a little underwhelming in the past, but I feel like this year that's probably one of our best games. LaGrange is one of the best coached teams. We got to see them earlier.
Yep.
They may not have some of the big names, but every year they outperform under Coach Napier those star rankings, and they always produce guys that you didn't know about before the season.
That's a good point.
And then Douglas Atlanta, Douglas County is playing the last game, has all kinds of talent. Their defensive backs are some of the best in their classification. I mean, Jonte is, I think right now, is expected to head to either Clemson or NC State, and it at one point was a 5-star Ohio State commit. I know everyone's in on his recruiting. Kirby Smart, Georgia want him. Clemson wants him. Ohio State wanted him. And then you have 3 or 4 other guys on that team that are really talented. It's just going to be really interesting to see how all those teams are going to do when they kick off the season.
In matchups, I'm sure, like, all of them, great. But this is my first Quirky Kel. And so I'm excited to see what we've been helping prepare and help, like, set up for the past 6 months and what we've been talking about. But it's going to be a great event, be a great 3-day event, 4-day event. And, yeah, I'm just excited for it to get started.
Got you. I think for me, and I think I said a little bit earlier, but just the McEachern North Gwinnett. Obviously, I'm excited for that one too, but I don't want to talk about the same one you did, Hayden. But I think McEachern North Gwinnett, and kind of what's brewing between those two, right? We know McEachern is known for their offensive line. It's dominant. Even Coach said it yesterday. That's the strength of their team. They want to run the rock and come at you. So with him, also Jerrion Campbell, who's one of the best running backs in the 2026 class, that's going to be intriguing against North Gwinnett. Like I said, has a player at every single level. Safety, linebacker, defensive end, edge, and then offensively a really good quarterback in Ryan Hall. And you can just get it off to your playmakers. Get it to Eric Ron and get it to Nicholas Bookman. I think it's going to be really intriguing.
No, I got to see McEachern at their spring game against Kel this spring, and McEachern's offensive line was one of the biggest ones I've seen in a long time. They might not have the 4- and 5-star guys, but everyone on that line was 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", 280-plus pounds, and they really, against a good defensive front, and Kel just were able to move them out of the way and really dominate the line of scrimmage and help Jerrion Campbell, I think, score 3 touchdowns.
It's crazy to think about. Certainly. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Obviously, this is Max Morborski. This is Hayden Gilbert. You'll be seeing a lot of them. Appreciate them coming on air with me to talk a little bit about Georgia high school football. But that's all we got for now. We're going to go ahead and toss it to break and be back in just a little bit.
If you're always the one your friends or family ask to come fix something at their house, there's a career for you. What if you could build a lifelong career working with your hands, having the chance to make over 6 figures and not accrue any student debt? Right now, you may become a welder, pipe fitter, plumber, or HVAC service technician. The Mechanical Contractors Association of Georgia is looking for new apprentices to join the Mechanical Trades Institute. Visit afutureinpiping.com to learn more. ScoutSmart. ScoutSmart helps college football coaches efficiently find the best recruits for their program using a customized, easy-to-use recruiting analytics platform. Our goal is to create a level playing field for athlete recruiting. That's why our services are completely free for recruits, parents, and high school coaches. ScoutSmart provides recruiting analytics for both tackle and flag football. For more information, visit scoutsmartrecruiting.com or email scoutsmart@scoutsmartrecruiting.com. The National Guard. In the Georgia Army National Guard, you don't have to choose between education, a career, or the ability to serve your state and nation. By serving part-time, you can do both. You'll receive paid training in fields such as engineering, medicine, aviation, and cyber that will give you the experience you'll need to qualify for high-paying and rewarding professions, all while working or attending school full-time. With both state and federal tuition assistance, you'll be able to complete your degree or earn a certification to give you a leg up in the workplace. You can do all of this and more with the Georgia National Guard. Visit nationalguard.com/GA to learn more. At GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com, you can learn the trade of your choice. You will earn while you learn. We have fully paid scholarships resulting in training at no cost to you. You will have the opportunity to earn the highest wages and become the highest skilled craftsperson within your industry. Go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com to get started. Transform your future today. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613, Atlanta's Electricians Union, wants students and parents to know there is another choice. College isn't for everyone. We have many opportunities for you to become a career electrician. Visit GeorgiaElectriciansWanted.com to get started. That's GeorgiaElectriciansWanted.com. Sheet Metal Workers Local 85's apprenticeship is taking applications for a free tuition career in the sheet metal industry. Learn how to weld, lay out metal products, read blueprints, learn tests and balancing, and ductwork. No experience necessary. To apply, visit smart85.org. You will earn while you learn with one-on-one job training. It comes with insurance for you, your spouse, and children at no cost to you. This includes health, eye care, and dental. You can earn retirement benefits as well. If you like to work with your hands in a construction-type industry, check us out. It's the second day of the Georgia High School Football Media Day. It's been so fun getting to talk to all of these teams. I'm Ashley Carey, joined by Craig Sager. And Craig, wow, we've seen so many great teams on this stage already today, and then we saw almost 50 teams that we got to talk to yesterday. Tell me a little bit about the teams you've been interested in looking at and you've had a great time talking to, and what you've learned over the past 24 hours.
I was thinking about this, and how about the playoff teams last year that were super young, or maybe had a first-year head coach? One of them that stood out, Collins Hill, with Coach Drew Swick, and they returned 8 starters on defense, 8 starters on offense, and they made some serious noise last year. And the big win for them in the playoffs was against North Cobb, where that really shocked everyone. They didn't just win that game, they dominated. We were talking to their receivers yesterday. Boo Mitchell, an absolute legend. He actually used to be the receiver coach at North Gwinnett. We've worked with him. He's been hugely helpful. He's leading that receiving corps now. You have a guy with Coach Swick who has won a state title at Collins Hill. He's the head coach now. He has them super competitive. People should not sleep on them. And then North Cobb, they're clearly not happy with how that season ended for them. They've actually been the dominant team in Cobb County. Last year when Walton came back on them, that was their first loss to a Cobb County team in about 6 seasons. They were up 28-7, I think, in that game. And things kind of fell apart for them after that. They had a bunch of injuries, but I think they're coming back with a vengeance. Collins Hill also. And then Archer with Coach Williams, the former Collins Hill offensive coordinator. goes 2-8 his first year. Last year, you can really tell the way they came out in the season, the way they beat Parkview, played Grayson for a region title. I think they're a team that's going to be dangerous as well.
Now, this is the first time during Media Day that we've had flag football teams come across the stage. And yesterday we got to talk to McEachern. Today we talked to Rutland flag and Calvary Day. I mean, Calvary Day, the coolest thing about Media Day is you've got teams who are in Savannah. And they have to come up and they have the ability to talk with the media and get their name out there, and so people can really see all that they're doing. I mean, the coach said that they have to come to Atlanta 4 or 5 times a year. And so talk a little bit about what you've seen with the flag football program in general, but like what some of these teams are going to be doing in the 2024 season.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive that it's happening statewide. With Calvary Day, it's a great school, and really their football team had one of the best runs they've had. So it's great to see the girls also start to build things up and become super competitive. Today's the closest I'll come to a beach all year in Macon. But yeah, there's no amount of trips to Atlanta that I feel like they're going to regret, because when they make those trips, it's usually for a big game. It's in the playoffs. But I'm happy we're here in Macon now representing Middle Georgia and South Georgia. And that's one of the things that IJ, Score Atlanta, when they made this year's Corky Kell list, when they have looked at the broadcast, they want to be the most inclusive this year. What does inclusive mean? It means representing all corners of the state. Half the teams this year are going to be in the Corky Kell for the first time. We've got a wide range of schools. We also have Hebron Christian. We haven't really mentioned that matchup. They're going to be playing Therrell on Friday. That will start the triple header, and that's Coach Gass, the former Elka coach. I think Hebron Christian is emerging as a state championship team in the waiting. You look at where they're located right in Gwinnett County. You have GAC, that's a private school in Gwinnett. But the coaching and dedication to their football program is outstanding. They used to have Jeff Saturday as their head coach. We know he ended up being the head coach for a little bit in the NFL, funny enough. But they have so many resources there. They had a great run last season. I think people are going to be really impressed with how they come out this year.
And speaking of the South, I mean, there's so much talent down here. And like you said, it doesn't get broadcasted a lot. And that is the beauty of Score Atlanta, is we find those matchups no matter how far we have to travel. We get down there to watch the game. I mean, I remember years ago we took a 4-hour trip to get a great team on air and have really a lot of eyes on them. Talk about some schools in the South that down in this area that we're really looking forward to watching this season.
I think Camden County for sure, and it's very interesting when Coach Travis Rowland took over. This is his first time ever leaving the Daytona area. He won a state title at Mainland this year. He also won a state title there as a player 25 years ago. And so when this Camden County job opens up, it is the premier job not only in Georgia, but probably one of the best in the country in terms of the pay, the standards, the facilities. It's one of the things that draws a lot of these coaches from Florida to Georgia. It's no secret. They talk about it. Florida's actually trying to increase a stipend program to keep some of their best coaches. But he came over and he was just talking about it. They have an indoor facility. They have a nutrition program. And the thing he was most excited about this year is being able to maximize the talent. He's coached talent in 4-2. He's coached 5 stars. But to have the nutrition, the training, the state of the art, and I think he's in the right spot. That was a job that probably had 50 to 60 candidates. And I can tell you, when he was celebrating that state championship, he probably wasn't even thinking that he would be in Georgia this season. But once the job opened up, he put his name in the ring and ended up earning it.
You know, we've had a lot of players transfer into the state of Georgia to play football at the high school level, but a lot of people forget these coaches travel around from everywhere. I mean, there's talent so much in Florida, Alabama, everywhere around the state of Georgia that we are able to capture a lot of that great coaching talent and bring it to Georgia. Are there any coaches you're looking forward to watching coach, maybe for the first time or in a new position this year?
Yeah, one of those guys is Jason Curvin, Alpharetta's head coach. So he came over from Hoover. So he was on that staff with Coach Niblett, and then Mark Beach, the head coach at Lambert. that was the trio of Birmingham area coaches that came over that year. They've all made incredible impacts. Lambert had one of their best seasons with Coach Beach, and some of their victories, they were one of the most creative teams I've seen. They're winning these last-second games on trick plays, just completely gutsy calls, and bringing that sophisticated offense that only comes with preparation and getting your kids to understand how to execute plays like that. But Coach Curvin, if you watched the interview yesterday when he was talking about his team, I think he probably had the most detailed explanation of each player, what their specific roles were going to be when we watched them, what he's looking forward to with each guy. And, yeah, I would have liked to talk to him more, but I think that matchup with Houston County, I think it's a big opportunity for Coach Curvin. He knows it's a tough matchup week one, but this is an Alpharetta team that played Jefferson to start the season the last 2 years, played them incredibly close. Both those games came down to the final possession.
He's definitely a high school coach with a college coach mentality. I mean, it seemed like he had great leadership yesterday with his team, and I'm really looking forward to watching that matchup as well.
Yeah, well, that's a tough area to be into, that North Fulton, because you got so many schools around, and if your program slips a little bit, it's pretty easy to transfer when the school is about 6 miles down the road. So that's one of the things he's talked about, is how key it is to not only have success on the field, but really buy into these players and get them to stick around.
You could tell yesterday, too, that the team really values him. I mean, same with the Gainesville team. I mean, these high school athletes really look up to these coaches, and they really buy in full. And that's what's so important in order to have a good program around the state of Georgia, is to be able to really buy into your coach and trust him and back him.
Yeah, I love Coach Niblett. Some people, he might rub them the wrong way. I consider him, though, a celebrity coach, and it's no disrespect to Gainesville, but I think a guy like Coach Niblett can bring success anywhere. He understands all the pieces that need to go around a program, from the administration, all that support, to really invest in that school to where players want to play there, where you can build from the ground up, but also produce the superstars that are going to go on to the next level. And he's done it. I think Gainesville's a really interesting team. They lost a lot. They had that success year one. They were pretty much a front runner in the region, so they weren't really a challenge as much as they're going to be this year. But it will be so interesting to see just how many players they've had to replace from last season. But there's no doubt that he motivates his players, and he did seem a little less tense than the previous years.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the suit, because he came in that first year, and it was amazing. Just if you watch that first ever meeting he had with the team, he walks into the school. They have no idea who he is, and he's just telling them, this is about championships only. We could all die tomorrow. It doesn't matter. We got to be champions every day. And everyone was like, okay, we'll see. And then he ends up, taking a deep run to the state title.
Well, it's amazing. I mean, talk about respect for your coach. That entire team showed up looking as fresh as I've ever seen a group of high school athletes. I mean, they were all wearing suits. They all had loafers on. I mean, Coach Niblett, I will have to say, is probably the most fashionable coach in the state of Georgia. I mean, I think he changes like 6 times during the game. But yesterday he showed up in a full red suit. I mean, they just walk into the room and they scream power, and they scream championship mentality. It's true. So I really enjoyed talking to them. But one of the questions Kaylee was asking to a lot of the coaches last year was, who are those sleeper players that, might not be here today because you're talking about your top players? Who would you say are the sleeper teams this season?
It's a great question. I think I mentioned a little bit with Najeh. I think Cass is a very dangerous team with their quarterback. They're super young, and they were talking about Sokovie White, and really last year their offense was throwing it to Sokovie or Devin Henderson, who was able to do it all. That was a guy that, in terms of playing hard and playing with heart, I've never seen a better leader. But this year, it's going through Brody, and they started to do that last year. We saw it in the playoff game against Kell, where they really trusted him to manage the game, understand the situation, and also just extend plays, make them with his legs. He is very elusive and underrated as a runner. There's a reason he blew up after that Kell game. went on the show with Najeh. I said, I guarantee you he's going to get an offer from Georgia soon. And obviously his coach, Steve Gates, was a great player for Georgia on that offensive line, won a national championship, and also played at McEachern. He's a legend, but you could just see it coming. He's gotten that offer. I think Cass this season has a chance to maybe beat Cartersville for the first time ever.
Now, these are sleeper players, and then you've got the other side of the spectrum. You've got all of these players who are now graduated, or they're going to play at the next level. They're going to play on Saturdays in college, and it's hard for these teams to have to backfill these positions. But are there any Georgia high school football players that you're excited to watch at the next level on Saturday?
Yeah, there's so many, but one guy that personally I've really enjoyed seeing him is Kyle Vodka. And the first time I ever watched him was at Gainesville. He was playing for Johns Creek, and we were calling the game. I was with Brandon, and I see this guy on a big third down play make a great sideline catch, and I said, who is that? He was only a sophomore, and I was like, this guy, that was a difficult catch, made it look easy, it's hot, and that was pretty much his first action. So he ended up playing in the Georgia League Classic as a late addition, scored a touchdown in that game. He ends up having a great junior season, but Johns Creek really struggled. They had a tough season last year as well, but then he transferred to Kell. So this is a guy that really had no recognition. In 1 year at Kell, he ends up getting all-region, earned a scholarship at Eastern Kentucky, ran track. He scored that touchdown in the first drive of the game against Parkview, and if you look at him now, he has put on all the size. He's extremely fast. I've never seen him drop a ball. I think Kyle Vodka has just dedicated himself to the receiver position, and he's in the perfect situation at Eastern Kentucky, the way they pass the ball. He was a great teammate at Kell, to the point where even when he played in our Corky Kell, he had, I think, 15 Johns Creek players come just to support him. You don't see that a lot with transfers, but they were so excited to see him get his opportunity.
And speaking of Corky Kell, I always say the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic is like the start of the year for me. It's the start of the calendar year for me because it's the kickoff to high school football in the state of Georgia, and it's just such a good feeling when that time rolls around. You know that the air is about to change, you know that football's about to start, but we've got some great matchups. I mean, it's our 33rd Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. We've seen great matchups throughout the 33 years, but this year I feel like these 4 days are really slated with some great talent. We've got Brookwood and Walton going against each other in the first game on Saturday. Walton is your alma mater, but how do you see that game really lifting the energy for the Bens on Saturday?
No, for sure. And people that are looking at Walton as a team that was senior-led last year that think they're going to take a step down, it's going to be hard at first, but I think they have the opportunity to just get better as the season goes on. And their new pieces are very exciting. Lucas Farrington is a total game changer. Woodward Academy would not have made, obviously, great team, but I don't think they would have made the state title last year without him. Rushed for about 1,600 yards. He is a legit all-state level back. So he's going to be in that backfield. You have an athletic quarterback with Hayden Gilstrap. You got a new receiver with Christian Ward coming over from Carrollton. He had only 11 catches last year, but 5 of them went for touchdowns. So he was a guy playing behind Caleb Odom, all these different Carrollton receivers. Now he is receiver number 1. He's already been offered by Georgia, Alabama, and so he's poised for an impact that he hasn't yet had. I think it's a great fit for him. You have Jude Cascon. He was an All-American freshman tight end at Marist in a triple option run-first system, so he can block extremely well. But then last year he played behind Hunter Teal, was able to pretty much learn from him, get some snaps. He also played on defense, but now he's going to be a big target in the passing game. And then on the offensive line, Walton is always solid. They have a good mix all the time with the Power 4 guys, but also Ivy League, D2, very smart, high IQ players on the offensive line.
Now we're wrapping up the weekend with Cedar Grove and Douglas County. Now you and I have been part of Corky Kell for, I don't know, probably like 18, 20 years. We've seen lots of matchups, but I do think that this is one of the best matchups we've gotten in the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. What are you looking forward to in that matchup?
Well, we talked to both of them yesterday. I think Douglas County, they have so many star players, probably the most talented team they've had, and also a lot of guys that have moved in that will be playing for them for the first time. A lot of returning faces, but guys that are new to the team. So it's going to be about spreading the ball around. With Cedar Grove, last year, what was so amazing about their championship run, usually when you think of Cedar Grove, you think about their defense. Last year, their defense started off the season really poorly. You look at some of the losses, and then by the end of the season, same sort of deal. It was the offense that was carrying them throughout the year. So this year, I think their defense is going to have to step up. It's going to be against a balanced, super talented Douglas County team. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to help both of those teams that obviously have championship aspirations.
And now we've been a part of so many Quirky Cal Classics. So we've seen it go from 1 day to 2 days to 3 days and now 4 days. We've included a 7-on-7, multiple 7-on-7s. Now we have flag football. We have 2 days of the luncheon, one in Atlanta and one in Rome. How have you seen the Classic transform from back in the day when we were playing in it to today?
Well, I used to say I like the Corky Cal because it makes the toughest week of the season the first week, and then everything's downhill. But now we add all these other events that it's not so much the case anymore. But yeah, it's grown tremendously. It just gives you such a good look. I mean, what more could you ask for how the season's going to play out? We see state championship teams all the time. We see big-time playmakers get their chance. Oscar Delp's always the perfect example, a guy that had no attention at West Forsyth, ends up playing in our game, ends up balling out, goes to Georgia, NFL potential. So I think it's about the players and giving us an idea of just how the season's going to play out. We do have a lot of the top 10 matchups this season. Another team, Norcross, you can never count them out. I think they have become a team that year after year you can say they're going to produce, numbers-wise, the best offense in their region. And I just really like their receiving core this year. It's not typical to Norcross where they just have a bunch of big guys. This year, a lot of shifty, dangerous slot guys that can do damage after the catch. I think they're going to be really speedy. I was impressed with what we saw at the 7-on-7.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're right. We kick it off with Media Day. Then we roll right into the Quirky Cal Luncheon, Quirky Cal Day Finder Classic. We've got the Sheriff's Cup coming up. We've got the Hall of Fame, the high school football Hall of Fame, and then our Elite Classic that kind of rounds out the year. We're going to have our Mr. and Mrs. Football Awards for the first time this year. I'm really looking forward to that. So we've got you're going to see a lot of us this year. There is a lot to do, and it's all around one of the best states in the United States that has high school football, and really looking forward to seeing what the season has to come. And that being said, we will be back with more teams and Najeh right after the break.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School in the auditorium in Macon. We're joined by Rutland head coach Anthony Williams and his players as well. So, Coach had a pretty good year last year. We went 4-6. So, just talk about a little bit about last year's team, kind of going into this year. What were some takeaways from last year for you?
Just being a new coach there, guys had a hard time kind of adjusting to my coaching style, and guys that I brought in there with me, they at the end started kind of gel and get it together. But we grew as a team, grew as a staff. We started trying to figure this thing out there at the end.
And then, were you coming into a new program, Coach? Obviously talked about them getting in towards kind of the end. What were some key principles you kind of tried to outline?
We're going to try to always work. It's going to be hard work. Accountability and discipline. That's what we try to build our program on. And those are things that we try to hammer on with our kids. We try to make sure that they are doing it the right way. Hard work is always going to outdo talent every day. So we just make sure we try to work hard and hammer on those principles.
And, going into this year, was there any seniors you had last year, Coach, that kind of helped you build, with this team that you're going to have back, some of these young guys and things like that? Or any seniors that you depended on to kind of set maybe the culture for this program?
Yeah, we had several guys, Jordan Greene, Christian Chrysler, and Marquise Latner. Those guys were big for us. They were big leaders. They played big minutes for us, and they kind of laid the foundation for what we're working on right now. They took the coaching, stayed out there, handled it, and they just built a foundation that these guys right here now are trying to help grow.
Talk a little about what Rutland has been up to this offseason. You can start with the spring, a little bit of how that was for you guys and some of these workouts. You guys go to any camps, any 7-on-7s? How's it been for you?
This offseason was all about getting bigger, faster, stronger. We started right after the Northeast game in the weight room. I told my guys it won't be any X's and O's, man. We're just going to try to get bigger, faster, and stronger. And that's what it's been all summer long. Now we're installing, the X's and O's now and just trying to grow those. We've went to several paddock camps. Went down to Dublin, went to a paddock camp there, went over to West Lawrence, did one over there with them. And we also hosted 7-on-7 this summer with some good teams that came out and gave us some good work.
Mentally, have you seen a difference in this group compared to when you first started, compared to where some of these guys are now?
It's been some amazing growth, man. These guys are accepting what we're throwing at them. They're not getting frustrated. They're staying focused, and the enthusiasm is a whole lot better. We're excited as a staff to see what we do this season. Biggest thing is we have a big ninth grade class that we're excited about. This senior class has some great leaders in it. We can't wait to get this thing kicked off.
And then talk about the schedule. Where do you guys kind of start, like non-region-wise, and then when do you kind of get into the region?
We'll be starting off. We got a scrimmage game on the 9th against Central. Then we open up in the Gridiron Classic over at Fort Valley University with Bleckley County. We'll have several non-region games, and we get into our first region game. Not sure the exact date, but we'll kick that off against Morgan County, if I'm not mistaken.
Gotcha.
Coach, I want to ask you about that Gridiron Classic. It's going to be a great event. I think it's a triple header Friday and triple header Saturday. So when you're making the schedule, how did the opportunity to play in that game come about, and what do you think about the event?
Coach Groom called us up and told us they were trying to do that over at Fort Valley. And once he told us, we just, as coaches, you get on the phone, just trying to call guys that may be interested in playing. Coach Lashley over at Bleckley called. He accepted and said he wouldn't mind doing it. And, man, it's just we're excited about it. It's a chance to get our kids out on the college campus and see how that thing goes. But it's a measuring stick for us for the most part.
For sure. I think playing in a big game like that, a showcase, it's good because you're going to have the 5 non-region games. But you mentioned Northeast. That was the last game of your season. You guys had a chance to make the playoffs. It's a tough loss. And then you said you guys hit the ground running right after that, went in the weight room. So what was the kind of takeaway from that game? Maybe the disappointment, but also just the immediacy to get back to work.
Well, the thing for that week was just fight. We knew Northeast is an established program. Coach Wilkins does a great job with those guys over there. We knew it was going to be a hard task, and my thing to my guys was just go ahead and fight. And that was the mantra for the week. The last thing I said to them was go out here and fight, and that's what they did. Those guys, they stood toe-to-toe with those guys that Northeast had, gave them everything they had up until the end. And when it was over, man, we just said, hey, when we get back in there, we're going back to work. We're going back to the drawing board, and we're going to focus on getting bigger, faster, stronger.
And Coach, what do you think about this new region? I got it pulled up right here. Is it vastly different from last year?
It's a little bit different. You know, we picked up Westside, who wasn't a region game last year, but they were an opponent. But some of the programs I'm familiar with, just from where I'm coming from, are just we're excited about it, man. I think we've got a great opportunity to get in the playoffs this season. We just got to go in there and handle business.
And then what would you say about this year's team heading into it, to just describe what you've seen?
The work ethic, man. The guys are in here every day this summer in the heat. They're taking the coaching. They're busting their butts in the weight room. They're out there working hard, trying to get the scheme down, and I can see that they have a better understanding of what we were trying to do last season. These guys are taking to it, and they're handling the coaching, and they're dealing with it, and man, they're focused on getting better.
So you had picture day today. What's next for you guys? Just this final window before the season.
Man, we're gonna get those acclimatization days in, so we can get in the pads, and we're trying to see hit this thing running, man. Just we're excited about it, and just hoping that no injuries here early, and we have a chance to compete.
And then talk a little bit about some of the players that are standing behind you that you brought with you here today.
I got three of my seniors. Rico Stevens is going to play running back and linebacker for us. Jarvis Washington is going to play with some receiver and DB for us, and Andre Whitfield is also going to play some DB and receiver for us. These guys have been mainstays in our weight room. They are the vocal leaders on the team, and they're trying to make sure these guys are doing it right. They're extension of us. They understand that what we want, they're trying to push in the weight room.
Certainly. Well, Coach, you're going to pass it to them for a little bit of questions. You can keep the mic on. I'm going to have a player step up kind of close to me. There we go. All right, so Coach chose you to be one of the select ones to kind of come up here today, man. So what does that mean to you that your coach has so much trust in you?
It means a lot to me because that means he trusts me very well, and I can get the job done when it comes down to it.
And then for you, what was it like, obviously, having a new head coach come in and then, obviously how you guys started the season, but finishing strong and then being able to build that going into this year?
It was kind of difficult at first because we had to get used to, the way they run things. So it was difficult at first, but once we got adjusted, we just kept running, and it's going to be a good season.
And for those that don't know about Rutland football, what can you tell us from an outsider's perspective? What does Rutland football mean?
It means it's more like a family. They're going to know about us this year, but it's more like a family, and we got a lot to work on, but it's going to happen.
Certainly. A couple questions for Jarvis. All right, so you also another one of the leaders. Obviously, you're dynamic as well with the ball in your hands, man. But what are you just trying to accomplish here in 2024?
I'm really trying to show them what Rutland is, because last year, down on us, they see us on the record, and they sheet, they be like, oh, this just an easy run over, just an easy win. It ain't none of this year. We've been working, blood, sweat, and tears in the weight room, working, out on the field, hot sun, just working, just trying to accomplish it.
When you had those dog days like that and you're working in the hot sun, how do you think that kind of molds you guys? I know one of your teammates talked about brotherhood and obviously being together, but how does that mold you guys together, knowing like, hey, man, we can get through this, we can get through anything?
Just like the same thing Coach tells us every day, be accountable. Be accountable for your teammates. When you see somebody lacking, you see them on the ground, pick them up. That creates the brotherhood between us, especially in that heat. He said, do not let the heat kill us. So that means just keep rolling, just keep going. Even if you're tired, we're working hard. We're trying to get big goals in the future.
For you, do you lead more so by example, or do you like to kind of be kind of that, I don't want to say rah-rah guy, but kind of that vocal guy that your teammates can look up to?
See, I'm better at leading by example, but I'm also working on the verbal. So trying to get them right in the weight room. When we lacking in the weight room, I try to, come on, guys, lock in. Let's get this big season coming up.
Certainly. I'm going to ask your teammates the final couple questions. Feature him here. All right, man. So obviously we talked about the building of the program, what Coach kind of means to you guys. So, from you, like, your teammates, what have they kind of meant to you as you guys try to build this?
I was new to the program last year, so I didn't really get to know them. But over this off season, I really got to know them, and they've been showing me how hard they want it, like how much they want it, and how hard they want to work to win every day. And they've been showing up every day, being accountable for each other. So they've been showing it's more about just playing football. It's about building a family and trying to win games.
And for you, man, what does football mean to you?
It's my lifestyle. I eat, sleep, and breathe it. So I want to wake up every day, put the work in, just to get somewhere with it.
Yeah, and to be a new player, kind of earn that trust from your teammates. Where'd you come from, and what was that process like?
I came from a program down there in South Georgia. We was kind of like that, but around here it was like it's more in the depth because some people like they be unmotivated, so you got to pick them up and motivate them to show up every day to build this program like how we want it.
And then conditioning wise, you can speak for yourself, but the season's about to start. How do you guys feel just maybe compared to last season? Do you feel just in better shape, bigger, stronger?
Yeah, I feel like we hit the weight room pretty hard, we conditioned pretty hard, so I feel like this year gonna be way better than last year.
And you're part of the skill group. We've got some defensive backs here, some receivers. What does it mean to have a strong group of skill guys, and how big is that going to be this season? Just bring that physicality and toughness to those positions.
I feel like the more physical we are, like the more we can, play like longer. Like we be more, I'll say
like durable.
Yeah. So I feel like if the skill guys are like more, conditioned and more stronger, bigger, faster, stronger, they can play longer. They're more,
durable. We got you.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Don't worry. You're good. You're doing great.
Got a little nervous.
No worries. You're doing great, man. But that's all the time we have. Coach Williams, thank you so much for just coming and featuring your program and bringing out these outstanding seniors and young men that you brought with you today. But that's all the time we have. We're going to throw it to break before we feature our next team. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days. We're joined by Camden County flag football team coach Britt and co. So, Coach, I want to kind of get your unique perspective. You used to play the sport. Obviously, you're a multi-sport athlete, play basketball and flag football.
Yeah.
What are the differences in playing and then necessarily teaching to these young ladies behind you?
It's not really a big difference because I've seen it from both perspectives, as a player and as a coach.
Gotcha.
I coach basketball, and then this is my second year of coaching flag with Camden. So just, I guess with flag, it's so much different than, the sport of basketball. I mean, it's a lot of physicality, a lot of technique, so this been our second year in program here. It's just, just getting to know the sport. But I've grown to love it and enjoy it. And, we actually did really well this past year.
Certainly, Coach. And then for you, how do you necessarily balance maybe coaching both sports? 'Cause I think flag football kind of coincides a little bit, right, with basketball a little bit in the same time frame. Am I correct when I say that?
Well, yeah, but I don't really coach basketball right now. My kids are playing basketball. So when you want to say I'm in basketball but not necessarily coaching. But my life is kind of balanced. I'm able to do, as far as being a teacher also in Camden and coaching. My life is pretty balanced. I'm able to do, multitask.
Got you. And then what were some key players for you last year with Camden and kind of kicking off that great year for you as your first year as a head coach?
Actually, the ones that are behind me, and then Caitlin. She's not here, Caitlin Grooms. We had Kaden Haddon, a couple of more girls, but these are my veterans. these are my veterans behind me. We have 3 seniors and 1 junior. So they basically carried the team, and they have grown a lot from, the skill set and just the leadership aspect of it. And I really enjoy being their coach, and I love these girls, and they know I'll do anything for them. So just from the growing perspective and maturing.
Gotcha.
And then at Camden County, maybe there's some pressure just being a flag football team with the status of the football program. How'd the girls handle it?
Oh, they handle it well. They're actually competitive, so they're like, can we get the boys to come out and play a little flag with us so we can, go against them? So my girls are competitive, and they love the aspect of being, getting to know the sport and getting physical and just wanting to grow with it.
And what excites you about this year's team?
Oh, I have 8, Coach. How many seniors we have? 7 seniors. So I know that we'll really, based on the first year, they've grown so much. So I'm looking forward to see, us win a lot of more games and just, growing as a team this year.
And any new wrinkles to the playbook?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell that. But, yeah. But yes, of course, like say the first year, I don't know, you're not, the first year is the new year. So it's like, I don't know with any program that will be in first and win all the games. I never look forward to that. But now I'm looking forward to win more games and, getting more skill sets and just letting the girls have fun and learn.
And then were there any new additions to this year's team that you're excited to see join?
Oh, yes, freshmen. We have some rowdy, ready-to-go freshmen this year. We played a couple of summer games, and they did really well. They're excited. We're excited for them. And we're just ready to get back in October so we can get this season going.
And then as a head coach, what's one of the things that you just maybe hear yourself parroting over and over again? Is it the flag polling? Is it maybe the pre-snap position, getting on the ball?
Oh, it's 100% effort. You may not be can catch the ball perfectly. You may not can run down and snatch the flag, but I want to see the effort. So 100% effort, coming to practice. Of course, school is first and all of that, but the football aspect of it, just giving 1,000% of it. Showing me that you can, do what it takes. Showing me that you can, you want to be playing this sport and excel and wanting to excel.
What have you seen, Coach, in terms of just, I feel like the game, underrated part, but I feel like a lot of people are going to know this about flag football is the play calling. I feel like you guys run some outstanding plays. Like you'll just see jet motions. You see girls going deep, other ones coming over. Like there's so many ways you can call plays when you're doing, obviously, flag football. Just talk about that from your standpoint.
Oh, definitely the pitching aspect. Being able to pitch certain ways, approaches, and just the girls being able to react on different defenses. But my favorite thing is that will be new this year, of getting more pitching aspects and different skill sets.
Got you. And then for you, what was the kind of tryout maybe element? I know you talked about you having some great freshmen, turning a couple of players. What's your kind of roster size? I know some coaches said 30. What was kind of the roster size for this group?
15 per each group. We had JV 15 and about 12 on varsity.
Got you. Did you see more girls maybe try out this year for you? Or
we
was
did.
it about the same?
We did.
Okay.
We did. Yes, sir.
Got you. Well, I'm going to let you introduce some of your girls so we get to know them just a little bit by name and what they kind of mean to you and what they mean to this team.
Oh, wow. Okay. Let's start down here. We have Hayden. This is our quarterback. I know she's short, but she is really, really physical. She loves to compete. She's learned a lot from playing flag football, especially being our quarterback. It's not that easy, is it? But, I love her heart. Like, she gives 1,000% when she's out there on the field and she comes to practice. She just shows great, effort and great loving of this sport. So hopefully she's a senior. Hopefully she wants to. I know, the typical say, well, I'm short. That's not, shortness doesn't mean anything. If you have the skill set, which she does, I can see her in the future playing this sport. Okay. I'm going to skip my junior, go to my other senior. All right. This is we'll go over here, Olivia, my defensive girl.
Yep.
She, one of the captains. She grows so much this aspect from playing. I'm looking forward to seeing her as a senior now playing both ways.
Gotcha.
Because in the summertime, I helped her. Well, she wanted to play both ways, so we're looking to play both ways. But she's just growing, and I'm very much looking forward to this season. All right. Now, I'm going to let her introduce you last. All right, and this is our junior, okay? Can she introduce herself? Because these are my two main.
Sure.
So, here you go.
You use the mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Talia Greene, you know, the baddest. I'm a running back. I do a lot on defense. I just like to help my team out a lot, you know, get the job done, try to get a win. But this season, we coming. You watching? We coming.
I'm Gabby Vila. I'm the junior. I kind of just play and hope for the best.
And let them know what team you just joined.
I play travel year-round for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So
How's that?
it's fun. A lot of hard work. Practicing like 7 days a week and all that.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, Coach. Okay. So I want to start
What
with
position?
Yep.
I can play anywhere.
That's pretty cool. Olivia, I want to ask you, what was that conversation like? You know, you've been wanting to play both ways for a while. So what was the conversation like with your coach? Kind of convinced her, like, hey, Coach, let me play both ways. Like, I'm that good.
Well, I mean, I've always like been able to do everything, but I guess my strong point was just like defense, really, because like flag pulling and all that. Oh, sorry, was like flag pulling and all that. So, but I've always wanted to be a wide receiver, so I just really pushed it in practice and like being the best that I can at the position.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
And then in terms of obviously, you know, convincing your coach. So when you're in practice, are you playing both ways as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And then for you, do you have a position you prefer? Is it offense, defense, or it don't matter, wherever coach needs you?
I mean, wherever coach needs me, but I like to do corner for defense.
In your eyes, you play the position every day. What are some qualities or traits you got to have in order to play that position the most effective in flag football?
I feel like you have to be able to see like everything. Like you have to be able to see the whole field. You have to pay attention to what the quarterback's doing, pay attention to what the person you're on is doing, and you just have to pay attention to what's going on in the game.
Certainly. All right, thoughts to Talia. So you were the leading receiver last year for this team. So just talk a little bit about that part of your game. Do you have a favorite route you like to run?
Not really. I'm a track runner, so I just really like to run. So I just be running.
Gotcha.
That's just it.
What event do you run in track?
I run the 100. I do the 200, 4x1, 4x2.
Wow, okay, you do a lot of events. So for you, have you seen, I think we had a couple girls earlier, they said the speed, it translated to the field. Do you see like, hey, I'm on the field, I'm just blowing past people, like it's just, so the tracks kind of helped you?
Yeah, it does.
And then for you, running track, you got to have a lot of endurance, right? So do you tire out more, or do you kind of like, nah, this is like nothing, I'm used to this?
I would say football is definitely much easier, because I get a break.
Got you, track, you just going.
Yeah.
Got you. What for you? What's been your favorite thing about playing the sport of flag football?
I don't know, just spending time with the team, really playing football, because my whole family's like football. So being able to play football is like, yeah.
Well, what team did your family have you watching growing up?
What team?
Yeah, did they have a favorite? I know usually families they got a favorite team or something. No team.
I don't think so. No.
Interesting.
They don't have one.
Okay, gotcha. Well, thank you, Talia. I'm gonna throw it to your teammate. So, what is it like? I mean, you know, tell us a story a little bit about playing 7 days a week. I mean, how do you just stay, you know, conditioned, and you know, what was it like with that experience traveling with Jacksonville? I mean, that's pretty big.
It's fun. It's definitely, you have to have a strong mindset because it can get draining at times. You just have to, I guess, push through it.
And then for you, when did you kind of start playing the sport of flag football?
When it started last September at our school.
And then was there a specific like selection process that you were able to play with Jacksonville, or like did they just kind of see your talent? Like talk a little bit about that.
So I got nominated for this like showcase thing, and then I got invited to try out. So I went to tryouts and I made the team.
And then for you, do you want to play the sport maybe on the next level?
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I thought you quarterback for the final questions. So obviously, your coach talked about kind of the heart that you have and your kind of heart and soul of this team. So just talk about that, like playing the quarterback and how, you know, you're kind of a leader of this group.
Yeah, I think it's really important, especially playing quarterback. Your whole team on the offense is going to come to you in the huddle and want to feed off of you and your energy. So I think it's really important that you lift your teammates up, especially if a play doesn't go the right way, and that you just shake it off and move on.
Talk about kind of your skill set. Your coach mentioned you're short, but I'm sure you're probably very skilled on the football field. So talk about that part and just using different, aspects of your game in order to be effective.
Yeah, I think I'm very good at reading through progressions very quickly. So being able to scan the field and then get out of the pocket and run if I can. I play soccer, so I'm a good runner, so it's easy to get out of the pocket and run.
Okay, and then final question, what can we expect from this team this year?
I think we're definitely more dangerous than we were last year, but I think that everyone should be prepared that we're going to throw the ball, we're going to run, we're going to come at you fast because we have improved a lot and we have a lot of young talent.
Gotcha. Well, ladies, thank you so much for coming. Appreciate featuring you guys. Camden County, team to watch down there in South Georgia. So that's all the time we got. We're going to toss it to break. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day. We're joined by National Guard Sergeant First Class Lucy Stevens. So, for you, I think the question we haven't asked yet for the National Guard is what characteristics do you necessarily look for when you're looking to add, maybe people, to the National Guard?
So for the National Guard, I've been listening to a lot of the teams that come by, and I hear a lot of work ethic and strong-minded and being able to overcome obstacles. So that's exactly what we look for in the National Guard, just strong-minded, athletic, hardworking, those characteristics we really look for in the leadership. Leadership styles really what will get you a long way in the National Guard.
When you're talking to some of maybe these players and these recruits or potential prospects that you want to come in, what are some things you tell them that the National Guard could potentially provide for them?
So especially for the people, and I recruit a lot out of my high school, so juniors and seniors, that's what we really target for in high schools. And I always tell them, use the National Guard as a side hustle because, you don't know what you want. And maybe the military isn't something that you're 100% sold on, but the National Guard is the great thing about it is we're part-time. We're 1 week in a month. So during that 1 week in a month, you're already learning leadership. You're learning how to work as a team. You're learning skills that you can use outside of the National Guard when you go into the work field. So those are things that you can use when you're building your resume. When you're looking for a job, a lot of them require work experience, and you're already learning that in the National Guard, and you can put that in your resume.
Certainly. And what impact has the National Guard had on you and your journey as you kind of navigate through life?
So I joined at 17 right out of high school. So it has taught me so much about, working hard, going for what I want. Because I'm first generation military. I didn't know anything about the military when I enlisted, but it has taught me so much about leadership, being able to speak in public, just real life experiences, that I probably would not have gotten if it wasn't for the military.
Certainly.
You said you were first generation. I think that's interesting. So kind of what did you tell your family and friends about when you made that decision?
I came from a very, very poor background, so I knew I wanted something better for me. So when I told my family I was enlisting into the military, they were not for it. They were like, no, you're a woman, you're Hispanic, so you're not going to make it. So they were totally against it, but now I've been in 15 years, so they're very proud. They see the changes in me, not only as a person, but just getting to experience things I probably would not have gotten to experience if it wasn't for the military.
you're talking about the side hustle aspect. It is the financial support you have, and then what are how many different programs are there to guide you to that next step?
So the best thing that the National Guard offers is, again, we're part-time, but we always have full-time opportunities. Since I've been in the National Guard, I've been able to travel so much because I've been active duty and I've been National Guard. So since I've been into the National Guard, I've gotten to travel to Korea, Romania, Republic of Georgia, all those places that I never would have been able to do outside of the National Guard. And then you can enlist as a junior or senior, so you're starting your side hustle now, making money 1 week in a month, money that's guaranteed while you're in high school. That, some people get, or some kids get part-time jobs while they're in high school. They're making $200 or $300 for 2 weeks. You can make that in 1 weekend working with us. And we know that, they're going to have a lot of senior dues, prom, all that stuff. So they're going to need money. They're going to graduation, all that stuff. It adds up. So that's money that they can start earning and, paying by themselves and not having to depend on their parents or somebody else.
I feel like an underrated aspect of, National Guard is what you just alluded to, just talking about the different countries you got to travel to. And I feel like a lot of times when you get to see something new or a new country, a new environment, it can kind of change your outlook on life. So talk about that, just those certain experiences, how it kind of changed your outlook on things.
So now that I've been recruiting, I've got to go to different places in Georgia too and see what that economic system is like and what some of these kids don't see and out. They just see what they've been stuck on their whole life. But the National Guard can provide you with different opportunities. Especially in this area, I recruit out of Macon. So a lot of these kids want to get out of Macon, but they don't know how. Mm-hmm. So just being in the National Guard, because the National Guard is a big networking community. So, teachers, doctors, anybody in here, whatever job you're looking for, we have somebody in the National Guard. So you can always network. If you're looking for a job, if you're in the National Guard, there's always someone in your company that can help you get a job.
What have you just enjoyed the most about maybe the recruiting aspect? Seeing, those young faces that, some of them may need guidance, some of them may not, but just seeing them and maybe just helping them along the path of their journey where they want to be.
I love recruiting because I get to give kids hope, especially when they see someone like me that came from nothing, like a lot of them do. They see that they can make it out. And then just that guidance and leadership that some of them don't have anybody. So just being able to mentor them. I think the mentorship part really is what I love the most about this job.
And if you don't mind sharing, kind of as the final question, what are some of the programs? I know we had someone up here earlier, Sergeant, I believe it was Dickey. But yeah, Sergeant Dickey. But he talked about that program. Just talk about some of the other programs that these students can maybe enroll in or do if they join the National Guard.
So we do have like Georgia Southern, UGA. We have the ROTC program where a lot of them want to be leaders. I heard a lot of leadership attributes. So they can enlist into the ROTC program, get full scholarships. Because I know a lot of them are athletes and they're depending on that scholarship. But some of them, I hate to say it, they're just not going to get it. So we do have so many different scholarships with the Army National Guard. We have the state service, the ROTC scholarship, like I talked about. But they can always apply, get a full ride scholarship. Some of them are equal, like $48,000, $98,000 to somewhere like North Georgia and stuff, places like that. So that's a full scholarship, and you're making money on top of that. By the time you graduate from those, you're already a second lieutenant. So you learn how to be a leader, and by the time you get out, you're already a leader, and you're about to be leading, a company.
Certainly. Well, Staff Sergeant Stevens, we appreciate you so much for just coming up here, sharing a little bit, educating us on the National Guard, and giving us a little bit more. And for those that are watching, the kids that are interested, make sure you go National, ArmyGuard.com, and get a little bit more details.
Great.
All right, Mechanical Trades Institute. If you are always the one of your friends, your family asks to come fix something at their house, there's a career for you. What if you could build a lifelong career working with your hands? Have the chance to make over 6 figures and not incur any student loan debt. Right now, you become a welder, pipe fitter, plumber, or HVAC service technician. The Mechanical Contractors Association of Georgia is looking for new apprentices. Future best for the program. User and apply our facility free for recruits, parents, and high school coaches. Scout Smart provides recruiting analytics for both tackle and flag football. For more information, visit scoutsmartingrecruiting.com or email scoutsmart at scoutsmartrecruiting.com. National Guard. In the Army National Guard, you don't have to choose between education, a career, or the ability to serve your state and nation. By serving part-time, you can do both. You'll receive paid training in fields such as engineering, medicine, aviation, and cyber that will give you the experience you'll need to qualify for high-paying and rewarding professions, all while working or attending school full-time. With both state and federal tuition assistance, you'll be able to complete your degree or earn a certification to give you a leg up in the workplace. You can do all of this and more with the Georgia Army National Guard. Visit nationalguard.com/Georgia to learn more.
GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. At GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com, you can learn the trade of your choice. You will earn while you learn. We have fully paid scholarships resulting in training at no cost to you. You will have the opportunity to earn the highest wages and become the highest skilled craftsperson within your industry. Go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com to get started. Transform your future today. IBEW Local 613, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613, Atlanta's Electricians Union, wants students and parents to know there is another choice. College isn't for everyone. We have many opportunities for you to be a career electrician. Visit GeorgiaElectriciansWanted.com to get started. That's GeorgiaElectriciansWanted.com. Smart Local 85. Sheet Metal Workers Local 85's apprenticeship is taking applications for a free tuition career in the sheet metal industry. Learn how to weld, lay out metal products, read blueprints, learn test and balance, and ductwork. No experience necessary to apply. Visit smart85.org. You will earn while you learn with on-the-job training. It comes with insurance for you, your spouse, and children at no cost to you. This includes health, eye care, and dental. You earn retirement benefits as well. If you like to work with your hands in a construction-type industry, check us out.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day. We're here at Westside High School in Macon, Georgia. We're going to be joined by Ace Charter, who had a pretty good year last year. They went 8-3. They lost to the eventual state champions, Pierce County, who had an outstanding year. We know how good they were with Caden McGatha and crew, but really good team, and they're going to join us here in just a moment. All right, Coach. So excited to have you guys here, learn a little bit more about your program. So what's this summer kind of been like for you guys? The Acclimation Week is here.
It's been good. Our guys have worked hard. We're not a new program anymore like we were a couple of years ago when our staff first got started. So our guys understand the expectations in the off season, and they've responded well, and we're looking forward to getting started.
Has it gotten a little easier for you since that point?
I wouldn't say easier. These guys, when I got here, they didn't know me. I didn't know them. It was everything was brand new 2 years ago, and now that we've been through a couple of off seasons, they know what to expect. They understand what it takes to win, what you have to do in the off season. So we just worked on getting better each year, and we're looking forward to the third season as a staff.
And then for you, how have you been able to have this success just early on with the new team, obviously new staff, and being able to resonate, winning 8 games in back-to-back seasons?
Well, it's a testament to what these guys have done. They've responded well to coaching. They've worked hard in the off season. They've done everything that we've asked them to do, and we've had some had good fortune to have some good players that can make plays with the ball, and we're looking forward to seeing them develop and get better this year.
In terms of this season, kind of how does your schedule look? Will you have a scrimmage kind of before the season starts, and how does your non-region schedule look?
Yeah, we'll scrimmage John Millage out of Milledgeville on August the 8th. We actually are in a 10-team region, so we have 9 region games. We only have 1 non-region game.
Wow.
And it's one of the tougher regions in the state. Some really good football, top to bottom. So we're looking forward to playing some really good football this year. Much tougher schedule than these guys have had an opportunity to experience in the past. But as we grow and develop as a program, we got to get better and be ready for that.
What has impressed you the most about this group standing behind you this offseason?
Just the willingness to work. We talk every day in summer workouts about not letting anyone outwork us. We ask them to do some crazy things at times, and we try to be really creative about our summer workouts, some of the things that we do as a team, and these guys have really bought in and done everything we've asked them to do. So I've just been really impressed at the work ethic as a group and the willingness to do everything that's asked.
Certainly.
And then, Coach, you're talking about you aren't a new school anymore. I do want to stray a little bit away from football because we cover all sports. I see Ace Charters making big noise across the board athletically. Talk a little bit just about the athletic culture at the school.
It's been great. So the school's 10 years old. Athletics started a year or two after the school started, and got into varsity athletics a couple years later. But we've had a lot of success. We've got a lot of great family support. We've got a lot of support within the administration, and you got to have those things, to grow a successful athletic program. And we've been able to do that really across the board. So hopefully we can contribute to that in football and keep it going this fall.
And you'll be in the same region for all sports, but it does impact football differently when you only have that one non-region game. Just talk about how that has just motivated you this offseason, but also gotten you guys ready to come out to start hot.
Well, we're just looking forward to the opportunity to play some of these schools that have long-standing traditions in the league. We've got some rivals still here in Macon with Northeast, Central, and Southwest. But we're looking forward to going places like Dublin to play in the Shamrock Bowl, and Blakely County and Washington County, and some of these schools that have been really successful over the years, and they'll be great venues. They'll bring great crowds when we play them at home, and we're looking forward to playing that type of football in those type of atmospheres.
And then since you've been with Ace Charter, was there a moment maybe last season when you really felt like you guys have arrived and you're ready to take that next step and get into the playoffs, get that win?
Well, I would say our signature win since I've been here, since I've been at Ace, was our regular season closer last year against Spencer, who was undefeated in the region. They had already won the region. It was a last-second win, a great play with 3 seconds left, no time left on the clock to win the game. And it was a really, really strong football team who made some noise in the playoffs as well. And it gave our guys the opportunity to see that we could really compete with any team that we line up against. And it was just a huge win for the school and the program. So I think that was a big moment for our football program, and we're looking to build on that momentum this season.
All right, well, let's get to know some of these players.
So, Coach, we'll let you do a little bit of the intro. Obviously, you know them very well, but just, we want to ask a couple players questions. But who are some notable guys?
Sure. Well, I'd like to introduce them all. These are all guys that have paid the price, really worked hard within our program, and we're expecting big things of this year. So I'll start down here. I got Coach Dara, my offensive coordinator, with me, who's done a great job. Will Dixon, 68, our offensive lineman. Ace Hatcher, number 15, our quarterback. William Winters, let me see your number there, Winters. 34, linebacker, started as a freshman. Bryson Vincent in the back. He'll be our starting running back this year. Expect a big year out of him. Hunter Guy, number 8, changed up on me. Safety. Jake McClendon plays wide out and safety for us. Been a starter for a couple years. Porter Bullington in the back, offensive lineman. Dutch True, offensive lineman. Cam Bullington in the back, offensive lineman. Jason Ashley, defensive end. Clay Penholster, tight end. Jalen Davis, wide receiver. We're expecting big things out of this year. Henry Carter, been a great kicker for us the last 2 years. Gavin Beeman, defensive lineman. Sawyer Rowell, leader of our defense, middle linebacker. In the back, Waylon Allen, be a starting defensive end for us. We got Zuriel Hasty, number 16, linebacker, outside linebacker for us. Bryce Whitley, who's been one of the stronger players in our league the last couple of years, wide receiver, playmaker for us. And James Patterson, safety, also plays some offense for us. Also had the big catch to win the game against Spencer last year. So this group we're expecting big things out of. Really glad to have those guys here with us. Thank you guys for having us, man.
Certainly. Well, we're going to pass the mic to whoever wants to come talk.
Come on, Bryce.
All right, Bryce. So, I mean, it's been a really good offseason for you. Seeing that, I believe you were at UGA. I mean, you're getting a lot of buzz now around just your recruiting. Just what has that been like, seeing all this hard work? Your coach talked about you being one of the best players, you know, from your area and that region. Just talk about that a little bit.
You know, it's really been a smooth ride. Coach Hatcher's been with me the whole time, leading me, helping me through it. It's really all in God's hands right now. It's nothing too stressful on me. I mean, I just go with the flow with it all. It's just natural to me. So.
Gotcha. What do you feel like is the best part of your game, Bryce, if someone's the actual or college coach?
My speed. Yes, sir. I'm pretty fast. I got plenty of speed to me. That's probably my best part of the game. And I catch just about every ball, I feel like. So.
Is that natural, or did you have to kind of like work that speed?
It's pure natural. I've never done speed training or anything. It's just straight natural speed.
Okay. And then for you, what has it been like? Obviously, you mentioned your coach and how much he means to you, but what has it been like playing with this group, you know, as you kind of, you know, head towards your senior season?
You know, I've been playing with most of these guys since 8th grade. I mean, this will be I started playing football in 8th grade. I mean, I've been playing with Sawyer, Dutch, all of them pretty much since 8th grade. I mean, they're my family. Love playing with them, love playing behind them. I know they give it all for me. I give my all for them, so.
I want to get a player's perspective. What is it like playing for a newer program? Right, you were a part of this process of this new team, right? What was that kind of like, you know? And now you guys are creating that tradition of this team and what the standard is supposed to be. So what has that kind of been like?
I mean, it's been hard for sure, but I mean, we've all come together. I mean, we put in the work together every day. We get out there, we do our job, do what we're supposed to do, and really just it's all bonding now. So. It's like a family, so it hadn't been too hard.
What is your favorite thing about playing football?
Scoring touchdowns and winning with my guys.
Love that.
Yes, sir.
And then in terms of offense, defensive side of the ball, what have you seen just with the growth this offseason?
Defense is definitely going to be one of our strong suits this year. You know, we've come a long way defensive-wise. We got some hitters, Sawyer, James, Z, Waylon, they all like to hit. They know what they're doing out there, and they seem real comfortable. Everybody seems real comfortable, so, yes, sir. Should be good defensive-wise this season.
Did you try to take your head off in practice?
Sir?
Do they try to take your head off in practice?
Nah, they don't try that. That's not allowed, no.
I had to ask because I know, like, sometimes you'll see, like, you know, college fall camps and training camps, they try to take your head off, but
nah,
okay,
none of that, no sir.
Okay, what has been your favorite thing about this bonding with this group? And you know, obviously you played with them for a long time, but as you said, this being kind of the last year, what's been your favorite thing about having kind of this final offseason with them?
I mean, I feel like this season specifically, we've all come closer together. I mean, we spend every day with each other from 8 to 11. We do almost everything with each other. We went to movies with each other. Yeah, we just spend a lot of time with each other. So I think our bond as a team whole has become really strong.
Now, you talked about your natural speed, right, and how lethal you are on the field. What have you worked on the most this offseason in order to kind of get better and kind of have that great season?
Really route running and hitting the weight room. There's always room to get stronger, always room to run better routes, perfect every route. So I really try to work with Coach Dare and one of our wide receivers, Coach Carrillo, on running routes, making sure we're running the right way, making sure we get to our spots, doing what we need to do.
Certainly, Bryce. Well, we're going to pass it to one more player that we have time for, just to feature. Who else you think?
Sawyer. Sawyer's our middle linebacker defensively.
Got you. So your teammate just raved about you as well, man. So what do you enjoy most about playing the linebacker position?
I love to just see that running back running up the middle and just light his world up. That's probably my favorite thing to do is get that one-on-one with him. I like to look at that running back and just I see his eyes, and if he looks away from you, he breaks that stare. Oh man, you got him then. So yeah.
Love it, man. I've loved you guys' answers today. Definitely very memorable. So for you, right, obviously that involves a lot of gap discipline, right? So how important is it to kind of watch that film in order to know, hey, I know this guy's going to be in this hole. I got to hit that hole in order to kind of light him up.
Yeah, it's everything, really. Just knowing, you got to completely know the team you're playing. Know that running back, know his keys, know his tells, when he's getting the ball, when he's dropping back for pass block, when he's running a route and everything. It's all essential to playing the middle linebacker position. Reading the guards is the biggest thing. Yeah.
And then, sorry, remind me again, who are you guys opening with?
We're opening with Central.
Central, that's right. What you were talking about, just being able to know the opponent. What have you just seen so far with them?
With Central, I mean, they weren't too good last year. We beat them 53-0, I think, something like that. So hopefully this year we'll be able to go back on last year and continue to do what we do best and shutting teams out.
You're talking about taking a running back head on, but speed-wise, when they try to get out to the outside, have you been working on that?
Yes, sir. I've been working on my angles. I'm a pretty fast guy, I would say. Yes, sir.
And then in terms of just like shedding blocks and stuff, are you more downhill or?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm a downhill guy for sure. I can get off the block pretty easily. I used to be an offensive lineman, so I'm a pretty strong guy.
And then final question before we let you guys get out of here. What are your goals for the 2024 season?
My goals for this team are definitely we're going to set our eyes on the first thing, which is the region championship, something this program hasn't been able to do yet. But ultimately, it's going to be that state championship, getting that ring for the first one for this program.
Certainly. Well, Sawyer, Bryce, we appreciate you guys, Coach, as well, for just coming out, featuring your program. You're doing an excellent job there for Ace Charter. Again, 8-3 for consecutive seasons and looking to take that next step. Appreciate you so much, Coach, for coming to Macon and being a part of our Georgia High School Media Day.
Thank you, guys.
Sir.
failure happens to us all. But it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School in Macon in the auditorium. So, Greg, I kind of want to tackle, as we're filling a little bit of time here, about 3A. So I feel like that's a classification we have not talked a lot about. It's got some really interesting teams. I want to start with, Region 6 3A. That's where I want to start. So, remember, matchup, I had just started, and we both went to the game, I believe, and it was Jefferson against Oconee County. Defensive battle, obviously that was Sammy Brown. There's some great players. Obviously there we know Whit Weeks, who's at LSU now. Brown's at obviously Clemson. But those two are going to battle it out in the same region. What do you think about that?
I think those are the two of the best teams in that entire classification. Will be another top 10 matchup probably. Jefferson, they will look a little bit different without Sammy Brown, but, I mean, not much. They lose, obviously, that big playmaker, but they've got a great quarterback this year returning with Gavin. Tons of receivers, and then a lot of up-and-coming guys, including Max Brown. In terms of Oconee County, you said it right with the Whit Weeks. Their defense has proven season after season to be one of the top ones. Who was that team they beat? And I think they stopped their run. Was that Carver Columbus 2 years ago? That was with Whit Weeks, but they always show up in the playoffs, and they're able to just, like, if you're a team that depends on a rhythm offensively, they're going to force you in 3 and out, and then they're going to steal that possession from you, run out the clock. They do an incredible job.
And I think the other region, obviously, we can look at is the one Region 2, 3A. Obviously, some great teams: Fayette County, LaGrange, Sandy Creek in there, Spalding, Trinity Christian, Troup County. So many good teams. So what do you think about that one? I think it's a two-headed horse race in that one with Sandy Creek and LaGrange.
It is. I want to give a lot of credit to Whitewater, though. They did not make the playoffs last year, but that was in that region with Troup, LaGrange, Trinity, Stars Mill, who ended up almost making it to the state finals. I think Whitewater will be a team to watch, but that region might be the toughest in all of 3A. I think it's favorable for LaGrange to be in 3A this year. Troup will always be tough, super athletic. I think they did a lot last year once Teo Todd went out to try to reinvent themselves. A lot of young guys had to step up. That will benefit them. Spalding, they had their best season of all time. They're going to have a new head coach, but you can't really count them out either. They are super talented. Sandy Creek, yeah, that region right there, next level. I'm probably 5 ranked teams in there.
And then I think a team that we talked to yesterday was Calhoun, right? Missed the playoffs the first time since 1999. Looking at the region in Daresville, Gilmer, Heritage Catoosa, Lafayette, Northwest Whitfield, Ridgeland. It looks like that is a potential, region that they could potentially end up winning and getting back to the playoffs and possibly get a 1 seed.
Yeah, they should be the favorite in there. Gilmer's done a great job, though. Calhoun has the benefit of going from 5A down to 3, but yeah, Gilmer's been tough. Heritage Catoosa was in the running for a region title last year with Central Carroll. They've been an 8+ win team each season. Daresville had, I think, one of their best seasons of all time also, so that's another talented one. A team, though, in 3A that was in the top 10 last year that you cannot give him enough credit is Lumpkin County and Heath Webb, the former Gainesville coach. He has turned that program around and turned them into a team that can make a deep run.
Certainly, and then one more region I want to look at is Region 5 and 3A: Cedar Grove, Douglas, Atlanta, Luella, Mount Zion, North Clayton, Riverdale, Stevenson, and Stone Mountain. What's your thoughts on that region?
Well, what's going to be interesting about it is Cedar Grove is so used to having a 7-game non-region schedule and then a 3-game region schedule, but this year it will start earlier for them. Depends when that big Sandy Creek matchup happens, but no, there's some other talented teams in there. I think Riverdale, they made it to the second or third round of the playoffs in 4A last year, and then Stevenson, can't count them out. They played in a tough region last year with the Westminsters, Miller Grove, and I think Holy Innocents, who they matched up with.
Yeah, I will put Stevenson as a sleeper in that one. I think this could be the first year that Douglas Atlanta maybe can win that region championship. I like how they look. I think they got a lot of talent. Can they get it going offensively? I think defensively they're going to have a really, really good team. And you look at Jonte and Casey Barner, and they're going to have some players that can play some smash mouth football. So I think they're going to be looking really, really good.
What do you think of Calvary Day without Merkwinger?
They're interesting because they still have the receiving core to still make some noise, I believe, in 3A. I just think, for me, it's going to be interesting. Can the quarterback get it done? When you replace a guy like a Merklinger who went to Tennessee and was the same thing, they went out again to Cedar Grove in the playoffs, like a team that was budding. Like, if Cedar Grove is not in that classification, you make the argument they make the state championship 2 years in a row with the Merklinger. So I think they still have the assets, still have the pieces in order to be good, but can they get it done at that quarterback spot? And they got a pretty good defense as well, from what I've heard.
Yeah, no, they definitely have the receiving talent. But along with Merkwinger, Coach Stroud, I think, did a positive thing. He started a lot of freshmen in that Merkwinger class knowing that this was a big window. So that is, an interesting position. But also, Peach County, you cannot count them out. 3A did not get any easier.
No, it did not. That didn't get any easier. In 4A, as we talked about a little bit earlier, that did not get any easier. But let's talk about a matchup you mentioned up here with Ashley that I kind of want to talk about. You're talking about Norcross itself. So what's your thoughts? Obviously, it's probably going to be our second game on TV. They're going to play Mill Creek. Let's talk a little about that. I know you were very high on Norcross this year. Mill Creek is so sound just for how they operate and how they run things. What do you think about that matchup?
I really like Dylan Muhammad, the quarterback. He's taken over full-time. In terms of his receivers, last year they were brand new, and they had the luxury of putting A.J. Watkins out there. But I think they've proven themselves this offseason in the scrimmages. They have Jamari Harold. He is a deep threat. He can break tackles. He's tough to bring down, but they also have a lot of slot guys. If he's able to make those quick throws against a Mill Creek team that is loaded on the defensive line, they're going to be loaded at linebacker too. He's going to have to find someone deep to release some pressure and create some space. Mill Creek's going to be really good defensively. I think it's a great matchup.
I 100% agree. I want to see what Mill Creek looks at the skill positions. We know they've always had great receivers. Obviously, had Trajan Greco playing both sides and showing that he could be a true athlete. Obviously, at Missouri now. But what are they going to look like at that position? They pulled off a really big win last year, right, beating Buford in that ESPN televised game. So what kind of steps forward can, they take? And, a lot of people are going to have Mill Creek in that top 10. Some are not going to agree, some are. But that's just the reality of the situation. And I feel like Norcross, obviously, it's been a team under Coach Keith Maloof that has not missed the playoffs, I believe, in his tenure there. So I want to see what steps they take forward. I feel like this team, in my humble opinion, Craig, could be even better than last year's team. Like, they had A.J. Watkins, they had, obviously, Antonio Mulder. But when you look at them from a holistic standpoint, I think with the receiving threat, obviously, Jamari Harold, teams are going to likely double him and run cloud coverage and a bunch of different looks his way. But then you got a receiver that can win in the inside with Deshaun Clark going up against them, and the progression, hopefully, of Dylan Muhammad makes you dangerous, and they can still hand off and run the football. They look like they could potentially make a little bit of noise.
Yeah, they killed it in the 7-on-7 without even having to go to Jamari that much. But, yeah, I think in terms of matchups, they might consider Mill Creek a favorite in that one. They will be ranked higher. I think I saw a lot of the polls come out. They've got them pretty high. They got Mill Creek at like 6. But one of the valuable pieces that Mill Creek lost is Cam Robinson. He was such a workhorse back for them, probably one of the best running backs they've had, just in terms of the overall carries. You mentioned that Buford game. He was outstanding in that. He had a streak of 100-yard games that dated back to their championship season, and he didn't even play running back until he got put in that role midway through the year.
Exactly. And then let's hit a couple Corky Kell games I want to get your take on, Craig. I want to hit South Paulding, Dunwoody. I think South Paulding, for me, they're going to be in the rankings when they come out on ScoreATL.com as a sleeper team for me, a top 10 team in my humble opinion. I think with Jay Sanger being there on offensive line, the weapons that they got as well on the outside, along with Kay Wigginton, who I think should take a big step forward in that 2026 QB class. What's your thoughts on them and potentially that matchup?
That's an intriguing one. South Paulding had one of their best seasons like 3 years ago. They've been taking their lumps, super young. But I think with Dunwoody, really the only position they lost was their linebacker, who was all-region, all-state. But they return a lot of pieces, and Coach Nash has been there a long time, one of the longer tenure coaches. It's their first time in the event. I think they're going to come out sharp week one. I would not be surprised if Dunwoody is able to get a win, but South Paulding later on. I just think Dunwoody, if you look at them the last few years, they have had great starts.
Certainly. And then the other matchup I want to talk about was Alpharetta, Houston County. What's your early kind of thoughts on that matchup before we wrap?
I think Alpharetta is going to be very aggressive. They know they have to find a way to get A.J. Hill off his rhythm. You can't let him sit back there. They're going to have to bring the pressure, and it will be about that young star power on the Alpharetta defense.
In your humble opinion, do you think A.J. Hill or Antoine Hill can take the leap forward as not only being the best in the state, but even though I know the rankings are kind of coming down to a close for 25, but maybe even the best one in the country as maybe top 5, top 10 potential?
Yeah, he definitely has the potential. I mean, I was talking to Coach Edwards. He said he wishes he had him another season after this. This is his last year. There is a lot of pressure to win that big game. We watched the Lee County game. I think they did have some injuries in that one. But once Lee County was able to get in front and they put Houston County in those necessary passing situations, it broke down for them. So if they can find some balance, I think their offense can be unstoppable.
Certainly. But that's all the time we have now, guys. That's just a little short preview of the preseason as it ramps up. Again, some quick housekeeping things. Obviously, August 3rd, that will be the kickoff of our first televised event. That will be the Sheriff's Cup Invitational at McEachern High School. We're going to have our Corky Kell Luncheon August 5th, where we're going to reveal our Mr. Georgia Top 10 football watch list. And then after that, Corky Kell will be underway. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School in Macon in the auditorium. We are joined by Diane Bloodworth, the founder and CEO of Scout Smart. So I kind of want to start a little bit about, how does Scout Smart benefit high school athletes? What does it do for them in order to help them get to the next level?
Certainly. So Scout Smart is a database of high school football recruits. We have more than 75,000 in our database, and we provide this data to college football coaches to help them find recruits that fit their program. So if you're a high school player, it's free for you to be in Scout Smart. The other thing to know is that coaches can go in and filter this data a lot of different ways. And so what this allows them to do is maybe find some recruits that they hadn't heard about before. So this allows recruits that might not be at the top of the list getting a huge amount of attention right now. It allows them to get some looks, some exposure as well.
I feel like a part we haven't talked about today is how does this help maybe high school coaches, Scout Smart, and helping their players, like you said, get that exposure and get recognized?
Exactly. So the high school coach, all they have to do is send us their prospect sheet. They can send us a spreadsheet or however they have their prospect information. We've developed the technology and tools just to upload all that data and create the profiles for us. So it's really easy for the high school coaches. I think high school coaches have a really hard job because they're trying to do so many things, win games, keep their jobs, and get their players recruited in their spare time. So, they usually have these lists and they're sending them to coaches. This is one more way for them to get their recruits, their players in front of coaches.
If you can share, Ms. Bloodworth, a little bit about maybe a kid you helped or an experience that they had using Scout Smart to help them get to the next level of their journey. If you could share a little bit of a story.
Yeah, certainly. We had one player who was here in Georgia, and a little bit of a kind of a blindside story in that he didn't have the best family situation and went and lived with another family for a while, and his guardian was kind of looking out for him. He ended up moving out of state. He really needed a little bit of help with his recruiting. He didn't quite have the grades, and we were able to get him in front of one of the top JUCOs, and he'll be starting this year at that junior college. And really, he had coaches were interested in him because he was a beast, but he just couldn't. He just didn't have the grades. So we suggested the JUCO path. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. The JUCOs play an important role in the whole process. And so, I've got my fingers crossed for him that he's going to be moving into probably a Division I program next year.
Certainly, that's a great story. We appreciate you also sharing. And real quick before I throw it to Craig, I know you guys are getting into flag football as well, obviously a growing sport. So just talk about that part and the decision and get into that.
Certainly. So some of our partners, especially the high school coaches in Florida, we work with a lot of the high school coaches in their 7-on-7 during the off season, and they reached out to us and said, we've embraced flag football, and would you do the same thing for our flag players as you've done, for the tackle players? So we decided to move into flag. We have talked to some of the teams at the highest levels, and just a lot of interest. We're talking to NAIA coaches because they have a hard time even just knowing who's out there, right? There's really no database of these players right now. So we'll be one of the earliest into recruiting analytics for flag.
And you were talking about how easy you make it for the coaches and the different ways they can sort out the data. So talk just a little bit about the interface and just once they sign up, how they're able to do that.
Yeah, so the college coaches can go in and look at data a number of ways. They can look at it by state, by high school, by position, by graduation year. I think I'd mentioned when we were talking previously, I can go in and find all the offensive linemen in the state of Georgia that are at least 6'4" and 300 pounds to kind of narrow down my focus. We also do projected level of play. Is this a Power 4 player, or is this maybe a D2, D3 player, FCS player? And that way the coaches can kind of focus in quickly on which players they need to look at. I don't think the Power 4 coaches really want to go through thousands and thousands of players to get to the guys that are going to play at their level. And I don't think the D2 and D3 coaches want to spend a lot of time on players that are not going to commit to them.
Right. And also, I know you guys include Scout Smart, the academics. So talk about that a bit.
Yeah, certainly. I personally am a big believer that these players are going to be doing something post-football. And we really support and encourage those guys they're strong on the field and in the classroom. With Georgia High School Football Daily each Friday, we announce the Student Athlete of the Week to give them some promotion, and any high school coach can nominate their players. And that's one of the things I've been telling every coach I meet. I've met the last couple of days. Don't forget to send me your nominations for that Student Athlete of the Week.
Certainly. Well, Ms. Bloodworth, that's all the time we have for now. Thank you again for telling us about your incredible company, Scout Smart, and being one of the sponsors for our great event here today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day. We are joined by Northeast Macon, who had a really good season last year, 8-3, before losing in the first round to Appleton County. So we're joined by their head coach, Coach Wilkins. So, Coach, I mean, you got a lot of good players on this team. I know you had a freshman starting last year, Zion Paul. So just talk a little bit about this group and how you've been able to kind of get this collection of talent to play so good on Fridays.
Just summer workouts, practice, preparing each week, in and out of games, and making adjustments each week, just preparing ourselves each week. And so that's how we go year by year, and just having a good summer program and leading up each year. So, and keeping all our players at our school, from our feeder school, Appleton, does a good job for us too, in training them up from like 6th grade all the way up to 8th grade, and then 8th grade coming to 9th grade. They already know the system. They've been around the coaches, so it's an easy transition, and that's how we've been having success for the last 3 or 4 years.
Certainly. What has summer workouts been like? Do you guys usually like to train in the mornings, the afternoons, midday, mid-heat? You trying to?
We go in the morning time. We do. We usually split offense and defense. Have conditioning. One group conditioning, one group lifting weights, and we'll flip flop, and then we'll go outside and do a lot of our Indian group and team stuff. After we get done, take a break. We'll go back out and do those things too. But most of the time, we practice in the morning time.
And then what has been your message to your group after kind of last season to kind of build on that?
Just preparation. Preparation, our standard is EAT, which stands for effort, attitude, and toughness. So all these things they can control. They can control their effort. They can control their attitude. They can control their toughness. And so that's what I kind of try to preach to them every day is about, making sure you prepare well, being on time, make sure we do the little things right, being disciplined, because we got a lot of talent. Talent is not the problem, it's just making sure we do the little things in order for us to get over that hump. And when sometimes in the game, like, when that ball, you want that ball to bounce your way, you got to be living right and doing things the right way. So if you do those things, that ball will bounce right to you. That ball will come right to you on the interception. You'll get them tip balls and stuff like that. So we try to preach that, continue to do right and live right.
What does the schedule kind of look like for you guys as you kind of open the season? Where do you guys start?
We start with Peach County. We got a tough region. Going into our old region, but we open up with Peach County, got a scrimmage game with Greene County. Coach doing a great job up there. Westbrook, we open up with Peach County down in Fort Valley. Then we go into our region with Dublin, Blakely County, Ace Charter, Dodge, East Lawrence with Jesse Hicks. So we got a whole, region full of guys who, got good programs. And got good things going on, so we're going to have to bring our A game each week.
If you can, Coach, just share a little bit. What is football kind of like out here in Macon, for us that don't know that maybe not necessarily get to travel out here all the time?
We got some good talent. Middle Georgia Pursuit got some good talent. You got, Warner Robins. You got Peach County. You got Northside. You got a lot of history a little bit lower below us, but you got some guys in Macon that do a good job. Coach Spoon over here at Westside. Northeast we've been having success the last 4 or 5 years. Coach Hatcher left Mount DeSales and came to Ace and been doing a good job too. So we got some guys. Coach Dupree, he's been at Southwest for a long time. So we've been putting guys in college, getting guys to come down here and getting them out of Macon and getting them an opportunity to play at the next level. So we've been having guys that can play football. So
certainly.
And then I want to ask you just what's it going to be like week 2 already entering that tough region schedule?
Just getting our mind prepared now. I've been preaching all summer, about preparing, and this will be something a little bit different because usually you'll get like 2 or 3 non-region games, but this year you only get 1 non-region game. So, each game after the first one is very important. Plus, with 1A football, you got a power ranking, so each week is very important that you take care of business and try to put your best foot forward and win ball games. Because our regions, you probably gonna have 5 to 6 teams that make the playoff, just sure off of power rankings.
Oh, that's right. So it is going to depend on the power rankings. So just explain to the audience that's going to go by because you aren't going to be playing anyone outside of it. So each game is going to be weighted the exact same.
Depends on their region. So a win versus Peach County will help you out in the long run, and then you going in a region, just say we got 9 games. We got 9 region games. So if you go 8-1, you know, depending on that one you lost, you know, you can go off their record on who they beat, you know, how many points they beat them by in, you know, their region. But with our region, everybody's going to, you know, if you slip up one time and lose, if that team you lose and you beat the other team, then you'll be fine with your power rankings. So it's all on Georgia High School. You just got to get a good understanding on points like that. So then some might have a school that still public schools, but don't count. So you have 15 regions, 3 per school, and on the school and you know, put us up. That's on there.
In your position, you talk a lot of coaches this area. What do you see that?
Just, you know, have, you know, go, you know, going against Coach Hicks, scrimmage game, going against these guys like Vaughn Lassiter, just, you know, just picking up, you know, tendencies. You're not going to be blindsided on what they do offensively or defensively because you've seen them in the past. And so just making sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do. But this region right here, you got a lot of good coaches in there that, you know, that can coach.
And then speaking of, if you don't mind, Coach, just tell us about some of the players that you brought with you here today.
Okay, to my right, I got Zaki Suit Denson. He's a senior wide receiver. He's been in the program since 6th grade, got good size. I got Santana Balcom. He's a 3-year starter, too. He's a senior. He's our middle linebacker. Then you got Reginald Glover, a.k.a. Bam. He was our quarterback last year, and he's going to be all over the field this year. And then you got Kayvon Consiero, big-time wide receiver, outside wide receiver. He's a junior. Both of Bam and Vaughn are juniors, and he'll be playing wide receiver and DB. And these guys, some of my leaders, some of my top players who put in a lot of work for us over the last 2 or 3 years, and so we're looking for a good season for them.
Certainly. Well, we're going to pass to the players to ask them a few questions. Pass the mic. Am I happy to step up? Yep. All right. So, you know, for you, obviously being one of the leaders in the group, it looks like you guys have a really good receiving core. You know, what are you kind of looking most forward to, you know, playing along with your guy right here beside you?
Really they're sticking together and they're playing together, coming as one team.
Do you guys, like, you know, feed off each other? Like, let's say he gets a big play, you get a big play. Does that kind of get you going?
Yes, sir.
And then, you know, what are some things you guys, you know, kind of do, you know, with your quarterback in order to kind of, you know, get the time and the chemistry and all that so that when you go on the football field, it can kind of click?
Like, after practices, we'll just stay and get throws, catches, so we get that connection with the quarterback.
And then for you, what is your favorite thing about playing the wide receiver position?
Really just catching the ball. I like just catching. I like blocking, just tossing people.
Okay, got you. I'm gonna throw it to your teammate. So you are the middle linebacker, as your coach kind of alluded to, being one of the guys he depends on the most at defense. So what is that kind of like? Because you got to know the checks, got to know the calls. You know, what is that like?
You got to remain humble. That's all it mostly really is. You got to keep your eyes and your head on the swivel, being that linebacker as it already is, a middle linebacker at that. And it's like you got to be able to communicate. Right now, what I'm working on is my communication skills. But other than that, it just comes natural.
Gotcha. Is there anybody you like to watch, like collegiate level, NFL?
I like to watch. It's like he old, but like he ain't my position. I like watching Troy Polamalu.
Okay.
I watch him. Yeah.
Okay. What do you enjoy most about his game? If you don't mind
I
sharing?
just like how fast he be coming down. Like when he come down, he come hit something. So yeah.
He's a Bengals fan.
Why you had to bring that up? and then for you, as you mentioned with his game, this coming downhill, do you try to put that into your game as well? I'm not sure what your game is, but just trying to ask, like, you know, do you like to come downhill and make big hits too?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Me and T-Samp.
Gotcha. I'm going to throw it to your other teammate, kind of do-it-all guy for you. So you played quarterback last year, right? So for you, I feel like quarterback, you got to know so many things, so many formations, protections. So what is it like this year to kind of almost play freely, like you're just going to be knowing the routes and being all over the field?
It feels good because I already know everything, so I'll just be ready for everything. I know everything.
Was Coach going to have you play defense too?
I might. If we need him to. He'll be just sneaking in there.
Got you. And for you, what? I don't want to reveal the playbook, but what is one of your favorite plays to run when Coach plays out there like, oh, let's go, I'm going to get the ball, or this is one of my favorite plays?
QB Troy Sweet.
Why you like that one?
Because I get the ball.
and then for you, last before I throw it to your teammate, what's the thing you're most looking forward to this year?
Bringing the championship back to the East.
Simple as that. All right, I'll throw it to your teammate, another dominant receiver. So, man, I mean, I don't know how tall you are, man, but how tall are you?
I get 6'3", 6'4". It really depends on the scale, for real.
Got you. You two both have pretty good games, right? I've watched some film on you. So, for you, what do you think is your best attributes at the wide receiver spot?
My best attribute, probably catching in traffic, either one.
So you like the 50-50 ball,
Yeah.
go up top, head top?
Yes, sir.
Got you. What are you most, obviously, what are you most looking forward to putting on the red and obviously yellow this upcoming season?
This season, we're really just looking to improve. Out the last 2 years, we've been kind of stuck on the hump, so we're really trying to get over that hump and really take our team to this next level and really show the city like what we made of, for real.
I got to ask, we've been getting post all day when we ask the receiver their favorite route to run, so I got to ask, what is your favorite route?
It's the post to the go by.
Do you just like the deception of the post when you
Yes,
run
sir.
so many things out of it?
Yes, sir.
Got you.
He likes hitting that second gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Well, guys, that's all the time we got. Northeast Macon, obviously, Coach, thank you so much for coming and featuring these great players that you guys standing behind you. Looking forward to seeing you guys this upcoming season, and good luck to Northeast.
All right. Thank y'all.
Yes, sir. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School in Macon. We're with our next guest, Putnam County, with Coach Harvin. So excited to get to know a little bit about this program. We've seen probably, 4 or 5 teams from this specific region that are going to play each other. So excited to get to know this group. But great year for you guys, 6-5, made it always first round before losing to Fitzgerald. So, Coach, for you, is your approach any different? Do you take any things your guys learned from that game against Fitzgerald to kind of fuel them for this year?
Well, one thing is to go off of last year is one thing that we struggled with was leadership. And if you look behind me, we have a pretty big group, and we probably got one of the biggest groups that you're going to see, and this is our leadership committee. We teach these guys how to be leaders, and that was one thing this offseason that we really wanted to focus on is having guys that could step up that we could count on. And if you look, we've got 20 guys here that have done everything that we've asked of them in the offseason, and I think that's a big turning point for us for as far as the program goes. And it was my first year. Finish up at Putnam. That was one thing I needed to fix. Second thing I needed to fix was getting good coaches in. So you said we lost to Fitzgerald. We stole their offensive coordinator and Coach Todd Cooper over here. We also hired a new defensive coordinator and Coach Derek Arrington, who is very familiar with our program. He was there in years prior, and so we brought him on. Kids are used to him. They knew him, and I thought he was a good fit for us. So a lot of big things that have happened for us here in this offseason, and we've had a great offseason, and, we're kind of looking forward to year 2 here. And then obviously you get a great mind, as you said, with former Fitzgerald coach kind of coming over to lead the offense. What have you been most impressed with him and how he kind of carries it every day? Well, he's got a lot of fire to him, and these guys right here behind us will tell you. And, a lot of experience, been a lot of good places, got a couple rings on his finger. And so, I think that's great for our program to bring any type of knowledge like that around. And our kids feed off of him well, and they respond to him well. So it's been a really good fit. Got you. Obviously, we'll talk about some of your key players later, but who are going to be some returning guys for you? Well, we really have everybody coming back. And I think we lost 3 seniors that played last year. A lot of these guys got thrown into the fire pretty quick. A lot of young guys here that we're going to count on this coming up season. So, I'd love to list all of them. I don't think we got enough time in the day to list them all, but, we'll ask a couple of these guys to come up here in a minute. But, we've really kind of got everybody back on the offensive line. We've got all our skill back. Defensively, we're getting back our whole defensive line. One thing that we may be, if I had to say, we may be a little thin at, I'm not going to say inexperienced at, would probably be defensive back, but we've got young guys stepping up, and they're, filling those voids that we need. So, gotcha.
And then how new is this region going to be just in terms of the different teams?
Well, if you look back a few years ago, there are still a couple of these teams that we were in the region with. And you'd have to look back probably 3 or 4 years ago, probably the cycle before the last. But this past cycle we were in there with the Thompsons and a lot of schools out of Augusta, Laney's, so there was a tough competition in that region. Moving to this region is also going to be tough. You got Lamar, that's a perennial powerhouse, that has won their region and is going to be pretty strong. And you got Jasper County, which is as a rival for us. And so, rivalries always bring out the best in teams. And so we're kind of excited about the region. There's still a couple of new teams in there. You got McNair and Towers out of Atlanta. That's new to us that I don't think we've ever played before. So, we're kind of excited about that too.
And then you're going to have experience returning, but what else impresses you about this group? Size, speed, effort, IQ?
Well, their ability to answer me in the weight room is probably the strongest thing that I have seen in the offseason. And I was fortunate enough to be able to be in there with them every day. Coach Cooper, I was able to bring him along somewhere around March, I believe, to get him involved in the weight room as well. These guys have come to work every day, and I think that's something that's pretty important to me, to see the work ethic, not necessarily the numbers in the weight room, but the way that they work in the weight room. And when they do what you're asked to do, that shows that they're coachable. So I think that has been a big point in our program.
Who are some of the guys that you've seen just make the furthest step from last year?
Well, I'm just going to go off of freshly in the weight room, and I can tell you, Jameer Robertson, who's standing right here behind me, has had a great offseason in the weight room. I hate to single any of them out because they've all worked so hard. But I can tell you, within the last week, he was able to jump up on 2 of his maxes. So he's continuing to grow, continuing to get stronger. Johnny Bishop has had a great offseason. Tyler Dennis. I mean, I can name every single one of them right here. And I hate to just single 1 or 2 of them out, but these guys right here, if they come up here and talk, they're all equal to me. So I just decided to bring them all. And
what about pound for pound?
Pound for pound, strongest guy on the team?
Yeah.
His name is Elijah Dunn, and he's only going to be a 10th grader, and he's already a 1,000-pound club member, and we do the 3 main lifts, the clean, the bench, the squat. And so he is our strongest guy pound for pound. There is a guy in this crowd. His name is Jordan Porter, who he might be the smallest guy in here, but pound for pound, he's going to give you everything he's got every day in the weight room. So that's one that I'd like to talk about too.
Talk a little bit about that rivalry between you and Jasper County. Maybe some folks don't know, but you guys know. What is it like? What is that game like? Is it packed out, big communities? Like, just talk a little about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we got Jasper. Greene is not in our region. Greene County, I know they were here earlier. Greene County is also a rival for us because they're all right there together, Lake Country, right? So, yes, the stands are packed out. It's one of those games where if you're not there early, you're not going to get a seat, and you'll be standing up the whole time. So it's a good rivalry. It's new to me, trying to figure out how important it is to both of the teams. But yeah, you come to any of those games, and you're going to see it's a big rivalry.
You talked about last year having to, obviously change your leadership. What is the biggest thing you think you've learned the most as a coach in order to help you and help this team get to where it wants to be?
Well, I was actually having this conversation the other day with another coach. Is in my younger years, I was a jump up and down, scream, yell, and do all that. But I've learned throughout the years, patience is a big thing, and understanding what these kids may go through on a daily basis is one thing that I've learned here in the past year. That some kids come from different backgrounds, and yelling and screaming may not always be the best thing. But if they can understand what you're trying to get to them, that's the biggest thing.
Certainly. Well, Coach, we're going to let you introduce the two players that you wanted to speak today.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring up Jamarian Robinson first, since he's right here closest to me.
All right, Jamarian. So I think I usually ask, expectations, but I kind of wanted to start with something you and obviously your teammates. Who do you think is the best? Who has the best shoe game on the team?
Shoe game?
Yeah.
My boy Jason Smith.
What kind of shoes you be wearing? Jordans?
Yeah,
Nike?
Jordan 1s, Jordan 11s.
Put it together. Okay. And then for you, what do you enjoy most about just playing the sport of football?
Playing with my guys.
Simple as that. All right. What's been your favorite highlight or moment over the course of your high school career?
Fitzgerald. I threw to Allen Hill. He's an old receiver for me, but I threw him. It was a deep ball. It got us going, but.
Got you. What does it mean to you to have your coach obviously have you up here and be a part of this leadership, obviously committee, council, in order to kind of help you guys get to where you want to be?
Just to be a leader to the guys behind me and other people that step up and look up for me.
And what do you think is your best trait?
My passing game.
So what does it mean, though, to have a team? You mentioned all the returning starters that went through it last year but are all coming back for another shot.
I mean, we went through a struggle time last year, learning new offense and everything. So now this year we actually getting it going and, going to work every day with each other.
And what did you first think when you saw the new offense? Were you kind of eager to be a part of it and star in it?
Oh, nah. I just fit right in with the offense.
Good stuff. And then who have you seen step up just throughout the spring just to really kind of bring that big play?
What have you used him in now? Like, one more. Being like, is your favorite about?
Is him perfect.
What is your favorite?
My favorite moment?
Yeah.
My sophomore year, first round against Toombs County, because we had an offensive coordinator that he came from the school, so it was a big game for him.
Got you. How much you go off for in that game?
How much I'm going for?
No, how much did you go off for in that game?
That game?
Yeah.
Like 120.
Okay. And then for you, obviously, run the offense through you, obviously your quarterback back there as well. But to be a good running back on this level, what do you think that you have, like the qualities you have to possess?
Chemistry with your O-line for sure. That's the first thing. You got to have that. And you got to be able to, know your teammates and know what they're going to do before they do it.
And then do you prefer running in between the tackles? Are you a downhill guy?
Straight downhill.
Yep.
No bursting to the outside.
I will if I had to, but most of the time I want to hit you before you get to hit me.
Got you. Let's mention real quick this. You talked about, having that relationship with your offensive line. Just talk about, obviously talk about the importance of it, but just the communication, knowing where the right guard is supposed to pull on certain plays or knowing the gap that you're supposed to hit on a certain plays. How important is that in making sure your guys are blocking up well?
It has to happen. Like, if one person messes up, it messes up the whole play. So everybody has to be on the same page and doing their job.
Got you. And what are your goals for 2024?
One game at a time. Win one game at a time and build more chemistry with my teammates.
Certainly. Well, Coach, that's all the time we got. We want to say thank you guys so much for coming to our Georgia High School Media Day here in Macon. You see more of Putnam County. They'll be in a really great region this year, and I'm sure they're going to have a great season coming up. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School in Macon. So I'm joined by Hayden Gilbert, one of our stellar writers at Score Atlanta. So Hayden, I'm gonna throw it to you. I know you got some hot questions you want to ask me about the 2024 upcoming season. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the mic to you.
So my first question I want to ask is for you. What is your opinion on Walton this upcoming season? They lose a lot. They lose their star quarterback that's been starting at least part-time for 3 seasons. They lose a lot of that defense that was so great. They lose Daniel Calhoun, but they also bring in a lot of really nice pieces.
Yes, they do. I think the biggest question with Walton is how good will their offensive coordinator be? Because I really think, and we talked to him yesterday, Tyler Jones is one of the best offensive minds here in the state. Like, I think he's just that elite, what he's able to produce with that talent. But as you mentioned, losing so much, right? You lost Hunter Till, no Cameron Lloyd, no Jordan Van Bry, no Wyatt Sonderman, no Jeremy Heklinski. You lose Makari Bodiford. You lose your 2 1,000-yard backs, right? It's just going to look vastly different. But one thing I do believe in is Coach Bruner. So I believe Coach Bruner is going to have the team competitive, have them playing at a high level. And as you said, I'm curious to see how these pieces fit, right? You look at Lucas Farrington, a top running back, 1,000-yard season for Woodward Academy last year. I'm curious to see how he fits into this offense, how the offensive line is going to look, because they had a staple in Calhoun. Probably not going to have a guy that size on the offensive line this year, but you do have probably one of the more athletic quarterbacks they've had in their history with Caden Gilstrap, who's a 4-sport athlete that's committed to Wofford. So he's really good. Curious to see how he's going to look. He showed a little bit of flash in Georgia Tech 7-on-7. And then also those other pieces, the young guys. Alexander Ward, this guy already got Georgia offers, Bama, Georgia Tech. And then you look at his brother, Christian Ward. I think he only had maybe 12 catches last season. I think 6 or 7 were for touchdowns. So big play guy you got over the middle of the field. And then you got Jude Cascone, who's finally getting his shot at the tight end position now that Hunter Till's off to Miami of Ohio. So a lot of guys in new spots, new places. How will they be able to perform?
Yeah, they bring in those pieces. Another team that I'm very interested that you have a good relationship with and you got to see in the spring, I believe, is Jonesboro. What is your viewpoint on that team going into this coming season?
I think this is the year they should be able to make a deep run. We look at what Coach Floyd has done, and I feel like every year they've progressed to another level. Like, they've gotten better. They progressed further into the playoffs. And, I mean, they're just talented. I mean, when you look at the full of their team, right, you go back and look, and they didn't have a lot of highly rated guys, right? Last year when he went to media, they had 3 people, right? Bacon Network, they had Coach Mill, and one other person, that's it. Now this is a team that has a media day on Saturday, and they're going to be sold out, packed out. And I just can't wait to see how they look. They look really good defensively. You can make the argument, hey, they got one of the best secondaries in the state, right? Jamar Owens. When you look at Jontavius Wyman, Cortez Redding, they got a really good secondary. So I think we're going to learn about them pretty soon because they got to play Douglas County, and we know the weapons that they have. Devin Carter, Aaron Gregory, DJ Burdell, we know what they got. So I think that they should be competitive. I believe they're 4A this year. If they're not, they're 3A, but they should be a really good team this year. I think they should project a step forward, but I'm curious to see what they look like at quarterback. Got a good running back in Lucius Murray, who's going to, I think, wake up a lot of people. But how will they look at the quarterback spot? And defensively, I think they'll be really good. Also, Jeremiah Tick is another defensive lineman that's one to note.
Okay, then another region that's really tough moving forward is the region with Gainesville, Milton, Roswell, and even a up-and-coming Lanier team coached by Tyler Maloof. What is your take on that region, and what is that going to look like? 2 years ago, Gainesville and Roswell faced off in the semifinals for a chance at a state title.
That's a good point.
Milton's the defending 7A champ. Gainesville had a great season last year, and Roswell made the quarterfinals last year. What is your take on that region, and what do you think that's going to look like this coming season?
I'm going to be honest. I think that region is good for Milton because we know they're going to be a dominant team. We know they have a pretty good schedule. They're going to kick it off with Buford, then have American Heritage and Florida on ESPN, and then have a couple more non-region games before they get into that. But you want to see if your team is battle-tested. I feel like that region is going to do that. Like we talked about earlier, Gainesville having one of the best defensive fronts in the state, right? Julius Columbus, obviously Xavier Griffin. And then, for Milton, I think they're technically sound. They have a great head coach in Ben Reeves, great offensive coordinator in Tucci. Like they have a whole bunch of guys that are really, really good. So I can't wait to see how they kind of come out. And I think it's going to be tough sledding for, I think Lanier's going to be a good team, but it's going to be tough games. But I wouldn't be surprised to see some upsets like Roswell, maybe upset, a Milton. Obviously, Milton's been dominating that rivalry here recently, but if they could upset them or Gainesville, Roswell has a lot of pieces. They really do, and I like what they look like at quarterback. I like the weapons they have: Saquon Smith, Nitro Davenport. Defensively, Ryder Duffy. Also got Kobe Sakai Pry, who we seen yesterday. They got some pieces, so I think it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. And I'm going to tell you this: whoever is the 3 or the 2 or the 4, I'm not going to want to play them first round because they're going to be so battle-tested going through that tough region, whether that's Gainesville, Roswell, Milton, or Lanier. They're going to know what it's like to play really good football.
And of those, especially the Milton and Gainesville, what is the one thing? I mean, they both have so many high-end players.
Yep.
I mean, even you look at the young guys for Gainesville. You have Tyler Ford. You have Carter Mathis. Mm-hmm. What is their weakness? And what's Milton like? What's the one thing that you have a question mark going into the season for those two teams?
Good question. So for Gainesville, it's quarterback, right? I don't believe Jamar Malone's there anymore. It's going to be a young guy in Kareem Hughley. That's a lot to put on a sophomore to come in right out the gates and be the starter and be for a team that wants to get to the promised land. So that is my biggest question. I feel like receiver, they're going to make some noise, right? You got Christopher Taz Smith. He looks good. Jeremiah Ware. I feel pretty good about the receivers. I had question marks, but seeing them a couple more times, I feel pretty good about receivers. I think quarterback is one of their biggest weaknesses. When it comes to Milton, I don't think there is really any weakness. You look at Ethan Barber. They could run the ball with Lester. They got one of the most underrated linebacking cores in the state with Hayden Tumania, right? A.J. Benton, defensive in the secondary, You got guys like Dylan Lewis, Tyler Redmond. I mean, anywhere you look, this team is just loaded, and they're well coached. The only team I think could potentially contend with them is Langston Hughes. When we talked about this off the camera, when you have that offensive line that they got, Tavares Dice, and you got Dontrell Glover, and you can hand it off with the speed that they have with Carson Baker and Maurice Glean, and then they bring over Christian Langford, who we see definitely can make some really great throws and is a good quarterback. And defensively, they have weapons as well and can come downhill and play hard. One thing you can't replicate, Hayden, is physicality. And they're going to bring the fight and the punch to you. So I feel like that, and that's not saying that Milton's not a physical team. They are. But I feel like that team, because they like to impose their will on you, and they will keep running the same play until you stop them. So I feel like for me, that might be the only team that can maybe contend.
Yeah, we saw that with Milton last year in the state championship against Walton. They came in, they gave Walton a punch in the mouth, and as Walton was as good of a team as they were, and one of the best offensive teams we've seen, they just were more physical at times in that state championship game.
Yes, they were. And I think Gainesville is physical too, but my only question for them, like I said before, is the quarterback. But yes, like when you can go and you hit somebody's mouth early on, you're like, whoa, it's like a wake-up call, like ringing of the bell. So I feel like that's a team that could potentially do that. But other than that, I mean, I think Milton's on the collision course for a state championship again.
Yeah, so the only other thing that I see, so the other wide receiver there is King at Gainesville. That tight end wide receiver hybrid. I know he's gotten an offer from Troy. I can't remember if he's committed or not to Troy.
He did commit.
He
yes,
just
sir.
recently committed.
Recently committed. Yep.
The only other question mark that I have personally is that defensive back core. They've had some guys in there. They're young or they're new to the program, but they're not the guys they had the last few years of Nick Taylor, who was a 3-star recruit that's at Appalachian State.
Mm-hmm.
They had some guys 2 years ago that were underrated that had FCS offers, ended up going to some smaller schools, but really they were 6, 7, 8 deep in that defensive back. That's the question I have for them.
I would agree with you. I think what's going to be interesting, they're going to have a lot of young guys there. What is their depth outside of those guys? And I think you bring up a really great point because, like you said, years past, they've had pretty staple guys. They're 3-star, maybe even 4-star players at that position. What is that going to kind of look like for them? So, I 100% agree. But one thing I do believe in is coaching up. That's why I think they'll be in the semifinals before it's said and done. But the only reason I don't say they're a contender, but the only reason I say maybe not state championship yet is because you got to see what Kareem Hughley can do.
Yeah, I know that they're really high on him. He already has an offer from Georgia Southern. I got to see him when he was in middle school while he was at Davis Middle School in Flyer Branch. And I think he's going to be really good. It's just, is he there at this point?
Right, and that's a lot to ask for a sophomore as well. So, but Hayden, I appreciate you for coming on, asking me the questions, and not me being the interviewer on this one. So thank you so much, man, and enjoyed talking a little bit of football with you.
It's been great.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. I'm with Jeff Gable, for Georgia High School Football Daily. So, Mr. Gable, I kind of want to ask you a little bit about when will we get to see this great newsletter, one of the best ones in the state, that kind of chronicles high school sports?
Yeah, Todd and Chip, our editors, they put it all together starting in August, I think, and then once the season starts, it comes out daily. People have asked sometimes, and they're like, boy, do they work on it all night? It comes in every day at 4 o'clock. They work on it the day before, and it's programmed to be sent out at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I've had several coaches tell me this week, they were like, that's what I love to do first thing is get up, have my coffee, and read the daily and see what's going on in high school football.
That's pretty cool.
And just so much information, not just games that week or stat leaders, but guys when they sign with a college, when they're recruited and they're signing, whenever there's a coaching change. And certainly when the playoffs get here, they have those playoff capsules and breakdowns of the different playoff games. So much information, and Todd Holcomb and Chip Say do such a great job with that, putting it all together every week.
For those that don't know Georgia High School Football Daily, just tell them a little bit about, obviously, you talked about the capsule, you talked about what you guys do, but just a little bit of intel into, how you guys make it come together.
Yeah, Todd and Chip put this together in 2009, I think. And it's free. You just have to send in your email address, and it comes to your email inbox every day. They have almost 25,000 subscribers all over the state. Coaches, media members, fans, school administrators, all kind of people. A lot of athletes too. A lot of players get it as well. And then a few years ago, they started having some interest doing Player of the Week awards. So they've got a Player of the Week, Team of the Week, and just recently, the last couple of years, an Offensive Line of the Week award. And we have different business sponsors that work with us to sponsor those awards. We have BSN Sports, Georgia Construction Careers, Sports Turf, Alpha Insurance. They've all been a part of it this year. And we travel to the different schools, far corners of the state. I've been everywhere from Cass down to Camden County and everything in between. And it's great to go in person. In some schools, they just have, like maybe with the auditorium, they'll have the team and the coaching staff. Some of them will have a big pep rally, and they'll have the whole school there and the marching band and everything. And they make a big production of it. And it's big for these kids to be recognized for what they do, whether it's an individual player who has a great night, whether it's a team that won like the biggest game in the state, or whether it's an offensive line that dominated. They like to get those recognitions, and it's really cool to see the kids and how excited they are about doing that.
And obviously you mentioned Chip Say and obviously Todd Holcomb, but for those that don't know, just talk about the research you guys have to do. I mean, you guys know almost pretty much every single detail of high school football just here in the state, like, hours on end. Just talk a little bit about that part, just researching.
It's just so much experience that they have all the contacts all over the state. If you need to reach a coach in the state of Georgia, they probably have their phone number. So they reach out and have good relationships with them they've built over the years. And they get recommendations for these awards from not only coaches, sometimes the opposing coach will say, hey, Todd, Chip, this guy had a great game against us. He was the best running back I've ever seen. You need to put him in the running for Player of the Week, something like that. They have media contacts all over the state, so they reach out to different media folks who cover the games, boots on the ground, and see it. And then they just go kind of into, I would imagine maybe their basement's like a bunker. They go down there probably for the weekend and spend all day Saturday and Sunday going through stats and recommendations and some video clips and everything else and break it down. And it's really, truly a state award. It's not just for big schools in Metro Atlanta. Anybody in the state of Georgia, from Dade County way up here to Savannah or Brunswick way down here and everything in between, if you have an outstanding player or an outstanding team or an outstanding offensive line with a great performance, send them the information, recommend it, and it'll be in the running, and we'll go anywhere to present those awards. And it's exciting. It's a lot of driving for us and a lot of research for Todd and Chip, but it's fun to do because these kids really seem to appreciate it.
And then give us a little bit of primer. Obviously, 2024 football season is right around the corner. So what's next in terms of your company and in terms of growth and what you guys are going to kind of have coming up for the season?
I have a feeling, I haven't talked to Todd about this, but I have a feeling that there may be, with the growth of flag football, there may be some awards or some things that we could recognize some flag football teams and players, I would imagine. If Todd's watching, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I'm sure that with the growth of that sport, we've seen a lot of flag football teams come to the media days this week. That might be something to look at as well, because more and more schools are adding flag football. As you guys have talked to a lot of these teams, and these girls have said, I loved football, I always wanted to play, and now these schools are starting programs. So I'm sure, just like we a few years ago didn't have a playoff for flag football, now we do. Yeah. I'm sure there will be kind of a award situation for flag football, and we might have a flag football girls team of the week that we start doing sometimes. So,
pretty cool.
Yeah, so there's a lot of room for it. And as you know, every few years there seems to be a new school that's built. You talked a few minutes ago to Ace Charter, which didn't exist a few years ago, and it's one of the schools. So there's always schools being built and added and created and adding teams. High school football in Georgia isn't getting smaller, it's just getting bigger.
That's a good point. And then for you, what in terms of what are you looking most forward to? Maybe this season, a team, a player. What are you most looking forward to?
It'd be interesting to me every couple of years when they do the region realignments and see new region games. I live up in Atlanta, but I have a lot of contacts up in Rome, so I do some play-by-play from Model High School up there. Give a shout-out to the Blue Devils and Coach Jeff Honeycutt up there. But they're in a different region with some different teams this year. And it's always interesting to me to see new region rivalries come up, maybe some old rivalries that are now back in the same region together. And sometimes you have some really competitive teams that used to be in different regions, now they're in the same region. So that's going to be something to watch. And I think, too, you touched on it earlier about how the power ranking situation is going to come into playoffs. It's not just going to be straight region standings anymore. There's the power rankings you have to figure in. That might be a little tricky, so we'll see how that works out. But that element hasn't been there before, and now it is. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Certainly.
And then how good is it just to feel to be a part of such a great company in Georgia High School Football Daily that's relied on, as you said, just for Georgia high school football, and as one of those kind of big time companies that we depend on.
Yeah, it's fun. I do a lot of freelance stuff for newspapers and radio and everything else. But I talked to Todd last spring and started doing the presentations last year. And for me, the fun part is getting out there to meet these schools and these coaches. I'd always heard about Thomas County Central and the great tradition they had down there. And they won Team of the Week one week. So got in my car, headed south for several hours, and went down there and got to see Thomas County Central and meet them. And it's just fun for me to get to see these schools in person that you hear about. And I hope I get to see some of these schools and maybe stadiums that I've heard about. I've always heard about Dublin. What a cool stadium and a cool school they have. And I know they have a great team. It'd be cool to go down there sometime. Some of these South Georgia teams I don't get to see as much, of course, working up in North Georgia, but it's fun to come down for their presentations and meet some of those folks and see how appreciative they are. And sometimes you come to South Georgia and say, man, something's in the water. There's some big kids down here.
Exactly.
You see some of these guys and they're huge, and you're like, they're eating well and something's in the water. But it's just fun to be around high school football in Georgia. It's so much fun, and it has grown and grown and grown. Score Atlanta is a big part of that, and we're glad to be part of that with Georgia High School Football Daily.
Certainly. Well, Mr. Gable, thank you so much for your time and just talking a little about Georgia High School football as it approaches rapidly here, not too far off, just a couple of weeks away. So thank you so much for joining and talking a little about Georgia High School Football Daily.
Sure.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Westside High School here in Macon. So we're joined by Jasper County, a team down south. So, Coach, we appreciate you guys coming out here today, Coach Henderson. So just tell us a little bit about this team. What you're most excited for in 2024?
You know, we're really excited just as we're in year 3 of rebuilding it. And we got a good, you know, not a huge senior class as you see behind us here. We got 8, but 8 guys that have bought totally in, and they've invested in this program. You know, I like the word invested better than buy-in, but they've invested in it and have really, you know, built us up that we think we're on the verge of doing something special this year and starting to make some noise and winning more football games and just increasing the, you know, the expectation, you know, that when we take the field, we expect to win. So, experience we're looking for and have as what we have seen in city. So we're we got instantly for everything is now now that let's save that not into it and they they're seeing you know when they got down out a little hard and you know so painful is from those teams they all stole you know Saturday these years you know and they're 3 weeks I them that you know expectation has changed and my first there down mid I think the education but we now the next get and I'm and kind of right so hope you yeah Bill we and more I see it the price when we did the chart that we have a guy built with that's how right we probably now we'll start full off but as the thing they see now you know one you know we have some smaller schools but they found homes and they're going to play at the next level and they played a lot of snaps for us so some guys are having to come in and fill those holes which you know will be interesting that those guys who that next guy is you know they don't have to be that kid you know that Brandon Ridley they don't have to be him they just have to come in and be themselves and be the best version of them and you know each team is different so I'm again, I can't say. I'm sure everybody's talking. Everybody said they had a good summer, and we had a good summer, and everybody's excited. We're excited. You know, it's football time. It's time to kick off.
Yeah, Coach. Well, it's got to be a lot different when you took over. They were coming off an 0-10 season. You mentioned the expectations at first, just looking good, being competitive, even though they lost. So, I mean, how high are the expectations now that you're heading into year 3?
Point blank, you know, we tell our guys all the time that the way we train and the way we practice and the way we run our program day to day with nutrition and everything we do, you know, we're trying to build a champion. That's what we're trying to do, and we make no bones about it. It's been done there before. It's been a very long time, I think the 50s, but you know, and build something we can be proud of. And these guys have done that. You know, they've done the work. That's what I told one of them riding down today. He said this thing has changed for them. That they were part of a 0-10 team, and now where we're at, that we are talking as a group, talking about, competing for a region championship and hosting playoff games, and we say it and we mean it, and nobody's giggling at it. It's not this is a different Monticello football team.
That's right. And I want to ask you just about, when was a game maybe last season where you guys really begin to believe that you can compete with the best of the best in your class?
Well, right out of the gate, we played a 4A school and beat them. And the year before, they had beat us 30-0. And, I think to our guys, that really showed them that we can compete with these schools, even if they're larger than us, and we can win. And it was ugly, but it was a win. And that team went on to win a bunch of games. But, and even some of the top teams in our region, if you take Prince Avenue out, but, Social Circle and those guys, we competed with them. We were down there with, a minute to go in the ball game. 50 seconds is when they scored to take the lead from us, and we led that whole ball game. So we feel last year, even with injuries aside, is what it is. It's a win or a loss. They were losses. We came up short, but for these guys have heard since January, we've got big posters up in our weight room says 1 minute, 1 second. It's been a process, and the first thing is you got to talk about is the stakeholders in it and the kids. And from the moment we got there was this bunch right here. There was you came in, a guy they've never heard of, a guy they've never met. Not always rubbing their belly, telling them how great they're doing, being honest, and doing it through hard work. Hard work pays off, and I think these guys are getting ready to start seeing some of that, and they've seen it in other avenues. They've gotten their grades are way better, their weight room numbers are way up. We have won more games, but we're ready to take that next step and become a competitor in the region level and and make a run in the playoffs and see what that's like. Our goal, we talked about practicing on Thanksgiving, but now that's a open week, you probably wouldn't have to practice that day, but we talked about practicing on Thanksgiving week, and only the best teams do that. And starting to just tell everybody trains and practices when it's hot, but not everybody gets to do it when it's cold. And we want to practice when it's cold this year.
And then, Coach, tell us about two of the players that are going to talk to us momentarily. Just what they mean to your group and your team and what you're building.
I could talk. I know we can't do all of them forever, but the first one. Probably the kid, there's a handful of these guys that were all region as freshmen. Owen Diaz, who's an offensive lineman, my South Georgia twang gets that wrong sometime, but Owen was all region as a freshman, and he was injured last year, first ball game of the year against Walnut Grove, and we never got him back, and he'll be back this year. But he's a guy, he's been a stalwart on that offensive line for 4 years. You got just looking back, Jay Vinson, our tight end. He does that. He's kind of a Swiss Army knife for us. Does a lot of things. Hand down tight end. He can flex out. He can play sniffer. DeMonte Greene has started at wide receiver since the day I got on campus, and we do have one guy that's another. At a smaller school, guys got to wear different hats. We try not to play him both ways, but a guy, Tymier Thornton. Tymier has been a starting offensive lineman. Did you start your freshman year before I got here? No. Okay, so he didn't start then. He won't claim that season, but he's body's changed. He's a defensive end, and he's going to play H-back. He's in a single digit now. So he's big for us. He is a really good football player at defensive end. He's like a rolling ball of butcher knives. And last and certainly not least, I mean, I could tell you about all of them, but another one, just a kid, Jalen Stewart, has been a 4-year starter for this program as well. I'm not sure about the region stuff. He would have been all-state last year, but he hurt his ankle late in the year. Would have had more numbers, but he's our running back, and he's a dude. He'll be a guy we'll hear about a lot this year as well. And you got to mention the linemen, the bigs. Chance Hill is behind me somewhere. Davin Hill is behind me somewhere, and then Lucas Sprayberry as well. I think that's all of them. You said 2. I can't count. I'm sorry, but
you're fine.
We only got 8 seniors. I got to mention them all and be sure I did just that. I did, but Lucas does a lot for us. H-back, tight end, plays on every special team, and Big Chance plays. He'll plug an A-gap in there for us right there. He's a nose guard, so all those guys. But a guy. I'm a former lineman, so I'm going to brag on lineman, but Davin Hill. Davin's a guy that's trusted the process, and he competed last year to start, played a lot, and this year he has now become one of our guys we count on, and he's one of our better linemen now, and he's just a kid that is, again, like you say, he's invested, he's trusted the process, and has really, our offensive line has gone from being to a strength on this football team.
Certainly. Well, we're going to toss it to a couple players that want to speak.
Yeah, these two aren't shy. And this is Greene, the receiver I was telling you about. And Monte's got an offer from Reinhardt right now at wide receiver. He'll be playing some corner for us as well right there. But he's a good one, and Jay is beside him right there. But these two, and Jalen's not shy either. These 3 aren't shy, so that you can ask them questions. They won't call up on us.
I do want to ask you, I do really like the chain you got on. Just talk a little about what the number 8 kind of means to you.
All right, so I had I had the number 8 since like the 8th grade. Yeah, I started with 11, but I had to change my number to get 8. I mean, I had 8 for like my whole high school career. So
gotcha.
That's all really about 8.
For you, right? I know your coach said you're gonna play a little bit of cornerback. So does you playing a receiver kind of help you on the other side, since you know kind of some of the tendencies that wide receivers want to do and kind of some of their splits and how they come out?
Yeah, the corner really helps me because I play wide receiver, so it'll help me know what the wide receiver's doing on the offensive side. So I don't be reading the plays at all, nothing like that. But at practice, it'll get on to the DBs and stuff like that. But I don't be reading the plays. I play wide receiver, so I just know it all.
And then on the wide receiver side of the ball, how have you just been able to be so dynamic when the ball's in your hands? Yeah, I said when you're playing wide receiver, how have you been able to be so dynamic when the ball is in your hands?
I don't really know, but I mean,
he's explosive. He's shy. He's explosive. His length, and he's got a good catch radius because he's so tall, and he's able to take the top off the defense. And he's a kid. He just needs more opportunities this year. We need to take shots with him.
Certainly, and then pass it to your teammate.
This is Jay Vincent. Jay's our tight end, and he's the one. He's the Swiss Army knife. He does some sniffer back, H-back, hand down, tight end, and he'll play some slot for us.
Talk a little about the versatility to your game that your coach is alluding to.
Just coming in and being a leader, just doing what he asking me to do, and just keep competing, man, just doing whatever he asks.
You prefer making a highlight reel catch or coming downhill and pancaking somebody?
Either one, just whatever help us win, But if it come down to it, I'd like to make them game-winning catch,
Certainly.
Coach called you a Swiss Army knife, so how do you get yourself ready to just, whenever your name's called up, no matter what the situation is, just being able to go out there and contribute?
Just being ready, before the game starts, just locking in and doing what he asked me to do, and just, knowing my assignment before I go out there and play.
Is there any position you think you couldn't play?
No, sir.
Final question as we wrap up. Coach, I do want to ask you, just what does it mean to you to kind of be at this event, just to show off your talent, show off, all the work that these guys do on a daily basis and workouts and training and all that, just be able to be platform be able to kind of feature them.
Yeah, I mean, I told them it's kind of a testament to their hard work, how far we've come from being, the year before we got there, they're 0-10, and now we're, like I said, we're expecting to compete for a region championship this year, and it's just kind of how far they've come to be in here amongst, some of the great programs of the state, and to see them on your schedule, Peach counties and Valdosta in the back of the room. It means a lot, especially that being my alma mater back there. It's an honor to be amongst, these quality programs like that. And in Central Georgia football, South Georgia football is, and especially we're a very rural community. And so these guys might not get that opportunity to go to be at the media days and things like that. But with the internet and things, it's helped with recruiting even during the transfer portal era, and it just shows these guys there's a lot more to the world than just Jasper County, that they can move on and get their 4-year degree and play football doing it or not. But I'm proud of these guys. They've worked their fannies off, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do.
Certainly, Coach. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Jasper County, Monticello, for coming up here talking a little bit about your team, and can't wait to see what you guys do in 2024. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days here at Westside High School here in Macon. So we are with one of the best programs in the state, Southeast Bulloch and head coach, Coach Cochran. So, Coach, I gotta ask, I don't know if you're going to reveal too much of your formula, but just how have you been able just to build such a great program here in the state of Georgia?
I've been very blessed. We have some of the best athletes in Georgia that hadn't been able to showcase their talent in the other sports they played. And when they got to flag football, they just exploded. And when you have good athletes and a good coaching scheme, you go 62-0.
Certainly. And I know obviously there's not just one person. I know you have probably a great staff. So let's shine a little bit of light on them that's kind of helped you put this together.
Yeah, so I'm actually a co-head coach with my husband, Nick. He's athletic director at our middle school, and he helps me coach flag football. He also coaches tackle at the middle school level. Paula Kitchens, who played flag football with me in college at the intramural level, she also helps. And then Jenny Yeomans, who is a great athlete herself, helps. And then Jay Reddick, who is also a former high school coach himself and flag football. He's on our staff too, and they're really good at what they do.
And then for you, how exciting is to see kind of the proliferation of the sport? Obviously, we've seen, obviously the playoffs now. We've seen you guys in the state championships, and then just more and more it's going to be a sanctioned sport in the Olympics in 2028. How cool is that to see it kind of explode?
Yeah, when I took this job 4 years ago almost now, but I would have never thought it would have came to this level, and so it's really exciting, not only just for everybody to see, but also for the girls to get the opportunity to play at the next level. So it's really awesome.
Certainly. And then if you can say just not too much about your scheme, but just maybe how innovative you kind of have to be with this sport.
Ready? You had been and I coached our day in the big ball like but just watching fast you can
guys do JV, freshmen? What does that kind of look like for your program?
Well, we really don't have a freshman team because we could field a freshman team at Southeast, but a lot of schools in the state do not have a freshman team, so we run into problems playing in those games. So we just have a varsity and JV team. We average anywhere between 24 to 30 kids, depending on the season, depending on who's good enough to make the team and that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
And the offensive schemes might change, but defensively, how have you guys been able to be so successful?
I've got to give credit to Nick on that. He is our defensive mastermind. He studies the game a lot and studies film and works really hard on that side. And our girls, we focus a lot, just like tackle. Got to tackle. We got to pull flags. We don't miss many flags, and that helps because if one flag missed, they can go a long way. So pulling flags is really the key to the defense.
And then you have this incredible streak going. I don't know if anyone will ever beat it, but the goals this season, I mean, everyone's going to be trying to get that first win. So how have you guys stepped it up this offseason?
Yeah, so that's every time we step on the field, it's their Super Bowl for them, and us just trying to keep the streak alive. So
they're clout chasing.
Yeah. So this off season, we have played in tournaments. We've practiced every day. We started practicing in the spring. Some of our girls joined a travel ball team or club team actually with the FCA team, and has played a lot in the spring. So that's helped a lot because we call it the changing of the guard season. We've lost 10 good players the past 2 seasons. So this season we have you'll see a lot of new faces on the field for us. So they're having to learn their position and learn how to step up.
And then when you're preparing for the next opponent, do you do a lot of scouting on them, or is it more so you're changing your game plans internally?
We actually do scout a lot. We watch film a lot. The girls don't watch it as much because it's just there's a lot of time involved, and they're involved in other sports. So, for instance, our softball team, we might have to tell them 20 minutes before the game how to change for this team because they've been at softball practice and they're just coming over to the game. So that is a big problem with flag football, is just having to share athletes. So the coaches watch a lot of film, and then we put it to them on the field. And then if they're at another sport, they're gracious enough to take their own time and read the notes or listen to the coach, or we might film ourselves and send it to them so they'll be ready to play in that game. But we scout a lot.
And then from the time that you and your husband decided to lead this program to now, I mean, how much has it just exceeded your expectations to have other coaches calling, to understand your schemes, to see the sport grow?
When I first took the job, almost 4 years ago now, I knew we were going to be good because I knew we had the athletes and they're coachable. That's a big thing. You have to be coachable. And I knew they could change very fast to the different schemes that we needed to put out there for offense and defense. I would have never thought we would have gone 62-0 right now without this. And it's just amazing because we were already a year behind everybody else in flag football that started the year before, some really good programs. And so it's just amazing to see what these young ladies have done and just how quick they've picked up the game and how quick they learn the schemes and learn how to adjust. And it's really amazing.
And then talk about some of the top matchups or rematches on this year's schedule.
Some of my players, we actually coach our daughter. She's our starting center. And this summer we were at the beach and I was filling in, before then I was filling a spring break and I was filling in the schedule. And she said, "Put the computer down, Mom. Go away. Don't schedule anybody else." Because we're starting off with a bang. We're playing Blessed Trinity and Greenbrier, who's the Division II champs. We've beat them 2 years in a row now, so they're coming for blood for us. They think this is their year, so I hope we're going to prove them wrong. But October 5th is a big day at Southeast Bulloch because they're coming down, and it'll be a big showdown between 3 great programs. So that'll be a start for us. And then we have our Invitational coming up, it's not coming up, but in October, and there's some big schools coming to that. Long County, of course, will be there, and we like to play them a lot. They always have a good talent. And then Calvary possibly will show up, and Evans will show up as well. So we're trying to play the best of the best, so we'll be ready for the state this year.
And then, Coach, talk about some of the ladies that you have with you today that's standing behind us.
Yeah, so starting off is our senior that came today, Jaden Williams. She started, I think, almost every game for us since we started. She leads our team in sacks, averages, I don't know, I can't even remember the number. I'm like 4. What is it? She had 36 sacks this past season. She's really fast, gets to the quarterback and causes havoc back there. But she's basically started every game for us. And then we have Kayla Adams, who is a rising junior. She is a receiver and plays on defense for us. She actually started for us last year in place of one of our seniors who was hurt till she came back, did a great job. And then Kelsey Johnson is also a rising junior, and she wants to play offense, but we don't let her play that too much. But she is great at the linebacker position. She does a great job, and she likes to pull flags and sort of throw them up in the air, so it's kind of fun to watch. So, but they're the key to all three of them standing back here is they're just super fast, so that makes it easy.
Gotcha. Well, we're going to pass it to them just to ask a couple of questions. So, obviously, I know that you're one of the leading sack getters here in the state. So, what is kind of the art of pulling the flag? I know some may say, "Oh, well, you just have to make sure you hit the right angle," but I mean that's not easy to do. To pull a flag. So, just talk a little about that.
You have to be able to read the center because sometimes she'll stay there and they'll do like a quick chest pass to her. And then also sometimes you have to read the up back. Sometimes they'll jolt off to the side. Sometimes they'll go to the center, or sometimes it even goes straight to them. And you also have to read the quarterback. That's the main thing that you have to read. I mean, like you said, you have to take quick angles.
Got you. And then, for you, obviously, you was here when this first started, obviously, when the program got underway. What has this been like, being a player, seeing you guys 6-2-0, 3 titles? Like, what has that been like playing in this?
Oh, it's been great. I loved having the feeling of the bond with the team. It's changed every year since we've lost so many seniors, but I feel like every year it's gotten bigger because of the winning. I feel like winning definitely evolves and it makes the team better.
And then how cool was it just going back to the state championship game, being able to complete that three-peat, with this group and sending the seniors out the right way?
It's been great. I loved that opportunity. I feel like going from playing in the Georgia State to going to the Mercedes-Benz was a big difference, and it definitely helped us feel more excited to go. And it was definitely nice for the freshmen to be up there in the Mercedes-Benz.
So throw it to one of your teammates. So say the position you play again?
A receiver.
Receiver. So, for you, what has been the funnest thing, kind of being with, obviously, the offensive mastermind and kind of learning from her a little bit with some of these routes and things you have to do on a daily basis?
I feel like it's just, helped me grow as a person, and, it's so fun to be around them all the time and just learn from them, and, you just get better every day, and it's just great.
Are you a multi-sport athlete?
I am.
So, as Coach says, she'll send you guys videos, notes. What is that like, balancing those two sports and also balancing school?
It's not the easiest, but, we make do, and we just do it.
What's been the funnest part of this run for you? I know obviously championships are up there, but what's been the most fun part? Just being able to, obviously get all these championships and being a part of this group and building that sisterhood.
I like the bus rides, honestly. It's just all fun, and we just get each other,
Certainly. I thought it's obviously your teammate for the last couple. So you play linebacker. So what has this conversation been like, obviously, with your coach and obviously, Coach Cochran, just being able to try to play both sides?
Well, I've been trying to play offense for a while now, but my catching was a little in the beginning, but I feel
You've gotten
like I'm
better.
there right now.
You have. I'm proud of you.
You
worked hard.
I've been showing it.
Well, your coach talked a little bit about your speed, so you got to tell Coach, hey, maybe we can do some sweeping action. I can come across and run the ball.
That's the new offense they're talking about.
I'm just teasing. That is part of it. That is some of it.
For sure. What's been fun about playing that linebacker role? I mean, obviously so many different positions, obviously, with flag football, but what have you enjoyed the most?
I feel like with linebacker, you get all the action, and I feel like, you got to get the flats, but you got the middle too. And I feel like the game relies on not just the rushers, but it relies on mainly the whole defense, but the linebackers is a big part of the defense, you know what I mean?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you guys came out, obviously you guys have this offensive system, a lot to learn. Just how glad are you that you decided to come out for the sport?
Look, I love playing for Southeast. It's the best thing ever. It's such a good experience with the girls. The girls are such amazing girls. They're they make you want to be at practice, and the coaches make you want to be at practice. It's the best thing. It's such a good experience.
Well, and I feel like racking up the wins
Oh, yeah.
and not having to just learn from scratch. it's got to be like more fun each season.
Yeah, it is fun. I love playing with him.
With a little stress, though.
Yeah,
right?
with the little stress, you know, because everybody, every game, everybody gunning at us, want to beat us. So, you know, it's a little stressful, but we ready for it.
Gotcha. Well, Coach Cochran, thank you guys so much for just making the drive here and coming to Macon just to feature your excellent program here in the state. And hope you guys keep doing what you're doing, and good luck this upcoming season.
Yep, thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Westside High School here in Macon, Georgia. Excited to be with head coach Shelton Fulton and also the Valdosta Wildcats. Making the drive all the way up here, Coach. We really appreciate you coming.
Thank you for having us. It was a good drive, but it was well worth it.
Yes, sir. So, Coach, talk to us a little bit about last season. Obviously, building 8-4, 3-1 in your region. But as I told Craig, and we say a lot on our shows, I really think Valdosta has a chance to make some noise this year.
Last year was good. We didn't finish the way we wanted to finish. We came out on fire. We lost a big game to Madison, Ohio, but, you know, it hurts when you lose your starting quarterback. But after that, we regrouped, and the kids played well. Played some tough competition. I thought we done well. Had a chance to win the region championship. Fell short. Played a great character team, and the second round of playoff, it was 10-7 at halftime. But in those big games, you can't make those kind of mistakes. We made the wrong mistakes and came out on the losing end. But we look forward to this season going forward.
What is kind of the offseason been like? Have you guys been participating in any padded camps, any 7-on-7s? What has the offseason kind of been like for you?
It's always good. We preach about us to be physical, fast, and detail. Or to be physical, we got to be in OTAs. And we was in the OTAs this past July with North Gwinnett, Walton, Mill Creek. It was some great teams, so we was able to get some competition. And we also went to some 7-on-7s. Believe it or not, Valdosta going to throw the ball this year. We're known to run the ball. We're going to try to throw it around this year. We have really good talented receivers, and we trust in Todd this year with the ball in his hands, so we're going to be more explosive on the perimeter.
What did you learn the most from those camps about your group this year?
We can throw it pretty good. We can throw it around. We can play fast, and we're young, and we're growing at different levels. we're very talented on the skill level, on the perimeter, on both sides, and we have some young guys that really ready to play. And I was really impressed this summer, so hopefully to go forward to the season.
Yes, sir.
Then it wouldn't be media day without asking how good is Valdosta going to be this season. I get asked that all the time when I talk about Georgia high school football. What's Valdosta got coming back? But how do you feel just with this year's team and just the overall mindset on new region, new classifications, but just getting back to it?
Well, in the end of the day, like you said, we're Valdosta, and we accept that challenge of being Valdosta. We expect to play great football every Friday night, and we're going to put a great product on the field. We're going to play, like I say, physical, fast, and detailed football. We're going to be very athletic. We're going to be fast and physical. We're going to play great ball this season, and we plan to be in the mix every year. That's our goal, every year to be in the mix for the region championship and the running playoffs. So our goal is to build off what we done last year and do better. So the region championship and getting to the semifinal and state championship to go.
And then you were saying Valdosta is going to throw the ball now. So if this is a season where Valdosta hasn't typically been like that, what's the potential for you guys to kind of have this new identity offensively, create these mismatches, and utilize that speed and 365, 24/7 dedication you guys have?
Well, I think because our receiving core is really talented. We're led by Eli Lewis, Prince Jean, L.D. Hunter. We have a bunch of those guys. Marquise that came in with us to helping us. And it's all starts with Todd Robertson. We're able to play fast. And we have a very young, with a big O-line up front. We have one senior coming back in Buford. So we want to protect those guys with the passing game. And we feel like on the perimeter we can be lethal with anybody because one missed tackle, you can turn an 8-yard catch to 80 yards quick with our guys on the perimeter. So we're going to expose people. They got to stop us on the perimeter, not just load the box.
Well, Coach, we know you wanted to feature some of your coordinators, so we're going to toss it to them now. We can use the mic just to get them in here. Now I'm talking a little about the team. So just state your name for us, Coach, and the position group that you coach.
My name is Saneri McCurdy. I go by Coach Mack. I'm the defense coordinator, and I also coach the outside linebacker.
So just tell us a little about the team this year. What are you looking like at the defensive side of the ball?
Like Coach said, we're going to be fast, physical, and detailed. We don't have a lot of superstars on defense, but we're going to be better as a unit. We're going to play as a team. We're going to be pursue relentless to the ball. We're going to be great communicators. We're going to be sure tacklers, and we're going to take shots on the ball.
Who are some guys or young or just veteran guys that have impressed you so far at camps and 707, things like that?
Up front, we have Marcus Williams. He coming back, nose guard. Had a great game, last playoff game against Carrollton. He going to be the support up front. On the edge, we got Kobe Brown, outside linebacker, D-line. He's coming back. And on the back end, we have some great DBs. We got Cam Brown. We got Khalil Molay. We got Seth Brown. And we also got Jalen Copeland. So guys that need to know on the back end.
Certainly, Coach. And then, for you up front, what's it like kind of seeing that defense go up against that offensive line? That's, we know Valdosta usually has a really good offensive line. What's it like?
Yeah, we had a senior-heavy offensive line last year. So these guys coming back this year are younger. We also younger up front, so it's been a good challenge on both sides of the ball. We've been getting after it pretty good and just making each other better.
Certainly. I'm going to throw it to your OC now just to learn a little about the offense. So your coach has been harping on it, and he's been talking about it. Just the offense is going to look different. We know Valdosta likes to run the rock, but you guys are airing it out. We know how good Todd is and how he could throw it. But what are you most excited about that wide receiver or these skill position groups this year?
Well, I think just the biggest thing for us is evolving as an offense. That's kind of been our identity the last 3 years, is just kind of playing to our strengths. And like he said, last year we had, 4 seniors on the offensive line that have been starters for 2 years, so we're leaning heavily on them, while we had a lot of young guys that were playing at the skill positions. We started a freshman running back, 2 sophomore wide receivers, a junior wide receiver, and a junior quarterback. So we're leaning on those guys pretty heavy. So now it's time to kind of flip the script and put the load back on the skilled guys so we can take some pressure off the young guys up front.
What have you seen in terms of growth from that point when you started them to where they are now?
It's been night and day. I've seen a lot of these guys, especially early on since they were like 8th and 9th grade. So seeing the kind of the evolution, the biggest thing is just the understanding of the scheme and the offense itself. Our system hasn't changed. Now what we do, we just dress things up. You're just putting lipstick on a pig, and you got to attack different defenses different ways. But at the end of the day, we're going to be who we're going to be. We're going to play with tempo, and we're trying to get our guys touches.
How excited are you to be able to scheme up this offense and just be able to put all these guys in so many good spots and allow them just to do their thing and showcase their talent?
Well, that's the funnest thing about football and coaching in general is just, is the X's and O's side of it, where you can, you try to figure out where you can create those matchups. Like you're talking about, we got a lot of talented, skilled guys that have a lot of experience. Like I said, all those guys were sophomores and juniors last year, and having that experience, playing in Region 1 every year, going up there, we played Westside, we played Carrollton last couple of years in the playoffs, so they have those experiences. So there's a lot of experience with a lot of young guys. So that's kind of the exciting part, looking forward.
Certainly. I'm going to pass it to your last coordinator here before we throw it to questions for some of the players. Just state your name, coach, and the position group you coach.
I'm Marcus Gowan. I coach the offensive line. I co-coordinate the offense with Coach Golden.
So a senior-laden group you had last year, Coach. What does it look like kind of this year with some of maybe the young guys stepping up for you?
I mean, it's a completely different dynamic. I mean, we had 4 seniors up front. We ran for 3,700 yards last year, and really, we were run, then pass if it was, an option that we needed to go. And we're kind of the complete opposite this year. We're playing with a lot more tempo. Biggest thing for us up front is being young. We're using these skilled guys as weapons to be able to stress defenses, to make it where those guys have an easier job on Friday nights as far as picking up, stunts, pressures, and all that stuff. But for us, the biggest thing is just trying to grow these young guys up front and trying to put every piece together on offense to score as many points as we can.
You talked about the difference being tempo, Coach. So for you, have you had to change maybe your strategy with how you're coaching up some of these guys, being that you're going to kind of air out the ball more this year?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing is coaching in between the reps, because you're trying to push it so fast that you don't really have that opportunity. You really have to push everything as far as tempo in between plays, but then also you talk about schematics and how you treat Indy is completely different. You have to be more pass pro oriented, more screen release oriented. Your run game, you're still going to coach that, which we're Valdosta. We're always going to run the football. Discipline, attitude, toughness, and efforts are pillars of our program. You can't be tough if you don't run the football in Region 1.
And then last question before we throw it to the players.
Sure.
Who are some guys we should watch on the offensive line for the Wildcats this year?
Well, one of them's right here behind me, number 74, is senior, only return starter we have on the offensive line. He looks small, but Ashton's a good football player. He does everything we ask him to do. And, really for us, number 56, our left tackle, I think is going to be a really good player long term. We got a really big right guard in Ja'Kias Nellums, who's going to be a starting sophomore. I mean, he's going to be a big-time player for us. So we got a lot of guys up front that are really going to fit the bill if they grow and mature the way that they're supposed to.
Certainly. Well, Coach, I'll allow you to do this part. Just what 2 players you want to bring up so we can talk to them?
Yeah, hey, we got to give it to Q. Okay. And I let him choose. We'll go with our senior captain, Molay.
Okay.
Khalil Molay.
So, Todd, right, what has this been like from you? We've seen you just absolutely blow up. We know you had a great year last year, but, a whole bunch of colleges starting to want you more now, and then, obviously, you're committed to Georgia. What has that been like, just to be able to see all this hard work you've been putting in for years finally kind of comes to fruition?
It's great. It's a dream come true. That's something I've been praying for, dreaming for since I was little. So it's a dream come true to be able to have the offers and commit to Georgia, be able to play big-time football.
And I've never seen you play, but from your standpoint, what just makes you one of the best athletes in the country?
Just speed. I feel like I'm the fastest guy on the field at all times. I'm very smart, high IQ, hard to tackle.
Is that natural speed, or do you run track? Tell me a little bit about that.
Natural speed.
Been hearing a lot from South Georgia boys. I thought to you.
Coach was talking about how this year you guys have these explosive playmakers in the perimeter that can turn like an 8-yard play into a big play. What have you seen so far just in spring and practice with your guys, their ability to take the small plays, turn them into something big?
We just got good playmakers, guys that can break tackles, run people over, make a juke move and go for 90. And just the process of just getting the ball in their hands, if it's off screens, nows, hitches, anything, or any way to get the ball in their hands so they can make a play.
And then do you feel like being able to run a high tempo, if you're in your groove, that's going to be something that's going to be really hard to stop this year?
Yeah, high tempo. Try to catch a defense, making a mistake, not lining up right, and really execute on that. Sometimes the corner might not line up in front of the receiver. Just catch the ball, throw it to him now, he can go for 90.
And then what's been some of the best competition you've seen this offseason, whether it was 7-on-7, a padded camp, where you've just seen a great opponent, but it's been a really good test?
I think it's our defense. With Coach Felton, we're going to scheme us up. We're going to bring some pressure, blitz. So I feel like the toughest opponent we've seen or we're going to see all year is our defense.
Before we let you go and pass it to your teammate, tell us about some of the receivers' names so that we know we can watch out for them this season that are so special that all your coaches have raved about you as well.
Well, we got Eli Lewis, number 8. He a dog. You just give him the ball in his hand. I feel like he a real lead on coach on the field, really, for the wide receivers. he could turn a little play to a big play. Then we got Prince Jean, more of our shot guy. Throw it out there, he go get it, make big plays. We also have LD Mitch Hunter. He can be mad I said that, but he more of a guy, quicker guy, getting the ball, shorter routes. We also have LJ. He's another quick guy that we can get the ball to.
Gotcha. We're going to pass this scene, ask a couple more questions before we wrap.
Can I say one thing?
Of course, go.
We cannot say without our star running back, D-Ron Foster. He's a 9th grader, 10th grader. He rushed for 1,000 yards in 6 games, so
That's impressive.
He's coming back too, so we can't forget him. Sorry.
Gotcha. No problem, Coach. Go ahead and state your name and position you play.
I'm Khalil Molay, class 2025, safety.
Gotcha. Come up a little bit. All right, so you playing the safety role this year. Obviously, we know you're going to have a pretty good defense. So just talk about how excited you are to just go to work with this group.
I'm very excited, man. You know, I got my boy Self and a lot of Big Marcus coming back. And we just a great team for not too many individuals. We play as a unit. You feel me? We ain't got too many names, and we're going to be slept on this year, I know for sure. So we just ready to show them what we got.
Talk a little bit about just that unity with this group right here. Have you guys grown up together? What has that kind of been like?
Yeah, we grow us together, but most of these guys younger than me on the defense. It's only not too many starters, like 3 returning starters for us. And it's like we pick each other up. One play, like got our next play mentality, Jerry. Be ready to play next play, because stuff go happen on defense. Somebody might get it on, give up a run, give up a sack or something, you know. You just got to play next play.
It's the final question. What are your goals? You can answer it to Coach if you like. What are the goals for 2024? What does this group want to accomplish?
Reach the championship for sure, go undefeated, win state.
All right, Coach. Before I let you guys go, any closing thoughts?
Go Cats.
All right, guys. That's all the time we got. Appreciate Valdosta just making this drive, coming up to Macon and featuring their stellar program. Can't wait to watch them. And as I said, there will be a sleeper in their classification this year. So watch out for the Wildcats. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day here at Westside High School here in Macon, Georgia. So the final team of the day, Peach County, along with one of the best coaches, obviously, in the state, Marquise Westbrook. So, Coach, what has it been like kind of coming over? You did great work, obviously, at Warner. I was being with this group last year and kind of building with the new team.
Well, it was quite the transition. You know, anytime you taking over a program with the status of a Peach County, you know there's going to be high expectations. And going into it, you know the kind of kids that they have at Peach County, and you know the attitudes and the toughness that they always have, and we knew that going in. But you know, blending a couple coaching staffs together and moving from a new regime to another was quite the challenge. And we saw ourselves getting better about mid-season, starting to take off a little bit, and we had a pretty good playoff game down in Savannah Christian, and we felt like we started getting better about mid-region time. So it was a tough transition. It wasn't the typical Peach County season, but I feel like the program in itself continued to thrive, continued to get better, and our kids started to buy in and believe in what we were coaching them.
And then talk a little about that thriller that you guys had against Savannah Christian. I mean, came all the way down to the end. You guys played them real tough. Just talk about that and some of your biggest takeaways.
Well, the biggest takeaway is that our kids never relented. I mean, we got down 20 points in the first half, and they came out swinging in the second half, and our kids fought all the way down to that last overtime period. You know, we felt like, you know, we could have won that game, and our kids it was a tough loss, and my heart goes out to those seniors. But our kids got a chance to see exactly what we were teaching them from February all the way to November. So hopefully that lesson that they learned down in Savannah will continue to be in their hearts all the way throughout the season.
What has the offseason kind of been like, Coach? Have you guys participated in any paddock camps, any 7-on-7s? What has it kind of been like for you?
It's been really good. You know, coming off of spring, you know, we had a really good game against Westside. And going into the summer, our kids had a little momentum, feeling good about themselves. And we go into paddock camp down at Coffee. You know, they won state last year, really physical football team. We got a chance to see, you know, what we were made of in terms of physicality. We're going to get some challenges down there. We went against Tift and also Wilcox and a couple of the teams down there. So it's been really good. We thudded up against them, and we saw what we were made of, both offensively and defensively.
And in terms of outlook of this team, obviously we're going to get into some of the players later, but I guess, like, what are you most excited for? What were some players we should watch this year?
Any football team, you know, you want to know who the quarterback is, and that's our guy, DJ Hudson. DJ has been leading us this past year, and, you know, first full year starting. And he's taking offense, and he makes us go. So he's one of our guys, and his younger brother, Zion, is a weapon for us. And we got a couple of talented receivers on the outside that we get the ball to. And our offensive line has done a really good job. We have Jordan Millerhorn, who's with us today, and Greg Johnson, two returning seniors, and senior starters who's leading the charge on the offensive line up front for us. And just a myriad of guys who's been doing a really good job for us, both offensively and defensively.
Coach, I want to ask you about this year's senior class. Is it tough to lose them last year? It was incredible how you guys rallied in the season, lost a heartbreaker, but what's special about this senior class?
I think it's their resilience. I mean, these kids, they love each other. These are the kids that they've been going to school with each other since they were in elementary school. They know each other. They know how to push each other's buttons. But when it's time to play football, they play football. And I think that they'll go to the end of the earth for each other. And I think that they're resilient, and it's going to come out this season. When we take the field against Northeast, we'll see exactly what it is that we worked on all year, and I think they're bought in.
And then we had Northeast here earlier. Got some really big receivers. We know that in the scouting plan, but what else have you seen with them?
I mean, Coach Wilkins does a good job with the program. He obviously he's a great coach, but he has some weapons, and I think that, you know, just seeing them from last year and the way that they operate, they're going to be a physical football team. They're going to run the ball. They got big receivers, big linemen, and we're going to have to counter it. We're going to have to be tough, and we're going to have to play a 4-quarter football game against them.
Talk to the coordinators real quick. Who do you have, Coach?
I got my coordinator here, my offensive coordinator, Coach Tanner Smith. He's right here. There you go.
All right, give you the mic, Coach. So, obviously, Coach Westbrook talked about, you know, DJ Hudson and obviously his younger brother, but what other pieces on this offense should we kind of watch for this season?
Well, Coach talked about the offensive line. We've got some young guys and a mixture of seniors, like you mentioned. A couple guys on the outside, Cam Cherry, Alan Bulloch, Chris Scott, another slot receiver. got a feature of backs, Ashton Barton, Darius Davis, Jay Hill. Those are the guys that we're really going to be counting on to get the football to this year.
And then I don't want you to reveal your offensive scheme or anything, Coach, but are you going to be more balanced, running multiple sets? Like, kind of how does that offense kind of look this year for you?
We're going to put the car in the left lane and put the hammer down. We're going to go as fast as humanly possible. We're going to get the ball to our best players.
Yes, sir.
And our goal is to put our best on their worst and to play as fast as we can. We're going to run the ball. We're going to take shots vertically, and we're going to light it up.
What have you enjoyed the most seeing this offense in action in some of these padded camps and some of these 7-on-7s and kind of seeing, that work kind of come to fruition a little bit?
Really the growth. You see from the first padded camp to now, we've made some strides. Obviously, there's things that we still have to clean up, but I think that we're going in the right direction. It's just good to see their progress.
And then how long have you been an offensive coordinator?
This is my first season.
Wow.
Well, it's set to be year 2 now.
Year 2 now.
Yes, sir.
So for you, being last year kind of, thrown into the fire a little bit, kind of how have you adjusted from year 1 to year 2 calling these plays?
Well, when you get to the game, that's kind of the easy part because then it's football. Really, just being organized, planning, communicating with the coaching staff, with the players, just making sure that everybody's on the same page to achieve the common goal. That's really where I think I've grown the most.
Gotcha.
You're talking about this tempo and pedal to the floor, but how much depth have you kind of incorporated this offseason offensively in this rotation?
Well, that was actually one of the biggest challenges from last year is we did not have a lot of depth. So the tempo looked different. We're going to be a young football team, but we're I don't want to say we're deep at every position, but we definitely have more bodies now. And some of the bodies are far more experienced, especially up front, because you cannot go fast if the offensive line can't, And those guys have done a great job buying into the tempo and operating it every day in practice and just being consistent with it. So they've really grown in that regard.
And how important is it for that offensive line to be the first ones up to the line of scrimmage, no matter if it's a big play you break off or if it's on this hash or that hash? And is that something you guys drill every single day?
Yes, we actually, our center, Corey Daniel, he does a tremendous job. He's taught to find the hash that we go out of bounds or where the tackle was made, and his job is to sprint and get on the ball. Everybody else in line's there, and then we have ball mechanic rules for the receivers or ball carriers, and eyes around, feet in the ground is what we tell them. Get the signal, get your feet set.
All right.
Certainly. Well, Coach, this part we're going to feature the players. So any 2 players that you want to come up and have them talk to us?
Yes, sir. We'll have DJ Hudson, our quarterback, come up.
All right, DJ, so we know you're probably one of the better dual threats we have probably in the state. So just talk about, what part do you enjoy more? Do you enjoy throwing or running? That's the first.
I love throwing the ball. It's great to get the ball to our playmakers and go let them make plays.
What was your favorite part about last season?
I feel like the team, you can see us get closer throughout the year. You can see us rally behind each other and push each other to be better.
Going into this year, obviously more expectations for this group and this team, expected to have, go even further than what you did last year. So how have you kind of handled that and obviously being one of the leaders of this team?
Actually, trying to be more of a leader, trying to be more of an example, try to push the younger guys and just push everybody to be the best they can.
I asked you a fun question now. I got to ask. So who, in your opinion, has the best shoe game on the team?
I ain't gonna lie. Okay, I'll go Chris Scott.
Chris Scott. Why Chris?
Chris, my boy. Hey. Every time I see him, he got some different pair of shoes on.
Got you. And obviously, this being your senior year, kind of how do you want to go out? What do you want the senior year for Peach County to be remembered for?
I honestly want us to go play in game 15 and go play in the Benz, go win the state championship. But also, I just want this group to be after this, be family for life.
Got you.
Great point. And then in terms of your receivers, any big play ability, who have you seen that really is going to be able to spark and really be dangerous with the ball in their hands?
I feel like my brother, he'll be really good with the ball in his hands. Chris Scott will be really good with the ball in his hands. Our outside receivers are really good with the ball in their hands too. I really like any of our guys out in the open field.
And then Coach was talking about the offensive line. What have you seen just with their effort each day?
I love them guys to death. I always I'm real close with them. And they're always pushing each other to be better.
Certainly. I think we got time for one more player, Coach.
Okay. All right. We'll go with let's go to Mari. He's one of our senior linebackers. We didn't give defense a whole lot of love.
Got you. Let's talk about that defensive side of the ball, man. You're one of the leaders. Coach brought you up here. So what's it like leading that group on defense?
It's a new adventure every day. I love going out on the field with the guys, hold each other accountable. That's really it.
What's your favorite thing about playing the linebacker role?
Really just put my face mask on somebody's chest.
And is there anybody like you look up to or that you kind of like to model your game after?
Fred Warner is one.
How's it going?
Huge one. Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State, another one.
Okay. What about their games that you enjoy the most, like watching them?
They like to put their face mask on somebody's chest too.
Thought you, Craig.
Then people that are going to ask about Peach County this season, what can you tell them about this defense?
Gonna play a whole lot better than what we did last year. Play together. Like DJ said, after all this is said and done, we still gonna be family for life.
Great answer.
And then I think kind of just it's the closing thoughts, Coach. I throw this back to you. So what can we expect from this group this year? I mean, I think you're going to have an exciting group yet again with Peach County. Obviously, I know the schedule won't be easy, but just kind of what can we expect from you guys this year?
You're going to see a team that plays smart football. We're going to play for each other, and we're going to just worry about the next opponent. We're not going to look at the big scheme, and we're going to go out and we're going to be physical, we're going to be tough, and we're going to be disciplined.
Certainly. Well, guys, that's all we have for today. As in signing off, thank you so much to Peach County, Coach Westbrook, obviously offensive coordinator, and this fabulous group behind us for coming out to Media Day. This was the second day, another day of success, just seeing so many different teams from Middle Georgia, South Georgia. Stay tuned. We will have, obviously, our kickoff event, the Sheriff's Cup Invitational, will be at McEacher August 3rd on Saturday, and then we will, after that, have, obviously, our Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic in just a few weeks after that. Thank you so much. Signing off for day 2 of Georgia High School Media Days. Thank you for watching.